Sup, YouTube? This is the Toxic Masculinity Show. I'm your host, MoneyBoy Trey. Today, I am here with one of the most interesting people on YouTube, Kevin in Sales, aka LeButo. Now, Kev, I've heard of a lot of disparaging and disgusting things about you, but
Mhm.
none disgusted me more than the simp video that I heard you do the other day when you were saying that black women need to be leading the household and they're infallible. I was about to throw up.
Well,
Explain yourself, sir.
well, sir, what you have to understand. Oh, I still hear that echo. You want me to calm down, or you think it's my end?
I don't hear it.
I hear it.
Hold on, I don't hear it. Let me see if it's going on the
You got
playback.
two tabs open or something?
I do not.
Oh, okay.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
nah,
Yes, there's no echo on the playback.
that's weird.
Oh, Jim just says there is an echo. Well, let me
Yeah.
see. Maybe that is. Let me see. Let me cut this down. Hey, just. What does it sound? Still echo?
Hold on, let me see. Okay, it sounds perfect now.
All right.
Okay, so now what was your question? Now you said that you were utterly disgusted in me the other day, and what
Yes.
now?
I said, I've heard things about you like you're an alcoholic, you stay at
Mm-hmm.
home with your parents, you're
Uh
a
huh.
pedophile, you take old women's SSI. I've heard a whole bunch of shit. None of that bothered me. What bothered me is that
Uh-huh.
video of you saying black women were perfect. They should lead the house. They just you just I don't know what the hell was wrong with you, sir.
Well, sir, what you have to understand is that Kevin in Sales is a smoke screen. It's a fiction. It's a entertainer, just like LeButo is. Now, the difference between LeButo and Kevin DeSales is Kevin DeSales doesn't go around trolling. Kevin DeSales has his own platform. Kevin DeSales talks about business, investing, the universe, red pill content, anything you want to think about. So, I always make a disclaimer on my channel, and I always say, uh, there are things that I don't know about, and there are things that I will never know about. And so basically, what that means is that the channel is just a free for all. It's shock jock entertainment, and I believe in a lot of the red pill content, but every now and then you got to give bitches what they want to hear. And that's why I did that simp video yesterday. Now, mind you, I've done hundreds of other videos where I mean, not dogging women, but telling women where they need to be or their position in life.
And how do they react typically to that type of advice?
Well, just like typical African American women or women in the Western Hemisphere, they can't take it. Remember, these women are growing up watching Disney movies at from the ages of 0 to 12, right? And then from 12 to 21, 22, they're watching these sitcoms, or they're watching these other little drama shows where the woman is a Mary Sue character. She can do no wrong. She's all powerful, all encompassing, etc. And then in adulthood, these women, particularly black women, they begin to watch these Tyler Perry movies, these romantic movies that have nothing to do with reality, that are not real. And because of that brainwashing, that's the wrong donate on your
I know that's your YouTube channel.
yeah.
The donate thing, you'd have to
Mhm.
inbox it to me so I could put it in the chat. Otherwise, it'll just pop up like it popped up on StreamYards because I don't know, it didn't show up in the chat in YouTube though.
Yeah, so these females, they watch all these movies, and then what happens is, in reality, they meet men like me who aren't the simps that are in these movies. And because they don't understand that men function off of nature in the real world, they don't understand that most men are like me. So they can't take it. Their brains can't take it. And to a degree, a lot of men have become beta because of these very same movies. That's why I advise men not to watch those movies. That's why I threw away my TV 7, 8 years ago. Because I said, damn, this shit is brainwashing me. So, and I wasn't even watching a lot of TV either. I would watch 2 or 3 shows, and that was it. But the thing is that these women get so upset because they're being told one thing in the media, but then in the actual jungles, which are the real world, men don't treat them like that.
That's a profound statement, but I would say it's a lot of men treating these women that way. That's why they're able to get away with the shit that they get away with, don't you think?
No, I just said that there are men that treat women like that, and I think to a degree it's because they've been brainwashed themselves, the men, by the media, and also by their simp beta fathers or their simp beta uncles or their simp. It was some simp that was teaching them. They had them in some sort of apprenticeship of simping, and now you have a lot of men who are beta journeymen now, and then you have a lot of men who are masters at their craft at simping.
See, and that's why that's why I was so upset at that video you did. Then you come back singing and shit, talking
Hmm.
about these women are beautiful, got me arguing with niggas on your panel and shit. It's
Hmm.
like, what is going on? He's just flipped the message, had me looking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I was trolling.
I
You
did
know
not,
that.
sir.
Okay, yeah, I was definitely trolling with that. I apologize video. It was really for the views and clout. I'm a piece of shit. I like money. I like capitalism, and it was for the views, and that was pretty much it.
You know, our black people put us black people put our faith in people that we believe in our leaders.
Hmm.
And so I really thought you were who you said you were, and I was just disappointed when I found out you weren't.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, to a degree, I've always made that disclaimer that I'm a capitalist more than anything. I don't have an allegiance towards anybody or anyone. Um, so if I feel like the women are upset, I will make a video to comfort them in their lies, but then I will go back to what I really believe in.
I'm glad you asked that. All women need to be treated like ish. I don't discriminate when it comes to my misogyny.
Hmm. Hmm.
Would you like to come up? I'm just. Would you? Would you? Would you? Yeah, I got your Cash App pin. You can also shout your Cash App and your channel out, sir, if you would like.
Oh, it's Kevin and Sales one at. I mean, it's just Kevin and Sales one.
Kevin says. So what did you do to get put in YouTube jail?
Well, the other day I had a title called "Is Slavery a Genetic Predisposition of the Black Race?" And then I also had a picture of LeVar Burton, whom we all know as Reading Rainbow, when he played the character of Kunta Kinte in Roots, and he was chained up. And I think that may have offended either YouTube or somebody, and they flagged me.
Damn, over a picture?
Possibly so.
I don't know. What was the gist of your conversation? What you eating? Bacon and eggs, nigga? This
I'm
nigga
just
over here.
chewing on bubblegum right now.
Oh man.
Yeah,
What was the
so
premise of that video?
no, it was a very intellectual video. I basically said that I believe that there is genetic encoding or genetic information, which is data, that there's a predisposition or there is some sort of default code to for black people to become automatic slaves. I gave the example of religion. Look how black people follow other people's religions instead of following their own. Look how black people blindly go to these people's corporations and jobs and beg them for jobs. Look at everything that we do for them. Like all the money that we amass as a people, and how come we don't have, or how come we won't start our own things? How come LeBron James and Magic Johnson and all these wealthy black men won't start their own league? And I think that there's a predisposition for slavery in our race. I think it goes back thousands of years.
That doesn't seem like anything that should get you blocked. And it's
Yeah, I think it was. I
amazing.
think it was a title.
But it's amazing though. Like if you go on Twitter, you can go find porn and find
Hmm.
all types of porn at that, but you
Yeah.
can't say something like what you just said. The shit is amazing.
Hmm. And that's what we were talking about. Even 777 was talking clean. Now he did make an offhanded comment about the. I'm not going to say their name, but a certain group of people who own YouTube. But
The juice.
yeah, the juice people, the juice people. Yeah.
Yeah, that whole slave thing, that's another profound statement because we know that a lot of people, well, like I hear people say to you all the time, well, you don't have a job, you ain't got a job, and you don't have a list.
Yeah.
Like that's literally all they say. Like that's
Hmm.
all we know how to do. They don't think that
Hmm.
if you do stuff like trading stocks or
Hmm.
whatever the
Anything
hell
on your
you do,
own, because I don't mean to cut you off, but and that's a perfect example. That's why I send out that narrative that I'm poor or whatever, because I love hearing. Okay, Money Butcher, let me be honest with you. I'm like the white guy that is in the jungles of Africa observing the animals, like on National Geographic. I love to observe niggers. And one thing about the nigger I can tell you is that if you sit back and observe, you can almost see like a National Geographic episode. So the reason why I love when they say you need to get a job is because that further proves my point of the title that slavery could be a genetic predisposition of the black man, because they're not saying anything like let's build our own race or let's build our own businesses or this and that. They're saying go get a job, meaning go to the white man and beg the white man to give you a job and pay, and the white man is going to give you pennies compared to what the actual profit of the company is. That's the black
exactly.
mindset. That's why black people are inferior to the white man.
Well, yeah, those are things that you guys. I think you and I have a lot of the same ideas. Our delivery is just different. We
Right.
both troll, but I think our delivery. I wouldn't say that black people are inferior, but
Well,
I do.
not genetically
Well,
inferior,
I
but
know what you mean, but I'm
yeah, I
just
mean
saying
technologically, culturally, economically, all that shit. Currently in this time period, right now.
I could agree. So
Hmm.
let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
Are you familiar with the club owner, with the restaurant owner in Dallas that had to tell
Yeah, he
the
should have kicked all those black bitches the fuck out of there.
he
He
did.
he shouldn't even let them stay in there to finish their meal. He should have said, "You black bitches, get the hell out of here."
I'm just what have you are you familiar with that situation in Dallas?
Yeah, I saw it.
What did you think about those black queens standing on their man's furniture?
I think he handled it a good way. I think by coming out there and saying that, he made a business for them, they need to get it together. Not a lot of people do that. And it was good that he did that. No, he did not need to kick those black quote unquote bitches out, just like a lot of people wouldn't kick a white quote unquote bitch out. He did what he had to do. That because if you see, there were his business is filled with black people, so that's pretty much where he gets his revenue from. So I believe he really handled it very well.
Yeah, and he said 75% of his crowd is women, and that's the first time he's had to do that. But I'm shocked that you said he handled it right because women tried to cancel this man. They tried to ruin his
No,
business.
no, that's his business. And I listened to what he said, and he said, "I made this for us." You see what I'm saying? He made a safe place for his people to eat, and not at no little petty, crab shack type place. He put a lot into it for us, and that means a lot. And the least that we could do is respect that man's establishment. And if
You
he
know,
felt that they were being disrespectful, he handled that very well.
I ain't even trying to be funny, but this man also did an interview where he's saying within him being open for like 3 months, he said that he had people stealing his plateware, his glasses and shit, his fine china, shit that he built for us. Niggas was stealing.
Well,
You
you
got
know, money boy
you
Trey. You
gotta
know,
understand. You gotta understand. I sit here and I listen to him talk about. I don't know if he's black, but if he is, I'm sitting here listening to him talk about his own people, and it hurts my heart when people do that because y'all are talking about the outcome of generations of systematic bullshit that
can
people
I ask
had
you?
to go
Can,
through.
can I ask a quick question? What's your name again? I'm sorry, because
I'm just. I'm
just
sorry.
okay, okay, okay. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah, you can
Kevin
call me
Excel.
Just. I'm Kevin. Oh, I haven't never heard you, but
He
yeah,
gave a disclaimer when he came in. He said that he does do entertainment slash trolling, but there is truth in what
it
he
and
says.
thing it is. It's a truth and it's a hurtful truth. And the thing about it is that We know we fucked up. We know that we're messed up. We are really trying to get back on track. This isn't something that just happened a couple of years ago. You know what I'm saying? The blacks in America are misplaced. We don't know where we belong for real.
I
A lot
belong
of
here.
blacks, they don't know where, like they say, oh, we came from Africa. Africa's like, oh, y'all ain't come from here. You know what I'm saying? They don't know. And then all they are taught, or all we are taught, is slavery. No school teaches before slavery for Black history. And I went to my kids' school about that. I said, why do, and they don't teach about before slavery, and they do not teach about Malcolm X. Those are two subjects they will not teach in American school to in public school. And
Well, I'll counter that. They don't teach Asian American history in public schools, Mexican American history, Irish American history. They don't hit
but you
everybody.
got to
Just,
understand,
just
Irish,
can I
hold
ask
on,
you a question?
Irish
Oh,
people are from Ireland. Mexican people are from Mexico. Black Americans are from that's what people don't understand. You
Not the
cannot
ones that were
compare
born
us,
here.
well, not all of us, but you can't compare most of us to people because you say Irish, British, Mexican.
I
They
was
have
just naming
countries.
people that have come over here and they don't learn about their history. They were born here and they don't learn about their Mexican history or where they're from. They have to
Also
do
go
that
to
on their own.
They can also go to Mexico and learn about their Mexican history. They can go step on their land. They can go like go home. We
We
can't
can
go
too.
home.
How
This is
come?
our home. You're not see this is our we don't even know were the first Indians black because a lot of my research I realized that the first people in America were Moors. So if this is our home, we've been invaded.
just can I ask
We
you a question real quick?
Yes, good.
Can I ask you a question? And I'm not trolling, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm literally gonna ask you this question.
Uh-huh.
Why did you have kids in a position where you had to, where they have to rely on a public education in the first place? Why didn't you? Um,
I had my children very young.
okay, okay.
Yeah, I
So,
was a young mom.
so you are aware that public education, there's curriculum state by state. Of course, public education is a federal system, and then it goes down to the states, etc. I used to be a teacher actually. So what
Yeah,
I'm
my
saying
daughter
is
actually goes to a Montessori school now.
that's a good,
One of
yeah,
my kids do, and they
yeah,
don't teach that either. And my other
right. But
son is in a a classical charter school, and they don't teach that. They do not teach before slavery, and they do not teach Malcolm X. They
But to a
don't. And
degree, is your job as the parent to teach before
oh
slavery, and
yeah,
is
of
your
course
job?
I do. Of course,
Of
no,
course,
of course I
I'm
do.
not saying you don't, because obviously you do. But what I'm saying is that we always talk about. So if you ever go to my channel, I don't know if you have ever been to my channel before, but
Uh-uh.
if you ever go to my channel, I always talk about these things. I got a lot of black people who call in. They say, "LeButo, all you ever do is talk about black people, this and that. But what about slavery?" And I say, "Sir, you never lived in slavery. Your grandparents didn't live in slavery. Your great grandparents didn't live in slavery. Get off that, because you wouldn't
Actually, my
have your."
great grandmother, my great grandmother actually did live around that time.
I'm not saying your great grandmother. I'm talking about people who called in general on my channel. And what I'm saying is
Oh,
that you wouldn't have your rims, your rap music if you were in Africa. So what I'm saying is that black people make so much excuses in this country, and this is the greatest country on the planet. You get free education, you get free libraries, you get almost everything that is handed to you. It's just we really mess it up because we're ignorant. And I don't think it has anything to do with slavery. I think black people in this country in large are ignorant. And I
all
have a
right.
theory. Go ahead.
Let me say, you say, okay, they go out, they get money, and they buy the little necklace around their necks, right? They get the little blings out. Those are called chains. Same thing they called them in slavery when they were made of steel around your neck. You go out, we're still slaves.
I don't see that correlation with
Everybody
slavery.
is
They're
still
called
slave.
necklaces. Necklaces.
No, they're called necklaces for women, sir. You don't wear necklaces.
I know when I go into the jewelry store, it says a necklace. It doesn't say chain. It doesn't say diamond
Don't you
chain. It
like
says
my
diamond
chain,
necklace.
man?
So
Oh, that
men,
is you.
oh, that's Hugs.
He
Yeah.
hiding under a damn
You
bag.
always, you always got some type of troll. Hey, YouTube boyfriend.
What's up? What's up, man?
Chime in, Huggy, about what you've heard so
Oh
far.
my God,
I don't know. I didn't want to
I'm
interrupt.
up here with three.
I was enjoying. I was enjoying the exchange. I didn't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yes,
I'm up here.
you are in the land of men. We hope you are uncomfortable, and it's our job and mission to make you squirm, man. We're gonna be respectful, but we're gonna make you squirm.
I'm going to represent us. I'm gonna try, but I don't have that long because I have at 11 o'clock. I have to. I'm got to get a tutor. I have a big paper
Okay,
to
well, I
write
definitely don't want to get in
for
the middle of this,
psych
but
class. So
I want to get in the middle.
11. So I'm gonna have to get off at about 10:50 and get prepared so I can write. Have get an A on this paper. I got a B, but
What's your
I got a
paper
chance
on?
to.
Making excuses for niggas?
You know what? Stop. But the truth, my paper. The crazy thing is, my paper is on why black people should go to HBCUs.
Oh God,
We're interested. Kev is a product of a HBCU. Shoot, what you
sir,
Oh
got?
I am not a
Lord.
product of an HBCU. I would never step foot on one of those black ass
Oh,
campuses.
I thought you went to an
Sir,
HBCU.
that's sir. I'm offended. I'm disgusted, and you thought that. Hell no, black ass schools.
Oh my gosh. But that is actually what my paper is on. Why I feel that even as a non-traditional age student such as myself, I feel that a black non-traditional age student would be better off going to a HBCU than a regular school.
Do you go to a HBCU?
No, not right now.
See, I see it. See, there we. That's why we don't listen to women. That they don't believe the shit that they talk about.
That's not true. It's not that I don't believe it. It's the simple fact of the matter is that I never really looked into it. I didn't really think about it until I was like, I want to go back to school. I didn't, and actually until I wrote this paper, I didn't really think about the,
Oh, okay.
and I had to interview. Actually, I had to interview somebody, for my psych class, and I interviewed my best friend because she has two masters. She has one in child psychology, and she has one in addiction and specialist counselor. And she went to all HBCUs, and that was when I was like, let me look at some HBCUs. And I looked it up, and it felt good what I saw. You know, it felt nice. So that's what made me write that paper.
That's what's up. My mom graduated from a HBCU, so they're not bad, but I will say when I go on their campus compared to a university's campus, there's like a stark contrast, like night and day. It's like they don't even care about upgrading the facilities.
Well, they don't have the money for it.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
that's
do. They
exactly.
have they
No, they
have
Nah,
don't.
you
No,
students
he's
enroll
right.
every
money
Kevin,
boy Trey.
year.
Kevin's
You
right.
those are, a lot of those HBCUs are private institutions,
Yes.
whereas
And yeah,
whereas like let's say for example Ohio State. Ohio State has 50,000 students as a public university, so they get money from the students and they get money for the football program, et cetera, et cetera. They just have more money at state colleges or public universities.
Yeah, I know
yeah.
they have more money, but I won't say the black ones don't have it because at one time these universities were big, prominent, thriving, state of the art. They've just let them
Even
go.
so, but even still, you got to look at the population that they teach. The population that they teach are mostly people that don't have money, and that is part of the my research that I had to do. I had to look at that. I had to write my thesis, and then I had to write my supporting arguments, then my contract arguments, then I had to refute that. So yeah, that he's right. They don't have the funding, and that would be a serious issue with someone of an older age going to a HBCU
Did you talk
versus.
about did you talk about the sports? Like one of the reasons why HBCUs don't have a lot of money is because they don't have high level sports programs like Ohio State does. Like for example,
No,
because a lot of
actually
money goes into
I
this
didn't.
athletic department. Yeah.
You said a lot. Because a lot of it goes to the STEMs. When it comes to HBCUs, they the government likes to give them money for STEM programs. And if you look, like 22% of the population or is it 25% of the population that graduate with some type of STEM degree.
So you said they teach people that don't have money. Well, these people graduate and they go out into the world. Are you saying these people don't come back and give to their college?
They do, and that is one of the resources that HBCU have. They have people that go out after graduating and they donate, and that is where a lot of their money come from. Some of the people that do some of the people that donates are like Oprah, Jay Z and Beyonce donate, and I don't think they ever went to college, but they still donate. Um, Wanda Sykes.
Peyton Manning. We got to put the white guy in there. He been going around throwing money at HBCUs all summer.
He a fool,
He have.
wasting his damn money.
You better leave him.
He's a fool, wasting his goddamn. And I think Deion Sanders is a fool for going to Jackson State, wasting his goddamn coaching experience. Who man? What the
That's
fuck
his
was it?
first stop though, so he ain't
But
wasting
you,
it. That's
but
his
think about it.
first.
Think about okay. Well, he coaches at Jackson State. I mean, do you think that all right? He can move up to like an Ohio State afterwards from Jackson State? Hell no.
Yep. If
I
he
can see
takes
I
that
can see
if he
Mississippi State.
takes that program, from shit to sugar, yes, he'll be at a big time school of his choice. Florida State will probably be the next stop on his thing because Mike Norville got about 2, 3 more years on his contract if he don't straighten up.
Okay.
I think he stays in Mississippi. I think he goes to Mississippi State.
I
Or
got a
possibly
question
or
for you,
possibly Ole
Kevin.
Miss.
I got a question for you, Kevin.
Yes. Yes.
Do you think the way Black people act in America today is their fault, or do you think it was just strategically designed?
I think that, and I've done, and that's why I would love for you to come to my channel. In my opinion, and I'm not, and I listen. You could believe whatever you want to believe. I mean, for anybody, I believe that Black people are an inferior race. I believe that one of the reasons why we are the way that we are is because we haven't suffered the way that the European race has suffered. Now, hear me out for a minute. The European race went through what was called the bubonic plague. Are you familiar?
Hmm.
Half the goddamn European population was wiped off the face of the earth because of the bubonic plague. So I think large numbers of dumb whites were just wiped off. So because of that, whites tend to appear like they're more intelligent, but what it really is because a lot of their dummies were erased. Now, in our race, I think we have more dumbasses, we have more idiots in our race. And I think that we need to go through some sort of like genocide and I know it sounds fucked up, but we need to go through some sort of like ethnic cleansing or genocide to remove a large portion of the black race so that intelligent blacks can breed more than dumb blacks. Because in our race, we allow we allow the stupidity to run, right? In the white race, you don't see that shit. The intelligentsia runs it. The goddamn hillbillies don't run the white race. The intelligent classes run those dummies.
Well, and the thing is that in America, who runs America?
Oh, you already know the white man runs America. The elite one
So
percent.
if the 1% are Caucasian and they run America, why wouldn't they make their race look good? Like if our race
Why
ran
wouldn't they
America,
race? Why
That
we
wouldn't
don't
they
wouldn't
make
make
look
that
all
race
the way
of
look
we
their
good?
race look
Their
good
race
though.
looks good off the fact that they developed. They invented cars, spaceships,
they no wait,
skyscrapers, all that shit.
no, let's go back. Let's go back.
Uh
Um,
oh.
they stole that.
Oh, okay. Here we go. They stole it. Okay. If the black man is so superior, how can he allow an inferior group to steal from him?
Just like what?
You
Oh,
It,
what?
the,
here? Well, you got the solo. Go.
Oh, oh, I feel special. It's not that the black people are so inferior that they let the white people steal from them. It's a simple fact of the matter that, like I said, we are here in America. We don't run America. You know, the Caucasians, they came here and set up shop and well, a lot of people don't understand the difference between blacks and whites is that black people, we we're a little aggressive, but black people are more empathetic by nature.
and
That's
that's what makes us
bullshit.
docile.
We savage as
And
fuck.
that's a bad thing. I mean, it
You
could be
said we
it
savage,
is
but
a bad thing when you're up against people that with no empathy.
We're empathetic towards others more than we are ourselves. Would you
No,
say that's a fair
we
assessment?
were programmed to be empathetic,
I don't
more
care
empathetic
how it
towards.
happened. I don't care how it happened. If we were programmed, if we decided to do it on our own, do you think that's a true statement? We are empathetic towards other people more so than ourselves.
when we try, let me cut in real quick. That's why I believe that black people willingly accept Islam or willingly accepted Christianity back in the day because we viewed it as a more superior spirituality than our own. I really believe that shit. I really believe that whites didn't have to like go over in Africa and like with swords and guns conquering us. I really believe that they
No,
went over
they
there with a white.
didn't. I don't
Yeah,
think they went over
I
there
really
with
believe that
swords
the
and
African was so dumb and docile, he just willingly accepted the fact that Jesus Christ was his Lord and Savior, whether over his Orisha gods or whatever other guys in any other African cultural groups.
The Oguns.
Yeah.
well, when I was studying slavery, it was I had came across came across the it's an echo. So if it sounds like I'm talking kind of choppy, it's because I keep hearing myself. So
Oh,
I'm
you
sorry.
fine.
You loud
We
and
don't
clear.
hear it.
I had came across something that said that African slaves cost more than black slaves. And that was crazy to me at the time, because at the time I thought all slaves of color were Africans. So apparently there were already people here that was brown that was put into slavery, and then Africans came and they were of more price. And they also had Irish people, but not to the numbers that Irish like to say, because they feel they have no soul. That's a real thing. People really feel Irish people have no soul, and Caucasians felt the same way back in the day. So it's just really wild the way that so many years it took generations, and it was a strategic plan. It was a strategic plot to put us against y'all, to put the black woman against the black man, because together we are very powerful. But if you separate us and put something in the middle, it takes all of our power away. And that's one thing that really makes me angry when I hear black men talking bad about black women. Y'all don't have to want to be with us, but we're more powerful as a team in my eyes.
Well,
I
ma'am,
don't think
how can you have
Hold
a
on.
t-
I wanna add to what she just said.
Woo,
If that
woo, woo.
existed during the civil rights movement, we wouldn't have black women betraying us.
you said what?
We wouldn't have black women betraying us all these decades to where now it's out of hand, where single motherhood went from 40% even in the 80s to like 75 plus today.
And
Spit them
I told
facts.
you, remember on the other thing I told you what happened, what was that? That women's rights. That's what got to us. We was good.
But remember, the black man didn't do that.
That was women.
It was
Take our
black women.
responsibility.
And like I said, during that time, that wasn't even the 80s, and 40% was in the 80s. It gradually grew to 35% today within a what 30 year time span. That's ridiculous, and it's
That's
gonna get
crazy.
higher.
It is crazy.
Meaning that if you know that to be true for as percentages, if you believe in statistics, then it's the black woman's fault that y'all don't have the black man and woman excuse me, black man and woman and child together, because at one point, even after slavery, it was black man, woman, and child as a
But
family. We
that's
fought
the
together,
problem.
we died
That's
together,
the issue.
we were
A
broke
lot of
together.
black
We
women don't care. A lot of black women don't understand, and they don't care. You know what I'm saying? And that's a problem to me.
And
They say they
as
think
long as you acknowledge that you can't say black men are talking bad about them or we're at fault, because right now a lot of black men through the generations have passed so many times to where now you have black men who are now cheering on the fact that black women run everything, that black women are the superior gender of the race that we have,
They
because
got it.
now they don't fight back. They're too weak
it's
and they don't
not
have any
that
power.
it's
It's
not
bad
that
enough we don't
black
have any
women
power as black people, but as black men, we don't have any power at all.
it's not
And
that
that's what it comes to.
black women run everything. It's just a simple fact that it says behind every good man is a great woman, and it's like,
She ain't
even
got to
I
be
don't know
black.
about other races. I can't speak about other races, but I know with ours, you know what I'm saying? We just work better together. I could say it like that.
Once you say that you don't like how black men talk about black women, we have
I
the
don't like
right to, because we want to put this shit in proper perspective that black women are the fault of what we have. And if black women say, hey, if you want your black man, if you want your family, ask for a family before you have a child, because what's happening is that these children begin eventually become adults, and what happens is those adults those kids become adults. And then those kids become adults. And then you have grandchildren and great grandchildren and great great grandchildren. So what happens is today, the 80s generation is now 40. The 70s generation is now 50. So eventually, after so many years, which is what, 50 plus years now, since that whole movement, it's only going to get worse because kids eventually grow and then those kids have kids.
And we keep having women say we don't like y'all talking about it. Well, if we don't say anything to correct the problem, how's it gonna get fixed? All we gonna get is more. Well, they programmed us to do this, and they programmed us to do
No,
that, and
it's
And I
not.
and I want and I want to say this one little statement, and I'm gonna fag up. Is what she just said is the problem because black men not talking is the problem. Black men not expressing the issues is the problem because what happens is she means well, but there's women who say what she just said and want the power and want us to shut up because they want shit to keep going. They want to be able to control everything. They don't want to fix any goddamn thing. That's
the
the
black
problem.
the black woman is telling us right now, shut up and nigga. That's what y'all telling us.
No,
Say it.
I'm
Say it
telling
again.
y'all. Me personally, I just feel that it's a way. Like it's a lot of our women have strayed. A lot of our men have strayed. Like we have strayed. We're not connected like we really should be. And it's a lot of different things that are at fault. But at the end game, we're playing chess and someone on some we're playing chess on someone else's chessboard. Like we're trying to get somewhere and a lot of us don't even know how to get there.
Just
You
I know
know,
how to
we don't
fix this problem. I can fix this problem within like 5 years. You want to know the answer?
what?
Put women back in the kitchen 2020.
There
That'll
you go with
solve
that sandwich
everything.
shit. There you go. Okay, so if we put and I'm gonna come back. If I'm put back in the kitchen, or if we're put back in the kitchen, do we still have to pay bills, or do
No,
we just take care of you in the house?
No, our natural instinct to be men and protectors and providers will kick in if y'all's natural instinct to be women
let, let
and
me let me
nurture.
let me say this: if it took 50 years to destroy black people, it might take 100 to fix us.
But you know what's so crazy?
Where do
No,
black
it
women
don't.
want
It
to
don't.
start?
You
Where
know
do
what's so
black women
wild?
want to start? Is the question.
No, you know what's so wild and so crazy? If y'all look around, people are really starting to wake up to the BS. And this was wild because I was thinking about this morning when I was looking at my stocks because I'm pressed. I put stocks in almost everything that was coronavirus related. Y'all, they weren't playing with me. So this morning when I was looking at, you know what I'm saying, what was going on with my stocks, I was like, let me look at Instagram. And black people are starting to wake up to self-worth, to each other and all of that, and opening up businesses and everything. And as soon as we got to the point where we started supporting each other, coronavirus came. And I never really thought of it to put the two together until I was watching the Caucasian on Instagram because I follow a lot of the little conspiracy pages. And he said black businesses was on a rise before coronavirus, but I'm not going to be the one to put the two together. And I was like, wow, we did y'all wake up a little bit.
White businesses, small white businesses was on the rise too, and they suffered
So
the
much
same
business
fate.
is always on the right. The thing about it is we can't keep comparing them to comparing us to them all the time if we want to fix us. We gotta compare us
But
today to us
that's what you just
yesterday.
did, though. You said that to point out that black
We
people
were
were
on
thriving, and
we
so
were on a rise.
I'm pointing out that small white businesses were on the rise too, and they suffered because of coronavirus as well. So it's not a plot against black people. Hispanic small businesses have been affected. The Koreans have been affected because they couldn't have all the people in the nail shop like they usually do on a Saturday. So we got to stop this madness thinking that everything is a plot against black people.
So you don't think that there is a plot against black people?
I
Because
think there's
I
a plot
remember
on anybody that's not white. If they hate all non-white people, then it's not just niggas they hate. They hate everybody.
that. Well, you remember the two cities that were black? We had our own everything and were
I don't
burnt to the
believe that.
ground by white.
I don't believe that. I
Get
don't
her.
believe that happened either in history. I think that's some
Black Wall
bullshit.
Street.
I don't believe Black Wall Street happened the way that it's supposedly had happened in
So,
history.
what do you think happened to Black Wall
I
Street?
think I
That
think just
one
like a lot
city
of things.
block.
I think like a lot of things in history, because we weren't there and because we're hearing it now, 80, 90 years from now, it's an exaggerated story. It's more than what it was. And like Money Boy Trey said, it's just a fucking block. And my thing is that just like with slavery, I don't think slavery happened the way that it did. I don't think that millions of Africans were taken from Africa either.
I
Or
don't think
forced.
millions of Africans was taken from Africa
Yeah,
either.
I don't believe that either. I don't, because my thing is, where are the goddamn ships at right now? You know what I'm saying?
It
So
is no
Yeah,
way. Like
it'll
the way
take
that they said
forever to
that they
get
were
across
in
the
there, like
ocean like that.
yeah,
it's
I
no
think
way.
I think a lot of this shit is that white people control the media, they control books, and we read the shit, and basically we believe a lot of the shit that they say. And I think a lot of it is not the fact that there's some sort of conspiracy, it's just that the black man just refuses to rise up.
And let me also add, I think when it came down to trying to inform us and teach us, they even exaggerated certain shit. So it's like black people didn't help trying to teach us the real story about what happened during slavery, what really happened with Black Wall Street.
Hey, I didn't hear about Black Wall Street until I was a fucking adult. My mom, who went to a
Sorry.
HBCU, didn't tell me about it. Didn't hear about it in school. No brothers, no
You want to
cousins,
know something
aunties.
crazy? I didn't hear, and I'm talking fast because I still got the computer up. I didn't hear about Jim Crow until I was an adult. And I have always, it really messed my head up because I'm always into the history. I was always a researcher since I was like maybe 13. No, before that, because before that it was religions. It threw me off. And I was researching religions. Then I started researching the government at what 9/11.
Hey,
And the
Judge,
crazy
when I went to Kent State, I was in a Black Studies program, right?
uh
There was a lot every year at Kent. There's always some. Kent's in a very, Ohio is very rural, right?
yeah.
So it's only, besides Cleveland and Cincinnati and Columbus, it's mostly farmland. So it's very rural. So Kent is in a very rural area, Kent, Ohio,
Hmm.
where Kent State University is. Every year, like a lot of the locals, I think they spray paint the rock just to be funny and shit. They say nigger on the rock, right? So
Uh-huh.
one year I was a leader in the black. I was a leader of the Black Student Union, which is one of the best in America, right, or the most well known. We were going to sabotage our own building just to get media exposure. You heard what I said? We plotted. We were gonna plot to sabotage our own building, but you know what? At the last minute, we said, "Nah, this is too fucked up." I think a lot of shit like that happens in the black community too, and I think it happens throughout history.
Yep.
I don't think, like I said, white people for here. When I was a kid growing up, right, when we were taught about civil rights and all that bullshit, I said, "Mom or Dad, how are white people doing all this shit when they were supposedly segregated? Like there was a likelihood that white people never even seen black people back then, especially, right?" And then
Mhm.
the older I got, the more I realized like a lot of this shit between black and white people is shit that we make up in our head. A lot of that shit don't even really happen. Listen, when I'm walking down a dark alley at night, just, and I don't know why I would be, I'm not worried about no white people walking behind me. I'm worried about some niggas.
For real.
So I don't
You
think
don't
you know,
worry.
because
You don't worry about the
As,
police.
as,
hell no.
as messed up as
Just,
it may
just,
sound,
I don't worry about the police because I've never had a problem with white police officers. They've been more professional. They've been more appropriate. And the thing is,
What's going on, Blake?
the black police officers that have pulled me over have been rude, nasty, and I had a black guy put a gun out on me one time while I was sleeping in my car, waiting for my fraternity brother to come home.
I've never had a problem with a white cop or a black cop, but it still lingers in my head. I'm still scared for my husband and my son.
But there's no
You
I,
reason
know,
to. There's no
there,
likelihood.
I've
there
been
is.
That's
harassed by
It's
and
a,
police.
again,
it's a
that's what he
fog of
said.
fear.
That's something you make up in your
Something you
head.
make up in
You're
your own head.
scared for them. They're not even scared for themselves.
As long as they
No,
abide by
that's
the law and they don't act a fool, they won't get fucking assaulted or shot by the cops. Of course not.
Take it from me because I've been harassed by the black and the white and the Asian cop. An Asian cop, call me all type of bitches and you
cause
know.
you huggy. You get on
Uh,
for some reason
no,
you
hold
get
on,
on
hold on,
everybody's
See, it's
nerve.
always
hold
our
on.
fault.
Hold on. What I'm saying is I'm a taxpayer citizen. I don't have a criminal record. I know how to act. I know how to conduct myself when I talk. I know how to be mannerable. I'm not ignorant when they pull me over. If I'm in the wrong or the right, I still act right. Like, yo, what did I do? Do I speed? How fast was I going? Okay, my license, registration. I already know not to reach for shit. As a matter of fact, I've developed this thing 10 years ago where if I get pulled over, I already got my wallet out. I don't give a fuck if I got to reach in my pocket before I even get to the parking spot where they got me.
Hold
I
on
have
for a
my
second, y'all. Hold on.
yeah.
Yeah, that woman was crazy. She should be in the kitchen cooking breakfast right now. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck she was talking about. I'm
But
just
yeah, I
playing,
had
Jess.
I don't know if she can hear me, but I had my wallet out, so I don't gotta reach for shit. And I still get harassed, but you know what? Like look, like you just said, I still gotta worry about niggas. And I've been shot at by niggas. You know what I'm
Damn.
saying? I done had to fight with niggas. I done had all type of crazy shit happen to me. You know, I done been harassed, I done been fucked with. I done got to the point where if you've been around us enough, you know that typically if you're doing good, somebody's gonna plot against you. I don't give a fuck how small, how big you doing good. You know, you could be in the fucking a small little neighborhood, a small apartment or whatever. You can have just like anything. You can have like a bullshit car, but if you have a nice radio, a nigga might bust your window and take your shit if you don't
I
take
did
the
a
face off of it. It happens.
I did a live stream last week about if you become successful, move away from niggas. Money Boy Trey, you were in that live stream. You
Yep.
saw that one. Yeah, niggas will rob you. Niggas will rob and kill you if you think you got $20 more than you do. It's
For
best to
real.
get a, and I really believe a lot of it comes from Africa. I think that in Africa we had too many goddamn tribes, too many different languages, and we never were a unified race. And I think that spilled over into America now. Hmm.
For real.
I think it's amazing how, like, we're in Memphis. Huggy, did you grow up in Memphis, Huggy?
No, born and raised.
Yeah, we grew up in Memphis. Now, she said she didn't hear about GM Crow. Now, just because we lived in Memphis, we had to hear about that because the Lorraine Motel, the I Am a Man March, all of that shit. So we got historical civil rights shit. So we knew about that, but we didn't know anything about Black Wall Street. That's amazing.
She know about B more. It's not that far in the east. It's still technically south.
Yeah, she said. But
You
did they
want to be
have Jim
technical?
Crow? Did they have Jim Crow up there though?
No, I'm pretty sure they didn't. But even though they're close enough to know the history, at least I'm sure.
It's just amazing how information isn't passed on though, just depending on where we were.
And I
Eh,
also want to say this because I grew up and the things that people were learning that we're learning today, we weren't able to have that type of knowledge. Like we didn't have African bookstores, we didn't have bookstores or whatever. We didn't have that type of information about the 5% nation and
Nigga, we didn't have
Islam.
the internet. That shit was out. We just didn't have like. That's what I'm saying. The information was like the shit was like literally separated. 5% has been up in New York since for forever, and we had no idea
Right.
about this
We
shit
had
down
no
here.
idea what that shit was. And the only thing I would get from it, it would have to be from rap. I first time I ever heard anything about 120 lessons was Wu Tang Clan. I've never heard that shit anywhere else when I was growing up, but rap. I used to hear from Rakim and and Allah and God Body and what's the science and that was and rap used to be a thing where you would learn from it. It used to be educational. And rap today is educational. Mainstream is corrupted because of, everybody's oversaturating the market and labels are not trying to promote anybody who sound like KRS, who sound like Public Enemy, who sound like, the Wu Tang Clan, things of that nature. So if you're not talking about the bullshit that we want to promote, you're not getting no contract. We're not giving you no record deal. We're not putting you on no radio. We're not promoting you through YouTube or whatever streaming services we get. That's why people like uh Cardi B and Megan is bigger than Rhapsody, bigger than Sarah, bigger than Nitty Scott. Bigger than these female, right? Jean Grey. I saw Jean Grey come into an era where
From the
Nicki
X
came
Men,
out of Huh?
from
Well,
the X
yeah.
Men.
Well, yeah, that's a character that she got from X-Men, but she's a rapper from New York. But I saw her literally in the early 2000 era, and then Nikki just came out of nowhere, like pushed out the way, and got all this fucking clout, all this damn attention, all these record sales, these awards and year after year after year to the point where Jean Grey is 40 now, 40 something to be exact. But then I saw Rhapsody coming to the era where Nicki was about to fade away, and then here come Cardi, here come Megan. Remy gets out of jail, here she go. You know what I'm saying? So the two rappers of female gender, which I'll be honest with you, if more women listen to people of from an educational standpoint, you'll have black women thinking different. But everybody thinking that being a whore, especially in the black culture, is positivity, is uplifting. You know, like black women should reject the idea of Cardi B being any type of fucking leader or quote unquote spokesperson for black people in politics. You know what I'm saying? That you was able to speak to the fucking president or the running mate for the Democratic Party. Like that, like black people thought that was fucking powerful. That's how fucking weak minded we are. We that weak minded that we look at
And,
that and we think that's an achievement. We think that Kamala is black. We're still saying that shit. That shit is stupid. We're still saying that woman's black. This shit is sad. Like, hey, we don't want to call that out because if we call that out, well, you know, black men can't do that.
hey,
Go
white
figure.
man. Hey, white man on the panel. What say you about what you've been hearing?
Well, uh, what you
First of
guys were just
all,
talking
wait,
about.
wait, before you start, first of all, I just want to say everything is the white man's fault. It's your fault. You're evil. You're the devil. And yes, it's your fault. Go ahead.
Yakub,
That's
Delta
fine. I
Yakub.
accept all the responsibility. I'm all powerful. Um,
That we forgive you now. That's all we wanted was for
Delta
you to
Yakub.
admit it.
yeah. Um, well, I don't. When I get on these panels and stuff like that, or I hear these conversations, it's always a relationship between black people and everybody else. And the thing that I want to, kind of get across to you guys is the things that you see in your own communities happens everywhere. Like, you were just talking about the music. I'm not sure why it matters or why we have to concentrate on is Kamala black or not. It doesn't fucking matter. I mean, she's a bad actor. She slept her way to the top. She's been part of the deep state. She lies and she passes laws and policy that is anti-human. It's anti-American. So does it matter if she's black or not? It seems that we're always concentrating on the wrong thing. You know, um, but even with the music, like what you guys are talking about now, rap, for the majority, I would say is probably a negative in the fact that it concentrates on sexualization or emotionality, in the moment, like drugs, greed, and in the pursuit of money and power, and gangs and stuff like that. Now, I won't say that there's a common reflection in what you would consider to be white music, but the degradation of the music has happened all the same. When you talk about like Miley Cyrus and even country music is nothing compared to what it used to be. The trend goes the same way with rap and the black community and crime and broken homes and all these kinds of things. The trend is the same way for all Americans. Black people are not special in this regard. And I think the key and the linchpin of this whole thing is our dependence upon government. We as a population, the whole country has become more and more dependent on government and let our relationships with family, friends, community, civil engagement, these kinds of things, we let that go. And that's why people are unhappy. That's why people, um, well, I mean, it's a much bigger conversation, but
I am so glad that you topped on the whole concept of rap, right? When I was on my panel the other day, a big supporter of mine, he asked me, do I listen to classical music? And I had told him yes, and he was actually surprised, but he was obviously surprised because I'm black. I too have always thought that rap music was negative and is used as a tool to help in the destruction of the black race. Of course, you have legendary rap songs and rap artists, but for the most part, it is a tool that's used. And the young woman just was saying that there's a big conspiracy to destroy the black race, but I disagree with that. Black people started rap. Black people started rap, wanted rap to be mainstream, and got what they wanted. Now, not only is it mainstream, it's in NBA culture, it's in culture. I mean, it's all over. I can't go to a goddamn fucking anywhere and not have a backtrack of rap playing in some store or some shit now. But yeah, it's everything you're saying is true, Blake.
Well, rap
Even
feeds
in hell
into
of a
emotionality the same way that sex and drugs do. They're
Absolutely.
distractions. They back your feeling in the moment, right? If you're angry or upset about something, or you're frustrated and want to get some, well, you can go down and you can visit a prostitute, or you can get some drugs, or you can get into the bottle, or you can listen to rap music. These things kind of, and it's not just rap music. I don't want to limit it to just that, but these things enhance and perpetuate our most I hate to use the word toxic, it's so overused, but our most toxic activities as human beings. That, like I say, you've got a problem in front of you and you don't want to deal with it, so you go listen to some pissed off mumble rap, or you go do some drugs, or you go bang the girl next door that's married. I mean,
I figured out the white man's plot and the correlation between white music and how they're trying to keep us down. Remember, they said we used to beat the drums and we used to send information through it.
Oh god.
Rap music has drums in every damn track. I think the white man figured out the codes and they distorted it and they put it in these beat packs and they gave it to black people. And that's why black women, when they're in a five-star restaurant and they hear a drum, they have to get up and start shaking their ass. I think I'm
Yeah,
on to
I
something,
think.
guys.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're trolling right now, Money Boy Trey, but I actually wrote a paper on this in college. One of my majors was African Studies, and I wrote a paper on the fact that drumming, well, we're taught as black kids, especially in African studies programs, that drumming it was some sort of advanced communication tool for Africans. I wrote a paper in total disagreement. I said that drums are very primitive aspect of music, and it goes into your primitive subconscious, and that's why black people are more adapt to drums. I think it's a very primitive form of music.
drums are a reflection of a heartbeat.
Well,
It's
I
it's
mean,
it's not
if
a
you think
black thing. It's a
if
human
you think
thing.
about it, if you think about a heartbeat, think about the fact that a heartbeat is very natural. It
Right.
represents the primordial state of a human, right? So what I'm saying is that it could be that drumming is a very primitive aspect of music, and black people are more susceptible to that because black people tend to be more primitive. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, these are just my thoughts and opinions. I don't know.
But it's like pacing and leading. I don't know if you guys listen to Scott Adams, but like on a battlefield, for instance, all the way back. God knows when this started, but if you beat drums for the march of an army, and you slowly increase the rate at which you're drumming, their heart rate's going to go up, their adrenaline's going to go up. It's anticipatory. Something's coming as the rate increases. So then you start charging down the hill a little bit faster, and then it builds to like a crescendo where
Blake,
your brain turns off, and now all of a sudden you're in the moment. It,
Blake,
it, it,
you strengthening my this is the white man's plot. Y'all intercepted our message, right? You're strengthening that.
it may not be the white man's plot. It's just the power elites. Let's just call them that.
I want to speak on what he said about why Kamala being black is important. That because what we know, because I understand what he said about the deep state, how she slept her way to the top and she's just an actress. We know that, so I'm agreeing with you on that. But if you tell people that, the number one thing that is always going to matter to most black people is that she's black, and they
She's
believe
black.
that. So they don't care about what we say, what we know about her, or who she is, or what the fact that she had to get on a radio station to say that she listened to Tupac in college and that's who was her favorite artist, and Pac didn't even exist in rap when she was in college, and nobody questioned it. That's how I think the idea of just putting this label on her or certain things that she says, she has more you know she has more way of moving these people to believe in anything she says. And that's the part about her being black. If she was just a white woman, they probably would call her out. Like
Could
they
that
didn't
be
do, but they
because?
didn't do it to Hillary Clinton either, because with the hot sauce in the purse, that shit was silly.
But
And
could
nobody
that be
called her out either.
because we have primitive thinking?
Yep.
That could be, has to be,
This
not could be, has to be.
Well, the common denominator between those two is they're both women. We as a society, and particularly as men,
I love
don't
this
like to
guy.
hold women responsible or accountable for anything that they do or say. So, I mean, there is that, but I don't have to own or speak on whether I, as a white man, own George Bush or not. He's a miserable son of a bitch as a human being, regardless of his race um, or his gender. So is Hillary Clinton. Um,
Right,
I don't have to speak on that, and you guys don't have to speak on whether Kamala is black or not. And you own anything that she does. Who gives a shit? She's a miserable person.
right,
Don't
right,
even address it. Don't play the game. It doesn't even need
exactly.
to be spoke on.
Right. So, cause I tested that. What you just said, I tested that. Like, yo, uh, I'll say everything about Kamala without even mentioning race, and their reply or their defense is she's black. How can you talk about? And that pretty much let me know who I'm dealing with. I'll walk away from the discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Tell them
mean,
because the most important thing is she's a horrible influence on our country as a human being, and it has nothing to do with female or her race. It's the
100%.
hierarchy of priorities here is she's a terrible influence. That's it. That's all that needs to be said.
hey, unfortunately, it's not that simple in the black community, Blake. Because again, black people voted for Barack Obama simply because he was
He
black.
was
They didn't
black.
they didn't know who this guy was before he popped up on the presidential trail, and they voted for him because he was black.
Yeah, I mean, people have a tendency to want to be tribal, and it doesn't really matter what the label, whether it's religion or race or gender or class or whatever it may be. We have a tendency to coagulate around identities, and the black community is not special in that regard. That we're all susceptible to it. I would suppose that our best bet is to coagulate around the idea of an American identity in the sense that we have ideas and we have principles and we have values and we have law that's supposed to reflect morality and sustainability, and that's probably like I say, the best bet of our success as a country and even a species.
So let me ask you, as a white man, do you go around trying to glorify or imitate the worst part of the white community?
Well, again, I don't see things that are specific to one individual race, but no, things that are unsustainable, such as you know um, broken families or drugs or criminality, and not even because criminality is against the law, because it's unsustainable as a human way of living. No, I absolutely don't engage or reflect in those kinds of things.
Yeah,
Not because
do
not
you
because it's
go
predominant or because it's a minority view, just because it can't be a tenable situation for me.
so you don't go around trying to go to the trailer park and get the chick with 3 kids and 2 baby daddies, and you don't try to sag your pants, and you don't try to put you don't try to put your truck up on big ass shocks, and you don't try to do any of that stuff.
No, no, it's all wasteful on several different levels. Yeah, including the truck up on big shocks, because that's absolutely retarded and it's a waste of money and it has no practical value either. But yeah, I learned a long time ago that messing around with women that have kids is not a good idea for me, my daughter, my family, my health, my mental well-being, my finances, none of those things. If the golden unicorn happens to show up on my doorstep one day, or I see her at the supermarket, great. But we all know that unicorns don't exist, so I'm not going to look for one.
I like this guy. He said to go and use that. That was dope. I'm gonna use that.
I said the other day, all I want in a woman, I said, my requirements are so low, yet I can't find them. I said, all I want in a woman for me to be serious with her is to be able to hold a conversation for 5 to 10 minutes without her saying something stupid. That's how basic my requirements are for a long term. If you can talk to me for 10 minutes and not say anything stupid, baby, I'm in love. But you can't find that shit.
What was y'all talking about when I was gone? I had to be in my tutor
Women,
session.
let
I
the
bet
chaos
y'all
Women.
was.
begin.
Soon as I turned, hold on, is that you,
No, I would
No.
not let a Hebrew on this panel.
Hey, you don't know I'm not Hebrew.
Hebrew? Oh,
You're
White skin
the
be damned.
you're the token white on the panel, so it doesn't matter if
you
you're Hebrew.
said
You're probably
white on the
Jewish.
panel talking about black women?
He
That's
said
what we
he's
doing
not
now?
Jewish. No, we literally
Actually, he did not talk about black people at all. He talked about Americans. And then I asked him about did he visit the trailer park and try to holler at the chick with three baby
Oh my
mamas and
gosh. Oh,
no, so we're real. We're men. We're real. We talk about real things.
you know what's crazy? I was in my 20s or maybe in my late 20s when I seen my first trailer park. It was like something out of a movie. I was like, oh my God, they're really real.
like 8 Mile. Was
Sis,
that
it's
the
the real
movie?
talk. Don't come with me with that. No,
I'm
don't
just
do
saying,
that.
was that the movie? Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
No,
Is that,
she
are you
talking to
talking to me?
somebody in the background.
I don't understand. Yeah, I do. I gotta go get my client. Do me a favor. You gotta go to her. I
Hit
gotta be
mute,
there for
woman.
her 12:30. I'm sorry.
No, it's your first
Soak the
visitor.
chicken. Soak the chicken. I know. Clean it for me.
Soak the chicken. You been cleaning this soap?
The
Yeah.
I want to tell you guys that I worked for the census for about 2.5 months, and I went to every kind of house that there possibly was. And I want to say that the things that you guys see as bad about, like, ghetto and housing complexes, urban housing complexes, is the same as what you see in trailer parks.
Yeah,
It's the
dude,
same concept.
Yeah.
It's
you talking
it's
to
the
three
same.
actual black men up here. We ain't niggas. We know what the hell goes on. We're not naive. We know that. That's why I asked you, do you go to the trailer park? Because I mean, we act
Hell no.
like all we can do is just go to the hood shit and glorify the worst part of our community. Whereas you like, fuck that. I ain't got hell no. I'm not doing that. I ain't
For
trying. You
real.
said you ain't trying to put the rims on your car because you said that shit's wasteful. You ain't trying to have gold chains, even though you could. Jewelry is a universal thing. You ain't trying to get the diamond rings and all of that shit.
And we called them chains. They're not called chains. They're called necklaces.
I
And then
said that.
necklaces and pendants. You said it was a female thing. I said nope. That's what they're called. Necklaces and pendants.
I
they
know
not called
this.
necklaces. They called
You,
chains. And my bad, you guys. I be
We
multitasking.
we called
School,
them chains.
I
school,
said
work, and the house.
go to
You
your
do
nearest
know we
jeweler and
called them
see if it's
chains,
a
right?
chain
They call
or
them
necklace.
chains. I ain't
We
know.
called them
I ain't know
chains. It
y'all
was
called them
we
necklaces.
called
I did.
we called
Niggas call them chains.
necklaces a
Niggas
chain.
call them chains. The world
Yes, it
calls
was
them
slang. It was
necklaces.
slang for necklaces. We called them chains.
Give me real water. Go ahead.
My chain, my chain. Don't you like my chain, man?
And you know what that guy was? He
That
was a
reminded me of that
he was a nigga.
Oh, he's
Southern gang.
still a nigga smoking on Pookie Low. That's him.
Hey, Gucci
That
man
dude.
is Gucci man. I need this nigga. I need fashion advice from this nigga.
I know. That was hilarious.
He's out in his wife. His wife got the fashion in life.
I don't know who DLB is, but I think it's I can only have six up. Snoop Dogg,
Man,
what's going on?
what's going on, old ass voice ass nigga? What you
Question,
doing, man?
sir.
What's up,
Could you beat white supremacy 1-on-1?
man? Could you do what? Hey, this nigga boy Trey funny as fuck. I remember he was like, man, you can't even beat your meat 1-on-1. Like, damn. Well, what's up, man? You What the said topic is? you What asked up, him Kevin? could he what's up, bro? You asked him could he beat white supremacy?
1-on-1.
Well, sir, here goes the thing, man, and this is what I try to tell people. If it wasn't for white supremacy, I hate to say it, the masses
Uh-oh.
of
Shit.
non-white people on the
Uh,
planet will be living like they were 1,000 years ago, primitive. I hate to
why?
say it.
Why?
Be, why? Look at white culture. Look what they've done. They put goddamn probes into space. These motherfuckers are advanced, and it's
So
because.
hold on.
Go ahead.
You said
You
space?
think Caucasians only? You think the United States Caucasians the only people that got stuff in
No,
space?
the European by nature, because of events that occurred in his history, have led him to become a more advanced race than other races on the planet. The Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, these empires dealt with all types of advanced technologies thousands of years ago. Hell, they were building goddamn coliseums 5,000 years ago. These people are advanced. I'm telling you. And what I'm saying is that is a people, we say white supremacy this, white supremacy this. I'm like, no, we need to look at that shit, study it, and try to not only build upon our own culture like that, but steal
Yeah.
their information and use it for our own goddamn advantage. So you
What
go,
about the Aztecs and the Mayans?
man, that made up shit. Come on, they
All
were so
them
primitive.
niggas.
Why are they?
Hey,
Why don't they exist right now to
All
this
them
day? If they were so
niggas.
primitive, if they were so
let me.
advanced.
I'm going to back up the woman on the panel here, and I want to cue you guys into a
Uh-oh.
channel that I
Here's the white guy helping the black woman out. That's supremacy.
Well, just somebody do.
well,
Shoot.
well,
There you go.
here goes. So I want all you guys. This is actually interesting shit, whether you buy into it or not. But um, they know where the city of Atlantis is. There were monoliths, huge structures, 10,000, 13,000 years ago, and they were all over the world. And it wasn't just in Caucasoid areas. Let's just say. Um, what you guys are talking about is kind of a degradation, not just to black people, but other cultures as well. The Orient, the Chinese, the Japanese, they were well far advanced, well beyond white civilizations. Let's just say the Romans, for instance.
He's
They
using
had
white
the,
technology. Okay, everybody, just pay attention. He's using
they had
white
they had
technology.
the compass.
He's
They had
trying
the
to
compass
downgrade his
almost a
own people to
thousand
make us feel
years.
good.
They had the compass almost 1,000 years before it was brought into the West. They had gunpowder, and I also want to say this: technology is not necessarily a good thing.
Okay, well, how about this? Hang up your phone and tear up your phone and throw it in
Yeah,
the
that's what
garbage
I was
can.
thinking. Like,
It's not a
shit,
good
get
thing.
rid of your motherfucking electricity in
Well,
your house, motherfucker.
Actually, I was watching something yesterday that said the same thing about the smarter the technology, the dumber the people got.
Okay,
Nah,
Just
it's
whoa,
just
whoa, whoa. How about this, Jen? Just how don't okay? Why don't you be real smart and throw your iPhone
I don't
into
have
the
an
toilet?
iPhone.
yeah,
I
for
got
real.
Android.
Okay, okay. Throw
Nah,
your
but here's the
Android into the
thing.
toilet too. The toilet that's also a technological advancement.
Yeah, for real. Like, I
Full
mean,
of shit.
it's like niggas was already dumb before they got the smartphone. You feel me? Like, that's really what it is. It ain't exactly the technology making people dumb. It's niggas is dumb already. You know, it's like some motherfucker. It's just like Dave Chappelle said, man. They should have never gave y'all niggas internet, man. Cause some of these niggas
what we're
don't know what
doing
to
with
do
the
and not
technology
do.
right now is actually a good thing, but most people just pop on Instagram or Facebook and get pissed off, and they don't actually use it for communication or talking. I mean, technology could be a good thing if used properly, if used to advance our culture and our society and our race. But generally, we use it as a distraction, an outlet
Yeah, pretty
for.
much.
I mean, to say to her, well, throw your phone away. Well, then you're not actually living in the world that exists. You can't really expect her to answer that question. We used to live without technology, and our communities and our relationships were centralized. They were
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
concentrated.
so you
I
live
feel
back?
you, bro.
So you live back then?
No, did you?
How would you no? But how would you know? How would you know like that was a convenient time back then for those people, for blacks, whites, everybody back then?
Well, how can you say that now is better if you didn't live back then?
Sir, would you rather live? Hold on for a second. Let's keep it real, sir. If you had a time machine and somebody said, "Would you want to live now or in the year 1700 in Europe?" What would you say? Let's keep it real.
You're asking a Caucasian.
Let's keep it real. Let's keep it. You listen,
Any
Like,
time period for him was
listen.
great.
White man,
is
you don't have to
that
listen.
really a fair question?
Listen, white man, you don't have to bullshit with me. I'm not a nigga, so I already know you're full of shit right now. You know, goddamn well, you would rather live right now in this day and age than 500 years ago in ancient Europe or ancient Africa. Let's cut the bullshit. Let's cut the
What, what,
bullshit. No mass production of food. No mass
what's what,
production of livestock. No mass. Come on, let's cut.
You can
Stop.
die from the flu.
You
what's
could die
better
from
now?
wild animals. Get out of here. Stop. Out of here.
What's better now?
What's better now? The fact
Well,
that you can use your phone right now. If it ain't better,
Yeah, you
talk
connect
to
with
us. Talk
people
to us
all
with
over
some
the world.
drums.
Well, back then you might have had, let's say, 10 books on your shelf, right? And they might have been philosophy. They might have been your particular religious or your chosen religious text. You had stories that were passed on from family to family, fairy tales, these kinds of things. And you talked about and read these things over the fire after you got done working in your own field to produce your own food for the people that you loved and were your family.
And a neighboring village or a neighboring empire could come in and rape and pillage instantly. That doesn't happen in America, sir, and you know
yes,
Do
it
you
that.
think?
does.
Do you think?
Yes,
Do
it
you think
does.
that on a day-to-day basis?
There's been no group of people that have come to this country just and have raped and pillaged you. Just stop it. America has
Do you
never been invaded inland. Now, come on, now let's stop. Let's cut the bullshit,
do you think that we
So,
aren't being raped and pillaged every day by our own government?
sir. Who's raping and pillaging you now? Is Donald Trump raping and pillaging you now, sir? Is he actually putting his penis in? What are you talking about? Come on, sir. I'm not a nigger on the
The
street.
IRS, FICA, Social Security,
Sir, if it wasn't for the
Medicare,
IRS,
Medicaid,
sir, you have to pay
child
taxes.
support.
I don't have any kids, so I don't have to worry about child support. Don't have kids out of wedlock. Don't have kids with a woman who's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Money Poor Dre, you should have heard that advice back in like '99 or
I
whenever
got
you
I
started
got
having
What
one
kids.
kid. I got
What
one
would you
kid. If
say
I
is the
had
most
four, I'd have blew
important?
my brains out.
Hold on for a second. Hold on.
What would you
What's
say
up,
is the
Blake?
most important thing for the contentment and the happiness of a human being?
I guess eating every day. Shit, I don't know.
No, I can answer this.
Smoking weed.
What you need for
Shit.
contentment and happiness every day? Well, first of all, having your shit together. You know what I'm saying? Living your purpose. You know what I mean? That's how you have happiness and contentment. You know what I'm
So
saying?
in the year 1700, let's say,
Okay.
everything was within your control in your immediate environment area.
How will we know that? We didn't live 300 years ago.
We can exercise empathy. We can look at history
Bro, I
books.
can't
We can
believe y'all
talk
niggas
about
are
it.
really arguing about some shit that
It's
happened
not arguing.
500
It's
years.
just
No, I feel you, bro.
that's why
Yeah,
I'm just listening.
yeah, y'all make it like I mean, I feel you, Blake, but I mean, now is
Everything we
better,
have,
bro.
the influences and the control within our environment are completely out of our control. We can't control politicians. We don't know about the tax code. They're going to make us take a virus. They're going to make us all take a virus here in 4 months or something that we don't even know exists. We probably don't want. We don't need, and we're going to pay for it, whether we take it or not. And if we don't take it, we're going to be ostracized from community. Uh, we might be taken out of the financial markets. I mean, you talk about raping and pillaging. This is control
Well,
of rape and pillaging of
I
the
don't want
highest
to
order,
be
and you don't even believe that it
I
exists.
don't want to be the wet blanket, but I got stock and all that shit. So y'all gonna pay for it. I'm gonna get paid from it.
Sweetheart, you're not the only one who trades stocks. I do stock
I don't
options. I do
care.
stock
That's
options.
good. Get stock auctions and all of that
Yeah,
coronavirus
I
shit
got
because
stock
it's about to
options.
go up.
Blake, I think that
Participate.
you're using Blake. No offense, sir. I think you're using white technology. The thing is that goddamn well
Oh,
you know goddamn well this.
hold on, what is
Hold on.
white technology?
It's,
Help
it's
me.
it's it's what Blake is doing. He's trying to basically say, listen, you black guys, there's nothing wrong with deciding now. Ancient Africa was great. Back then was great. Now was just the worst time
Yeah.
ever. Blake probably lives in a 15-bedroom mansion. He probably has a Ferrari. He's talking shit. Let's keep it real, Blake. Let's keep it real,
Black
Blake.
people
Stop the
talking.
bullshit.
I would love to
Blake
have
is the
you
kind
guys
of guy
all
who has
back.
$10 million in the bank account. He tells black people money isn't everything.
I want to know what you doing that 15 bedroom. That's some incredible shit.
I can
Everything you just said is way
they
off
do
base.
that.
But
They do be doing that. So yeah, he does. Yeah, he got that
Yeah,
one.
you can make it. Just work hard. And this motherfucker just inherited $6
Yeah, like
million
Aim
dollars.
$6
high.
million
It all goes
trust
lateral.
fund babies telling us
Yeah.
hard work is off.
Blake, Blake, I am sorry that these black people are stereotyping you like that.
Like he did that. He set you up, Blake.
I'm
I
sorry
am,
for them too.
I am sorry that he's actually Puerto Rican. So he has an island. He's a prince.
I'm actually French and German and a little bit of Jewish somewhere way back when, but
How you
I'm
A
a
an
little
little
African.
bit. A little bit.
So
You're
you got
Look
Jewish.
at all
If you
that.
gold.
got a little bit.
Look at all that
Listen, if you got a
supremacy.
little bit, you're Jewish. You know that, right?
that?
That's
So
all that
who's
matters. If you
Jewish?
got a little bit, you are Jewish.
Well, I don't have the nose, so it's not visible, and I certainly don't have the bank account. So
He's lying. He got $10
Yeah,
million in the bank.
bullshit.
you guys got me clocked all wrong, man. You don't know jack shit.
Yeah, he don't
He
have a bank
lying.
account. He has the actual gold. He just got gold bars sitting around.
Hey,
Yeah,
LeButo, man, quit eating all
I
that
gotta get my floor
motherfucking.
replaced because it sunk in so bad. All that gold.
What's up, D? What'd you say?
Is that you eating, nigga?
Oh, my fault. Me chewing gum. Hold on, let me throw it out.
Snoop Dogg,
Dang.
shout out for that epic performance you put
I would
on
say
at
that
the
was me. I
Tyson
had my
fight.
phone on mute. I'm sorry, y'all.
That was a
Oh,
great
I thought I
performance.
was on mute. I'm chewing and shit.
Roy
My bad.
Jones. Man, fuck out of here. Roy Jones looked like he didn't want to do that shit.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad. That whole
Yeah,
fight looked real bad. Yeah.
that
Yo,
fight was fucking horrible.
Snoop Dogg saved the shit out of the whole night.
Blake is the kind of person that'll tell you guys, "Oh, there's nothing wrong, man. I would go live in the Holocaust. I would want to live in a concentration camp." Stop it.
Because
no, it makes a difference.
his
You know what?
Money will
genocide
be
was
You
in
know
the
what?
minimal.
That's
book.
not a bad idea because it really didn't happen the way they said it did.
Yeah,
His
that's what I heard
genocide
too.
would have came out.
So you would
Can,
have survived.
can we stick to like
Well,
one
he doesn't
topic
have
and
the
discuss
nose.
it at
He
length
has a
He
rather
said,
little
than
"No, he
bit.
snipe
didn't."
So he
Blake
might
is
have
a
been able to
sniper,
do
bro.
that.
Just stick to
the
one
white guy?
topic.
My first YouTube beef because the dude video is still up when I was telling him how the concentration camp was the whole Jewish how that shit was not that damn deep and they exaggerated it and that motherfucker went the fuck off. I didn't even know he was fucking mad.
You think you get cursed out for that? Try telling the Irish person that their slavery wasn't as bad as blacks, and see how much you get cursed out.
I've never
Why
argued
would you
with
even
that.
talk to an Irishman about slavery?
We wasn't. That was the point. They like to
That
insert themselves
motherfucker
in
video is
black
still up from
conversation.
5, 6 years ago. This motherfucker went off on me, but my channel's gone, so I don't have no way to show my
Damn,
video
bro.
in full context. Cause
Damn,
cause
bro.
he don't show my whole video. He just look little clips here and there. He probably showed like 2 minutes out of a fucking 15-minute video.
That's how you do it.
Shit, I can't let
Yeah,
nobody else in.
cause that was the trickery about responding to people when you had like little beef, little trickery shit. You couldn't go live for hours and shit. You couldn't have a panel back then. You had to be a man, and either you did some stupid shit or you was intelligent when you did it. And he wasn't intelligent when he responded to me.
Is there other people that want to come in? Trey,
Yeah, but the
I'll
panel
drop.
was.
I can
I'll
drop
get down
down
if you want, if they need to. Is there somebody worth
because
coming up here? I'm
I
being
don't
because
petty.
know
When I
who it
say that.
is.
You don't
I
know
don't
who it
know
is?
who it is. Nerd.
In the back chat, state your name and where you from.
It just say DLB.
I'm
I don't know
watching.
who that is.
DLB.
Is that down low, brother? I don't
We
know.
need a down. We need a down low brother perspective up here. That'd be interesting.
Man, fuck
where's
that.
you probably was probably trying to
Hey,
figure that out too.
listen.
Like,
Like we want to know why you down low. That's the first question we want to ask. Who the fuck is you
Man,
on?
fuck that.
Why?
He can do that shit on his own. You feel me? Like, we don't need to know all
Why are
that
you down
information.
low?
that is none of our business, sir.
I'm being petty. Let me stop because I don't want to be a man. I'll get down though.
Nah, but what was the original topic, bro? We've been kind of going.
They was
Well,
I'm
talking
going
who?
to chat.
about how black women wasn't nothing.
All right, well, look, here's what I want to say about black women. You black, right?
Have you listened to this woman's mouth for the past 10 minutes?
All
Of
right,
course she's
man,
black.
I just
What do
logged
you
in. I
mean?
don't
Have
know
you
shit.
listened to her
No, no,
mouth?
no.
What
But look, but
what
You
look,
hear?
her mouth make?
look. Let me say
If it
this.
was a
Let me
bit of
say.
white
Let me
woman,
ask
you
you.
would have heard a
Huh?
peep from her.
Damn. But look, let me hear.
That's a lie.
Let me say. Let me say this. Let me say this.
You're like, that's a lie.
Let me say this. I am just look. Check this out, man. I want to know. I want to ask you a question, right? Why is
Yes.
it that black women have such a hard time with submitting and shutting the fuck up? You know what I'm saying? Because look, I noticed this with black women, right? So like y'all will submit to everything in y'all's life. Y'all submit to your punk ass boss when he asks you to stay over. You don't want to do that shit. You do it. You know what I'm saying? When when your kids want to go play with other kids or go to fucking basketball practice and shit, you submit to taking his ass to where he need to go or her ass where she need to go. You know what I'm saying? When your friends want you to be DD when y'all want to do girls night out and shit, y'all submit to them. You know what I'm saying? When your man asks you to make some fucking dinner, you want to get an attitude. So why
I don't
is
know.
that?
You're asking the wrong person that, because me
Says
personally,
every
let's
black
say,
woman
Yeah,
when you ask
let's
them a
exactly.
say,
Get the
hold
question.
on,
fuck
let's
on
say,
out of
because let's say, put today, for example. Today, I, going here talking to you guys. While I had y'all on hold, I was doing tutor because I'm also in school. Then I got 2 clients I have to see. Then I'm coming home and making dinner
Answer
before
the
my man can.
question.
So I can't answer that question because I'm not that type. You
Okay.
want me to
The,
answer a question for something that I don't do?
All right.
the premise
Well,
of your
Well, you
question
said
is faulty. You shouldn't have to ask anybody to make dinner. There should be
get it,
clear
white man.
responsibilities, and it should just get done.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's it. Like, say for
But
instance, if my
look,
clients run late and my man doesn't have to work, he'll cook dinner. So but if I get home before him, I'm going to cook dinner despite what I do throughout the day. And I don't go out. I don't go out. My friends don't even ask me no more because they know I'm gonna say no, because I really enjoy being with my family.
okay.
You
So you
know,
sound like
I
you a
don't.
virtuous woman.
I've been there and done that. I'm older. I'm in my late 30s. I've been there and I've done that.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
not.
See, that's what the problem with black women today. I see a lot of black women that be 35 plus, still in the club twerking, acting like it's motherfucking 2005 and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just always out in the club, and then they be all on Instagram acting a motherfucking fool.
Jess, when was the last time you were in a club?
Last
Last
week.
week.
Maybe about 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Oh, it
Stop
was
it.
my friend's
Stop.
birthday. No,
Stop.
I don't like clubs because
Yes.
I'm chunky. It's hot. I'm always sweating, and
You
Man,
someone's
said you're
always gonna
chunky.
judge
You're
me.
chunky. That's
chunky. They
where
don't stop no fat girls from going to the club. What the
I
fuck
don't
you
like it.
mean?
I don't like heat. I don't like a lot of people. I don't like a lot of people. I'm not a
Let me
club
ask you
person.
this:
Only
is your
time I
man
go to a
fat?
club if I
of
am
course he's
in
not
first
Deontay,
class.
of course her man isn't fat. He's probably my fucking height and
Yeah, that's what
probably
I'm
He
thinking.
10.
You say you don't like heat, but your man better not be fat, man.
he wasn't when I first met him.
Okay.
He got I don't know. I was my cooking. He said, but he wasn't. He a little chubby. He got a little belly. He not fat though. He about 6'6", 6'7".
Oh shit.
What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute.
Whoa,
Wait a minute. You
shit.
6'7"?
Shit.
Yeah, I'm
How,
6 feet.
did he ever play
We
Damn.
basketball or
sorry
something?
for everything that we have said
Yeah,
about you,
for
Jess.
real,
Like
man.
we was
Yeah.
just
Did
bullshitting.
he
Yeah, I was
did,
just like I was
did
just
he play
playing.
basketball or something?
No, he used to box.
He
Oh
used to
yeah,
box at six
yeah.
Oh
seven.
yeah, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, this was the Toxic Masculinity Show. We finna
How the hell did you find that big nigga?
Yeah, where'd
I
you
only date. I really like slim, tall dudes.
Mm.
I'm six
uh,
feet. I don't really like little
You're
dudes.
6 feet.
Yes,
Do y'all got
damn.
kids together?
yes.
Jesus, them motherfuckers about to definitely go
Hell yeah, they
either
Our
to
gonna
the
totally
7 year
NFL or the
old,
NBA.
our 7 year old is like 4 feet.
holy
Maybe.
shit.
Yeah.
you're an Amazon.
Yeah.
Nah, but
You're
look,
6 feet
man.
without shoes?
Yes.
Holy God in heaven. Jesus.
So let me ask you this: like, what are your friends like? Are they virtuous women? Or are they still out there hoeing?
They go out. They go
Oh,
out.
So
okay. So,
D's right. He ain't out
yeah.
there hoeing. To be honest.
I mean they go out, but my friends they're different. They do stuff like they go to casinos and they go to other countries, and I
Oh
be
yeah,
wanting to
they
go.
definitely they
They
international
definitely don't.
hoes.
No.
I be wanting to go, but I really like
Cause
I
you
really
got a
like
man, that's
travel.
why.
I mean, and the kids, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like,
exactly. See, you supposed to be at home.
no, I mean I can go out. He never says I can't, but I just don't want to.
Yeah, cause you been there, done that. See, they still out in the club. They still trying to look for somebody.
So
You
when
feel me?
you did go to the club, you were walking into the club about 6'3", 6'4", then with heels on.
Shit.
I didn't really wear heels, and I was always I never really I didn't go to the clubs unless it was VIP. Unless I was able to
Oh,
go into VIP, I didn't go. So
Yeah, her
I
friends
was
were
usually
hoes.
yeah, definitely
nah.
hoes.
They
Definitely
a lot of
hoes.
them new people.
They
So
Did
were
a
the
lot of
hoes.
white
They
times
were
did
hoes.
we would
white
go
man
in. And
program
I
you
would
to want to only go VIP?
Yeah,
no, I would
exactly.
go into VIP because I really didn't like clubs. I would sit at the booth and read a book.
Get the
I
fuck
was
out of
that friend.
here.
I lie to you
Bullshit.
not. I was
Get
really
the
that friend.
fuck out of here.
I was really that friend.
Well,
I was
she
really
may
that
have done
friend.
that. She may have done that for several reasons. Because tall women have to seek out men that are taller than them.
Shout out
Rich
to
women have
tall
to
women.
seek
I
out men
love
that are
y'all
richer than
to
them.
death.
I was
And
really that friend. Like
Tall women are
I didn't really like.
amazing.
But the thing about it is that they used to always get on me because they would go out and I would never want to go, and they would always get on me. And
Yeah,
so it's like I'll only go if I could, if we have a booth. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, "Well, we know what you're going to do. Well, then what's the issue?"
so you was
Tall women
DD
are
all the
fun.
time, huh?
Huh?
You was DD all the time, huh?
You said D? What's D?
Designated driver.
Nah, I ain't say I ain't drink.
Oh, okay. So you back
I
there
said I
getting
was.
drunk on wine, reading a fucking
Yup.
Zane book.
No, Dean Koontz.
Dude, Zane.
Dean Koontz. I didn't
They
watch. I
still make
watched
books.
I read Dean Koontz, and when I was going to the club, the book I was reading was The Coldest Winter Ever. That is a very good book.
It was
What
the
the
winter.
fuck? You in there
It was the
turning up to
cold.
fucking
You ever
It was
read
the cold winter.
Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler?
No, I didn't read that.
That's a great book.
I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna read
Yeah,
that.
I did some research. Did that man really commit suicide and they don't know where his body is? Is
Who,
that
Adolf
true?
Hitler?
Yeah.
No, man, that man's literally he died of natural causes, man.
He died of
No,
natural causes in
no, I'm going by
Argentina.
what they said. They
ah.
said he committed suicide, but they
He
He
can't
died
didn't
of
find his
commit
body.
nothing. That's bull crap. And
he,
on top of that, he had a black girlfriend.
yeah, he died of natural causes in Argentina. Yeah.
wait a
What? He
minute,
had a black
I've never heard the
girlfriend.
black
A
girlfriend
black
theory.
girlfriend. Hitler liked women.
What?
Wait,
And that's
what?
the
How
thing
you
that
know that?
nobody really knew. Hitler liked black women.
What?
So let me
I
ask you
can
Where
this.
in
believe
the
that
hell
Hitler
was
liked
there a
black
black
women because
person anywhere
So
near Germany?
so
he
that's
probably
why
never seen.
Drake get all the pussy. I get it. I see.
You
I
said
get
Adolf
it.
Hitler had a black girlfriend.
Yeah, before
I
he
can see
died.
that
That's a shot at Trey. You know I had to do it,
because
man.
because he had never seen a black person before. That's probably why he liked a black
No,
woman.
there were black people
Shit.
in Nazi. There's a lady on YouTube.
I,
Hi,
I
baby.
I saw the video. Yeah, I saw the video. There were black
There
kids
wasn't.
in Hitler too, by the way.
There were black kids back in Nazi Germany, and they said that
They treated them
they treated them pretty well.
well, yeah, because like they never really seen black people, so it wasn't even common. So
Yeah, they were
they didn't
treated
have
really
civil
well.
rights and Jim Crow
Nope.
over in Germany. So yeah, they
Yep,
did.
they sure didn't. My uncle is actually in Germany right now. He lives in Germany. He said it's better there than here. And he keeps telling us to go. I don't know why I don't.
So why haven't you left? And you know the white man is planning all this doom and gloom for us.
Exactly.
I don't know. It's because I like put my feet in the ground here. My kids are in school, and
Cause you like giving up
AKA
your free will.
AKA she don't believe the shit that she's talking. That's what it
Cause
is.
you
no,
like
I'm
giving
but even
up your free will.
but the thing about it is one world. It's one world order. So it's not one United States order. It's not one German order. It's one world order.
Based on what facts?
Bush said it in his statement,
Um,
and they're all saying it. That's what the new normal is. New
The
normal.
Bushes are known idiots.
Nah, they had a plan for one world. It's gonna roll out slowly.
Martin Luther King had a dream.
He's still having one,
He
obviously.
had a dream
Plans
that he
failed.
plagiarized his speech.
He did.
Plans
Whoa,
failed.
whoa, whoa, whoa! What?
Nope.
yeah,
The Bushes weren't idiots.
Deontay,
They were locked in.
that's a
They
known
played
fact
dumb.
that Martin
I
Luther
mean,
King
I
played.
heard a lot of shit
He
about him,
did.
but not like that.
Yeah, he
Nah,
played.
He had a
Martin Luther
dream.
King was
He
terrible.
plagiarized his damn speech. He didn't make that up.
Nope.
He was Drake and somebody ghost wrote it. Another shot at Trey.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, wait a minute,
Who,
wait. This is the
who
only
cares
way.
if he plagiarized it?
This is the only way I'll believe this statement. Blake, you're the resident white guy. Did he plagiarize the speech?
Ah, what the fuck?
I don't care if he did or not.
Oh man, I need confirmation, Blake. You gotta help me out.
You
He
I
gotta
got
you
need a
this
gotta get
I,
your
covered,
definite
man.
Google
I
yes or
mean,
thing.
no.
he
You
probably
need your
did, but who
Caucasian
gives a shit?
technological skills.
The words
Get
hold
on
weight.
Google.
It doesn't matter.
True that. So why don't Hitler's words hold weight? He said some pretty profound shit.
They do, but we don't look back at it as actually learning anything from it. We just condemn him topically, and nobody investigates it.
We're not allowed to.
Yes, we are.
Can I
I mean,
say something that might get
You know
your
why
channel
we are
struck?
Trey? Because we have free will.
If you
Can I say
code
something that
it,
might get your channel struck?
if you code it,
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, he did have a lot of
Adolf
good.
Hitler was
Speak
one of the
pig,
most
lad, nigga.
amazing figures in history.
Whoa. Calm him down.
What he say?
He said Adolf was one of the most amazing figures in history. But I mean,
Now I
it's
spoke
not
in
a
code because I
lie.
could be talking about Young Dolph.
Get the fuck
But I
out of here.
mean,
Young Dolph is a
he
trash
was the
rapper.
time man. He was the time man of the year for a reason.
Ah, hey,
Did y'all know that he was backed financially by the United States
By a
and the
lot,
House?
by a lot of people. Yes,
a
that's what
lot of
war
people, yes.
does.
UK too, yes, absolutely.
It wasn't just it's the war. That's what wars do, and that was it. They claimed that was at a different time, but it was
Mm.
all the same. But what he did rebuilding that country in that short span of time, the man was it was on point.
He really was, and he was the man of the year actually.
You guys want to learn some interesting shit? Look at
Here we go.
every bad event in history, like when you talk about the Khmer Rouge or Nazi Germany or whatever. Everything that happened right before that, the generation before that, was a huge war. There was the population of uncles, fathers, grandfathers. They were lost, and the population was manipulatable. After that, the men were insecure and without leadership from the previous generation. You had World War One, and Germany was absolutely demolished. The Treaty of Versailles, all that kind of stuff, and Hitler walked in to an emotional population, an insecure population, financially and socially, and he steered them to a bad end. The same way in Cambodia, and all of them really. Every human tragedy happens on the other side of a lack of social cohesion, no identity.
But to be fair, he got jumped. If it had been 1-on-1, I think he could have took everybody. He got jumped.
Well, that's a big conversation. But he definitely concentrated too much on the Jewish thing and building internment camps. They said that he would have done just fine if he would have made them slaves rather than exterminated them, and I completely agree. But
I wonder what his purpose was for exterminating them like that.
Say what?
I wonder what his real purpose in exterminating them like that was. Like,
That was all a lie. He never exterminated the Jews.
No, he didn't.
He probably killed as many
He
people
got rid of the
that
ones that
dies
he
in
should have
typical
gotten rid
war.
of.
He was jealous, man.
He got rid of
Jealous.
he was
he got rid
jealous.
of the ones that he should have gotten rid of.
He
All
was
hail to
jealous,
Adolf.
man.
Oh my
He,
gosh, he did not
Hey,
just say
hey,
that.
sir, you
long
have
live
to say
Adolf.
Hail Hydra.
Yeah, because you'll get a channel strike if you do that.
Hey,
Wait,
I'm
what? Wait,
talking about
what?
Young Dolph. What are y'all talking
They
about?
don't. Well, you have to call him Young Dolph.
Yeah, Young
Them
How
Dolph's real
niggas.
come?
name is
How
Adolf
come?
though.
And the crazy thing is, why is it that nobody ever speaks on the fact that he had no problem with blacks?
Because there were no black people in Germany. He had no
It was
knowledge of
some.
them. But what I'm saying is that if you don't have, like, I'm pretty sure it's
And
Eskimos
hold
in
on,
the.
it was even some
Oh
in
God,
his Nazi thing, in his
sweetheart, sweetheart.
people.
Did a
I'm pretty
little
sure you
in.
asked the question. I'm pretty sure it's Eskimos in America. I've
Oh,
never
you
seen
ain't
one.
still fool.
So the thing is that
They're in Alaska.
if blacks aren't a part of the German population in mass, then they're not even like people to think about.
They're in
Hitler
Canada.
concentrated on the Jews
On the west
because
coast.
they
That's exactly
they
where
had
he
a
is.
community and they were in charge of a lot of the banking and the mercantile
That
businesses
was
in
answering
Germany,
my
and
question. Okay,
he blamed the Jews for his father's financial ruin.
okay, that is the answer to my question.
Kind of like how people are
Don't you
blaming.
even?
I'm about to
I
say
know what you're going to
kind of
say.
like
I
how you got
already know
people
what
are
you're going to say.
blaming the Proud Boys and MAGA for racist.
Oh Lord.
But I'm saying
That's
that,
not too far off, buddy.
because I mean these people are like, well, the racists they got Trump in office, but these same racists like allowed Barack Obama to be president twice. Y'all ain't making no sense. Like
Man, fuck Barack.
when do the
I
racists decide
really
when to be political?
am I the only one on this panel that actually wanted Trump to win?
No, I voted.
No,
Ma'am, I
everybody
voted for
over here
Trump. I
wanted
voted for
Trump to
Trump
win.
twice.
Yeah,
Blake, you
man.
the only one.
I just want my rights, and I got them,
Blake,
so we
you the only
good.
one that
So
didn't
now,
respond.
now,
I
now,
Blake,
don't give a
are
now,
fuck.
you a
now,
Biden
Now,
lover?
Blake is gonna lie. He's gonna say he voted for Biden. Let's hear him. Blake, who did you vote for, sir? Let's hear what you got to say.
Uh-huh.
I, I,
He's
I voted for Ron Paul. No, I'm just kidding. I voted for Trump twice.
okay. Good, good. Now we're talking.
I would have voted for Ron Paul if he'd have ran, but
Right.
Why do we look at black Trump supporters and white Trump supporters differently? I know I do. I
Because
look
here's the
at
thing. Because here's the thing. Like, niggas, we've been taught like our life that Republican Party is evil, is this and that. I remember one time I was trolling my grandmother like years
oh
ago
my God, you troll grandma?
when Obama.
That
Now
sounds
look,
so
Yeah, they all
disgusting.
can get the
Oh,
smoke. But
that's
go ahead, bro.
heartbreaking.
yeah, I remember one time I trolled my grandmother and I was just like, shit, I'm voting for McCain. This election. She went fucking crazy on me. It was just like, don't ever vote Republican. I always vote straight Democrat no matter what. I don't ever want to hear you vote Republican. And I was just like, damn, all right, chill out now. I love my grandmother to death. You feel me? God bless her soul, but she sounded like a motherfucking slave that day. But she didn't know no better. You feel me? She was like, 70-something years old. You know what I'm talking about? But that's why we look at black Trump supporters differently from white Trump supporters, because we look at them as like, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be Democrat, but Democrats don't give a fuck about us either, and they're gonna see come January.
Can I say
Like,
Hey,
something?
like I look
Yeah,
at
Can
it
I
go
like
say
ahead, bro.
something?
Go ahead, bro.
We have been conditioned to say Trump supporter. Nobody has ever called anybody who supported Obama supporter, Bush supporter,
Facts.
Clinton supporter. So all of us right now have been conditioned to just say it because it's been conditioned and we hear it in media so all the time. Mainstream media just program this shit. So
Facts.
and now
that's
we just separated black and white Trump supporters. You know,
thanks for pointing that out.
because right now,
Yeah.
where's the, like being that quote unquote as they want us to believe, Biden had these record number of votes. You
That
still haven't
that is
heard
not true.
Biden's supporter. You still have yet to hear it in mainstream media.
They call them Democratic supporters.
Well, yeah, they ain't
They
saying
call
Biden.
people that voted for Biden
They don't
Democrats,
call us Republicans no more in the
and they call
mainstream
people
media.
who voted for Trump supporters. And you're
Y'all
right.
notice that they don't even call them Republicans. You're Biden. You support Trump. You're a Trump
Wow.
supporter. You're not a Republican no more in
That's
mainstream media.
wow.
The Republicans are the politicians.
Well, see, here's
Citizens
the
are no longer Republicans in mainstream media the last 4 years.
man.
Big
Here's the
facts.
thing. Here's the thing. Like, if y'all noticed that like the whole Trump is racist narrative didn't really start happening until they saw that he was about to win the election. And then it was like, oh, he's racist, he's this and that. You got all these rappers talking about, yeah, fuck Donald Trump. But this nigga was always in your video, well, not in your videos, but you was always mentioning this nigga in your songs.
I was saying that too, but Trump always been he was a racist. The only color he like is green. He always been like that. I've been watching Trump
well,
since I
if the
was
only
little.
color he like, he's not a bad racist. Then he hates everybody equally,
Yeah,
and
equally.
I
I'm
can't
just
knock the
saying
man
I
for
tell
that.
you,
he
you
think
know
he's a
what?
bad man. I'm just saying he is.
If he fucked a
He's an
black
equal.
girl, y'all would never say that shit.
He is an
Well,
equal
aren't
opportunity
you
racist.
racist? Aren't you
What the
racist?
fuck, nigga? Hold on,
Don't you
hold on.
hate the white man because of the plight he's put black people in? Don't you love your people above all?
Do I love my people above all?
Yes.
I do. I love my people.
So there's nothing wrong with being racist. You're not out here trying to kill white people.
I'm not trying to systematically oppress them either.
Neither is the white man.
Now
Uh,
look. Check this out, man. Niggas gotta stop thinking they can't be racist just because we black. You can definitely be racist, bro.
It's true.
you can be
Yeah, cause
prejudiced.
I ain't gonna lie, I can't stand white people sometimes. I ain't gonna lie.
Man,
what do you think is different about black people to differentiate and say I love my people? What's different about black people and white people?
This is for you, Jess.
Well, I can
Drum
actually.
No, but
roll.
Well,
for anybody. I mean,
well, this is Kevin and Sales. I can answer the first question. I think when black people say it, we're saying it out of a position of hope. Like, you know how you have hope in a losing team, you have hope in and I think that's why I like saying it, because it's like, okay, guys,
Cowboys.
we're losing. Okay, I love my people, because let's try to get into this race and beat it. The white man doesn't have to say he loves his people. He says it every day when he's building skyscrapers and sending people to the moon and shit. That's why his
Are you talking
accomplishments
about the
speak.
dozen people that do that? Because most white people don't do that.
Here we go again. Here goes Blake again. Here we go. Let's look at his white technology. He try to trick you niggas.
I don't know if you're serious when you say white technology or not, but it really kind of pisses me off.
Sir, listen. All white
No,
people
he's
practice.
not.
Sir, hold on
No,
for a second.
he's not serious.
Yeah, he
All white
definitely.
people.
Well, then it's
All
kind of
white people.
pointless to say
Sir,
because these are
Blake,
kind of serious conversations.
Blake, hold on for a second. All white people practice technology by nature. Whether you like it or not, whether it's subconscious or consciously, you're practicing white technology. We all know
Especially
that it's
doing what
sir,
part Jew in you. You're
sir.
part Jewish. You are doing that.
Just hold on for a second. We all know that white people in mass are not the elite whites, but the thing is that you have at any given time you can be a CEO of a company. Put it that way. So the average white man could be a bum on the street. If you clean up at any given time, your life can drastically change because of your skin tone. That's why we say white people in total. So let's keep it
Then
real.
then you're gonna lose that attitude and what you just said.
Sir,
You're gonna
I've
regret it.
already lost. I'm black.
I
So
was about to
sir,
say,
I've already lost, sir. You are absolutely right.
shit.
Yes.
Man, LeButo, get the fuck out of here, man.
But he's right.
He's just the only
What you
person
mean you
on the
lost?
He agreed.
What you mean you
You
lost,
can't front.
nigga? Do you not realize?
You can't front.
A
He
nigga
agreed.
can't even put a light bulb in correctly, sir. Now Deontay, now stop. Now you know
Oh
Patty
Can't
B
flip
my
the
well.
Matthews
God,
and shit.
LeButo.
Matthew,
Let Blake respond. Let Blake respond.
now watch Blake say something that's gonna be like, "Oh, all white people ain't this." Go ahead, Blake.
Oh my god.
But I mean, you speak about white and black people as though like we are different, and
We are
so long as you keep that up.
we are different. But we were different.
How so? I
Let
asked
Blake.
the question. He said that we practice white technology. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but so okay, there's one differentiation. What else?
Sir, hold on
Well,
for a
I
second.
mean,
Sir, Blake, hold on for a second. Just hold on for a second. You asked me, sir, hold on. You asked the panel, sir, what is the difference between black people saying, I love my race? I am trying to tell you, sir, when black people say it, it's like almost like the equivalent of a losing team that's 0-8 saying, yes, I love this team. It's out of hope, it's out of desperation. That's why the black man says it, because we've been beaten
Jets.
because our race is so inferior, we have to say it to keep the
Because
fight going.
we was kings and we want to be kings
Sir, we
again.
were never kings in Africa, sir.
Nah, we
Sir, we
still
were,
kings. We
sir,
still kings,
Deontay,
bro.
we were never kings in Africa. Now let's stop that
We,
bullshit
we,
right
we,
there,
we
sir.
still kings, man. It's just
Sir,
niggas like LeButo that love
Deontay,
kissing
you're
up
not
to
a
the
king,
white
sir.
man that loves saying shit like, "Oh, I'm black. I've already lost." What the fuck you talking about, nigga? Do you not
Deontay,
realize what?
Deontay. Okay, let me ask you a question, Deontay.
What's up?
Who's your phone service provider? I'm asking you. Is it Kunta Kinte Services?
It's
No,
Master P.
it's the white
Yeah,
No
man,
limit.
sir.
yeah, it's
No
Master
limit
P.
cellular.
Yeah,
I hate
Master P.
y'all.
It's the white man, sir.
I got the hookup.
So Blake, that's the difference between when white people say it and black people say it. Black people, we're saying it because we're losers.
Well, I'll say this to you.
Nigga,
If,
if
oh,
if
Diddy
there's
get a
if there's
phone
a
service
game,
right now, I'm getting that
Let Blake
shit.
Blake, let,
respond.
let the white man speak. Deontay, go ahead.
oh my gosh.
if you're on a team and you're playing a game that you're losing, maybe you should disband the team or stop playing the game that everybody loses.
Sir,
Ooh,
everybody already
I
knows that
agree.
I'm the
I
biggest.
agree with the
Sir,
white
hold on a second.
man. I agree.
Everybody already knows that I'm the biggest coon in YouTube history. So I've already rid myself of black people too. So I don't give a shit about black people either.
I'm a close second then, I guess. I even have it branded.
Oh my god. You guys have
I
no
can't.
sense of black pride whatsoever.
Sir,
Yes,
how do
we
you
Not
have
do.
sense
really though.
black pride? Okay, sir, let me ask you a question. What do you
I
have? Okay,
have Black American
There's no
pride.
such thing
okay,
as black pride. Fuck the identitarian bullshit.
De,
So let
I
me
don't know
ask you
Deontay,
why
this.
you guys keep
What's
talking
up,
about this.
LeButo? What's up?
Deontay, what about black pride? Okay, what about black culture are you prideful of? Okay, go ahead.
Man, I'm prideful for
What? Uh-huh.
shit. Basketball.
Basketball. Okay.
Basketball.
Uh
The
DC,
nigga
just
got
stop
stuck with
now,
that
D.
question.
shit.
Wait till you
Music,
finish.
hip hop music,
Wow.
R&B,
Okay, of
neo
course, right?
soul,
Of course.
Just stop, bro. You started off
Jordans.
with bro. You started off
Oh,
what you
I'm proud
most
for
proud of
Jordan. I'm
being black of
collecting
is
them. I got
basketball.
50 pairs. And they
That's
would
why
be, they
niggas
were gonna
should
give
be
you
The
playing
nigga
thousands of
got
dollars
caught.
when he died.
The nigga got
basketball.
caught with the
I
question of the
I am
year.
proud. Hold on, I'm proud for how our people overcame so much and still push every day. I'm
Uh
so
huh.
proud of all of y'all.
Uh huh.
Blake,
Go
I
ahead,
mean,
Jess.
not to
Blake,
be
this
rude,
is
but
black people's
my black
Thanksgiving.
men, every day,
Uh huh.
y'all really do face some BS. And the honest is that y'all don't really get the thank yous that y'all deserve, even
Now,
especially
just hold
from
on for a
our
second.
black women.
Just hold on for a second. No, hold on for a second. Now, I've never met Deontay, but I can pretty much guarantee you that this is Deontay's day. He wakes up, he goes to work, he drives to work. He probably does the speed limit because he doesn't want to
I'm
get a
mad you
ticket.
saying I'm
Oh,
mad you saying.
just hold on for a second. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Because you said the black man has to go through something every day. Okay. So Deontay, without saying anything, I bet you this is your day. Either you go to work, you drive your car, you don't want to get a speeding ticket because it cuts into your weed money. You get home
Oh
from
God.
work. You get home from work. You probably say you're high most of the time, so you're forgetful. So you probably forgot to get you a Swisher. You probably walk to the corner store and you walk back home. That's Deontay's day. Correct me if I'm wrong,
Motherfuckers
Deontay.
still smoking
Man,
switches.
first of all, hell yeah, I still smoke switches. But first of all,
Yeah, yeah. I gotta figure.
but anyway,
You're a nigga. Keep it
but
real.
anyway, fuck LeButo, man. You
So
make
so
it sound
just so
like
just so just what hard did Deontay do that day? What did he do that was
fuck
right? Who was
LeButo.
oppressing him
I'm
that
not
day?
talking about in a day. I'm talking about through a lifespan and
He
through
was
the
being
generations.
oppressed.
Man,
Deontay,
y'all,
yeah, Deontay's father is a goddamn retired principal of a school. That nigga didn't have to struggle growing up. Shut up.
man, you on some bullshit, nigga. I had to struggle every day. You
Was your
feel me?
father not a principal of a school, sir? Keep it real.
Yeah, but that don't mean
Oh,
shit.
okay, okay. Yeah,
Nigga,
Damn, word.
I got shit from niggas
Your
that was
dad was Mr. Belden?
Shut up, Carlton Banks.
yeah.
We don't want to hear from you.
okay. Now, just you want me? Now, just you want me to do your day too?
Go ahead, do
Okay.
my day.
So just she seems like a family type, so she probably has kids. So she got like a younger sister's 23 who ain't working, but she like daycares. So the kids come over, her kids take care of the kids. She goes to work. She's probably like a registered nurse or something like that, something in the health field. So she goes to her job. She probably gets smart. She probably gets smart with her bosses, who are white, by the way, who she claim oppresses her. Then she comes home to her husband, her 6'7" husband. They chill, they Netflix, they make kids, they even may make love once or twice a week, and then every now and then she'll smoke some weed
Better
and
be
complain
twice a
about the
week.
hardships of the black race. Now
Okay,
just
while
now
so
tell me if
African.
I was incorrect on anything that I said.
I'm the only child. I don't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed for over 10 years. I have my own babies. I get up.
Said that is not
I
long
do
enough. You
schoolwork.
still a
I do
weedhead.
schoolwork because I'm back in college, and then I go to work. And I work with people with developmental disabilities. I am in the
Okay.
healthcare field, but it's psychology, which is the same thing I'm in school for.
Uh huh.
And then I come home, I cook dinner, and
Uh
then I
huh.
spend time with my family.
So throughout your day, when was the white man oppressing you throughout your day? Go ahead.
You said when was the white man oppressing me throughout my day?
Yeah, when was he oppressing you? Remember, you said the black man goes through something every day. So I'm trying to ask you when did you
I'm
go
not a
through?
black man.
Okay, well, what about your black husband? When does he go through something every day with white people?
He does work for white people. He does complain about it.
Uh
Like
huh.
in his company, he white people, black people aren't. They don't rise to another position. I actually
Maybe they're
told
not
him,
qualified.
no, that's not true at all.
Yeah, like
That's
here's
not
the
true at
thing,
all.
LeButo. Now I know this
And
chick,
and
right?
the
She
thing
work.
about it is that it's the area I lived in. I moved into the boonies, and it wasn't until I moved out here that I ever really noticed that the Caucasians actually do that. Like where I lived at, everybody was mixed up, but it's not like that out here. And this is the first time I ever really experienced that on like a real personal level. And it
First
really
time you
is.
felt safe too, ain't it?
Nah, I'm not gonna say it's the first time I felt safe. I'm just saying it's different. It's a different fear.
You leave your bikes in the front yard now, don't
I, I, I leave it in the
Cause
backyard.
I had
Nah,
my
but
shit in the
look,
I
backyard and
do.
niggas jumped the
I
fence
do.
and stole
I
my
leave it in the
shit.
backyard, but I
see,
never
look,
really had problems with leaving
LeButo.
my bike outside anyway.
What's up, D?
Look, you was talking about how like you know, how so and so wasn't qualified. Man, look, man, it's not always about that. And you know that shit. So I knew this chick, she worked for fucking Vanderbilt. And y'all know Vanderbilt is
Yeah, it's a
very
very prestigious
yeah,
university.
prestigious university and shit. She worked for Vanderbilt. She worked like in the medical center or some shit. And so like she worked there for like 4 years, I think, and didn't get
Mhm.
no promotion. And this white girl that was there for like 6 months got a promotion, got a couple of promotions if I'm not mistaken.
Sir, sir.
No,
Go ahead.
let me finish. So this what she did. She didn't even give him a 2 weeks notice. She just left and left all her shit in the motherfucking
Damn.
office and got a job somewhere else.
Deontay, this further proves my point. White supremacy, white people are at the top of the food chain. They have every right to advance their own people. Why don't black people we create our own shit and do our own shit in our own companies, and then we
Man,
could
it's
be the
just
leaders.
I mean, that's cool.
Give me a black excuse. Go ahead. Okay, which one is going to be this time? Go ahead.
No, that's
We
cool. You feel me? That's
are
cool.
trying
You feel me? But
to.
it's like I feel you. I mean, I
Mhm.
do that shit. But it's just like I mean, me and you, we can't build a civilization. You know what I'm talking about?
Why can't you? The white man built a civilization.
But not with two people, nigga.
Did
We need
y'all
at
figure
least.
out way Blake?
Hey, listen. The Bible said it should start with two
I
people, right?
think Blake
It take a
Blake
while. Just make that shit
hopped
happen,
off.
man. Just
Y'all scared away Blake.
No,
Well,
yeah,
Blake could.
Blake
I
is
think.
cool.
Blake could have handled the fact that we was getting all these people. So fuck
Oh
it.
no,
and you know he's
Blake
Jewish
is
too, so you know that Jew. We touched that nerve a little bit.
No, no,
Blake
no,
is
no,
Hey,
no,
dog.
no,
Blake
no.
is not Jewish.
Blake could.
That's
Blake
He
could
said he's a
handle.
little bit Jewish. That's all it takes.
No,
he
I'm gonna
was
tell y'all something real
lying.
quick. I'm gonna tell y'all something real quick about white people.
He said he was lying.
I'm gonna tell
No,
you
I
guys
know
something.
Blake.
Money boy Trey. I'm gonna tell you guys something about white people that I know. They know that they are in power, this and that, but they can't stand when like a nigga like me says, "Oh yeah, you guys are absolutely in power," and black people are inferior. They hate that.
They
Yeah, because they want you to stay
Oh,
in your
oh,
nigga
oh, oh.
place.
Blake said y'all gonna put some respect on his white powered name.
Oh,
Go
Blake is
ahead, Blake.
back.
Get him.
He said,
Cool. Well,
I'm back.
Get him, Blake. How dare they?
I,
Y'all cut out for just a minute, but I heard the tail end of white supremacy and black need to have their own thing and to
yes.
be, yeah, yeah. That conversation's pretty fucking sick.
Why?
Yeah, black people
it's a
don't need shit.
conversation need to be had.
You
Black
don't
people
think?
should be happy with the spot the white people give us. I feel you, Blake.
I
Do you,
think I
do you,
think he want us to talk about
Oh,
us
coon ass
being,
nigga.
fucked up.
Blake is going to hire me when we get out this stream. Fuck
well,
Coon
y'all.
ass
do you want
nigga.
your enterprises to succeed or do you want them to be black?
Whoa.
Man,
I want
that's
What the
success.
fuck?
powerful.
Oh,
I
whoa,
want
whoa, whoa,
success.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop.
It's
What
That's
a
a
the
trick
fuck did
legitimate
you
question.
just say?
question.
I see what he did. It's a trick
What
question,
the
No,
but
fuck
that's a
did
it
you
makes
just
sense.
legitimate
say?
question.
It makes sense though. It's a legit question.
Repeat it, Blake.
Nah.
Hold on,
That,
wait,
wait,
D.
hold on.
That's
It's
Wait a
kind of
minute,
like you interpret the
wait a minute,
Bible and shit.
wait a minute,
Go ahead.
Blake, repeat it again for D.
I
Cause
said,
you went
do you want your enterprises to succeed or do you want them to be black?
why can't they be black and succeed, motherfucker? Why can't it be
because
Well,
they
both?
typically because you're
what
segregating it when you say you want all black. It's typically segregated, so you're cutting off a huge portion of proceeds that you could be making.
No, Blake is
No.
no. That's not what Blake is saying. Blake is saying
Yeah,
no. He's saying that blacks are inferior and they can't control.
exactly.
No,
Right.
that's
That's
not
what.
what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
Okay. What are you saying?
What is your primary choice and vision for your enterprise? Do you want it to succeed or do you want it to be black?
Man, it
I
could be black and succeed. What the fuck
I
you
don't.
mean?
I want it to be not a
Uh,
choice. I don't want to have a choice. There's a black owned and
what's
look,
your
succeed.
what's
look,
your what's your first differentiation? Do you want it to succeed or do you want it to be black? Everything after that comes secondary.
I want it to be black.
oh
I get what
wow.
Blake is saying. I get what he's saying.
Damn it.
Okay,
Damn it.
I'm gonna
Just
go
stop.
ahead, Blake.
God
Lead us
I
damn.
there.
want it
Take
to
us
be
there,
black.
Blake.
Ouch.
Okay,
The
you
the
want it to be
makeup and the
black.
degree of your workforce or your enterprise or your company or whatever it may be can be whatever it is after the fact that you've decided I want it to succeed.
Oh, okay. I see what you're
You can't
saying.
primarily choose to have your company or your enterprise be black and expect it to succeed.
There go that white thinking.
You
Now
know
That's
that
what?
like
You
now
know
that
what?
That
now
is
that
You know
now
what?
that
true.
Look,
was
look, look,
now that now that one a
look,
trick.
look,
That
That
look,
one
is
a
Blake.
trick
true.
statement.
look,
Let
Blake. I respect
Blake.
you,
Let
Blake.
these niggas
he
have.
basically said
Blake.
that Okay, basically you were doing great at one point. The last statement was a trick statement because
No, it's not
you
a
could
trick statement. What's your
no you said
hierarchy? What's your priority?
no
Do you want your
no you
business to
no no no
succeed?
no you were no you made sense. The last statement, repeat it again.
What's your first priority? Do you want it to
No
succeed or do
no.
you
What's
want
the
it to be
last
black?
statement you said? The
Uh,
last thing you said before you stopped talking.
I don't know.
You said that you can't have a six. Well, I'm paraphrasing, but the business can't succeed if it's black.
No, that's not what I said. If you
Yeah, it
make
is
your
what you said,
I
little
need
bro.
y'all to rewind it. What was the
That's
words you
if
Blake.
said?
if
Blake
you choose
bullshit.
if you choose all black people, you can't possibly succeed because not every black person is the best and most qualified for your company or
That's not
organization.
true.
Wow,
You can
that's
no
fucking
wait a
crazy.
minute Now that's not necessarily true. If I decide to just have 10 people of great at what I do, like for example, if I'm a security officer and I have a security business, if I just so happen to have 10 black officers who hold down my company and do an excellent job, then that's possible. Do you not believe that?
You could succeed on a level, sure, but you limit your
That
success
was
if
a
you
yes or no question.
if you make your priority to
That
hire
was a yes
just
or no
black
question, though.
people.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I even asked either. I said, do you not believe that 10 people can make my business up that they are black? Do you not believe that those 10 people black in my business cannot make it successful?
Yes, they can. 10 people is
That's
a
the
pretty
that,
small 10.
that's the answer I want.
Did you hire them because they're all
So is a
Hey,
certain
money boy
amount of
Trey.
people? Or is
did
it,
you
or is
hire
it,
them because they're black or did you hire them because they're good?
no. See, that's not what I'm
Money boy
saying. I
Trey.
never said that. You can't put
Huggy,
words in my mouth.
I think them niggas would be a detriment to your business because they gonna be wanting to call off. Niggas gonna be pulling up late. Niggas gonna be
Money
clocking in
boy
from home.
Well,
Niggas gonna be
if
selling
you set
Money
if
boy
drugs
you
from
Trey.
their
set listen, if
phones.
you set standards from the gate, you don't have to worry about that.
Money
Yes,
boy
if
Trey,
I have to fire them, I fire them.
can you cam
Hell
down
yeah.
everybody but me and Blake real quick for like 5 minutes?
Man, fuck that shit. This ain't your show, nigga.
No, I mean just for 5 minutes real quick. Just I just want to.
I'll sit in the back with y'all. Let's go to the back. Let's let how the fuck do I do it? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
just go ahead and leave it us up here, man.
Nah,
Yeah,
we.
we'll go on mute. We got manners. Go ahead.
All right, Blake. Let's be honest. Everything that you're saying is correct to that degree. Do you want your business to have a strong enterprise, or do you want it to be black? I understand where you're coming from, but sir, you can't sit here and you already know, sir. You already know that white companies they primarily, first of all the Fortune 500s are white, and the executive boards and the board of directors tend to be 99% black. They may have one or two niggas or an Indian on there, but the thing is that in white companies, they promote and they definitely hire non-qualified whites all the goddamn time. I see it. I've worked in corporate America. I've seen it. I've seen it every single day, and you know that, Blake. Keep it real.
So so what do you want me to answer exactly?
Well, I
What
don't
do you
want you
want
to
me to
answer. I
address?
don't want you to answer anything. I'm just basically telling you that you know that I know that. I mean, you're not talking to a nigga on the street. You're talking to a person like me who, listen. I hate everybody equally, so I'm racist towards everybody. But the thing is, I see the real for what it really is. You know, you say that you don't want your company to be black, but sir, go to the Amazon website, type in the executive team, and every goddamn executive board member or executive team member is a white person. They exclusively hire white A level executives and B level executives. I mean, for the most part, you have to go to goddamn Harvard as a black man to get fucking hired at Amazon, other than the goddamn distribution centers. So, I mean, let's just keep it real. Like, businesses cater towards whites in this country just as much as if black people wanted to have their own institutions to cater towards black people as well. You know that.
Okay, so let's talk about the board of directors.
Yeah.
That was your first example, right?
Well, it was the executive board, not the board of directors, but that was the second example. Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
yeah, okay, no matter. We can lump in CEOs and see other C-suite positions and that kind of thing
Yeah,
with board of directors. It's
absolutely.
fine. Okay. So generally speaking, the board of directors on a lot of these Fortune 500 companies are not made up of people who have intimate knowledge of the business necessarily. A lot of them are
Correct.
political. A lot of them are political appointments, and the reason
Correct.
that they do that is to pay them off to gain favor in bills and policy and law and that kind of thing.
So that's the first problem.
You left out
Your
something real quick. You also left out the fact that the board of directors also holds the best interest of the investors too for a publicly traded company.
with its ties to government policy and law, sure, but
Okay, sure.
it's not necessarily the best interest in long term. But that's a completely different conversation. Okay,
Okay,
so you talk about C-suite positions.
sure.
You need to have probably a high level degree, correct, to be in one of these positions or equal experience.
Correct.
Okay, so as far as population goes, Black people are obviously a minority as far as numbers go, sheer numbers, 13%,
Correct.
something like that.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, correct.
and I would venture to say that the
Correct.
rate of graduation of these types of degrees or a degree in general is fairly significantly off when it comes to graduation of Black folks as compared to white folks.
Okay.
Even above that, Asian folks graduate even at higher rates than white folks do, which I would say that their representation on these C-suite positions is probably fairly significantly higher than the representation of the population.
Correct. I've
Okay.
done the research. Yeah. Correct.
So you've dealt with a 13% segment of the population, of which maybe they have a 10% graduation rate as compared to a white population, or a 5% ratio as compared to a Asian population.
Okay.
So yes, I'm no doubt aware and well comfortable with the fact that Black people are underrepresented in C-suite positions. It
Correct.
makes sense.
Blake,
This is
thank you for your white knowledge and wisdom that you're
Let them
imparting
keep
to
going.
us
Let them
right
keep going.
now.
Let them keep going because I have a
this
rebuttal
is
to this.
this is not a conspiracy.
I
Now,
didn't say it
however,
is.
there is a certain aspect of tribalism that exists, and it's innate. You can't get
Correct.
rid of it.
Correct.
We're visual creatures. We're tribal by nature. Now, if we continue to differentiate ourselves among racial groups, as I think it was D keeps saying, Black this and Black that, and so on and so forth, then the tribalism will continue.
Okay.
I don't know what percentage of tribalism makes up the promotion of certain peoples,
Okay.
but it's almost negligible.
Okay. Can I make it? Are you ready for a rebuttal on this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Everything that you said is correct because you're coming from the perspective of population, right? Because you're coming from the perspective of actual numbers within the population. You gave you gave great percentages, which are true. Now, what I'm saying to you is this: I've done research on Fortune 500 companies, and the majority of Fortune 500 companies do not have Black executives. Now, you are correct. A lot of Black people, we are a very small percentage of the population. However, I've also done even further research to suggest that a lot of those C-suite positions or high level positions are occupied by individuals who go to either an Ivy League or one of the top 50 universities within the country. Now, typically, a lot of Blacks do not graduate with those sort of degrees from those companies, right? I mean, from those colleges. But my thing is this: you have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Black men and women who graduate with MBAs every year. I'll give you an example. My uncle had an MBA from a good university. He graduated in the 70s. He couldn't find anything better than to be a goddamn manager at Blockbuster from the 70s, 80s, and the 90s. Because again, he couldn't even go to a regular job or a non-Fortune 500 and get a promotion because again, they hire whites they'd rather hire the white guy with the MBA than the Black guy. So I don't think there's anything wrong with me saying, okay, well, we know these statistics, we know the tribalistic culture. We know that if you're not a Black dude with an MBA from
Hey,
Harvard, you're not going to
guys,
really get.
I'm at work, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. It was nice talking to you
Have
guys.
a good
I'm
one.
going ahead with this client.
Yeah.
Y'all all have a blessed
All
day,
right,
okay?
You too.
peace.
So
All
yeah, I
right,
mean, like
now.
I said, so we already know these things. Now, my problem with white people is that when a Black person like me says, okay, well, since we know this shit, why don't we just found our own? Why don't we just start our own goddamn organization? And whether it's success or a failure, it doesn't mean anything because we already know that there's no fucking point in even competing with the white man's business. So that's all I was saying originally about the fact that, look, ain't no point even applying, or it's no point. We might as well just have our own institutions because we already know about the hierarchical situation. That's all I was saying.
I didn't limit what I said as far as numbers to just
Right.
percentage of population. What I further expanded on was that fewer Black people go to college than white people, and even fewer Black people graduate than white people, and
I
even fewer
agree
Black
with
people
you.
that graduate. and even fewer that black people that graduate from college than white people do have
Understood.
degrees that are particular to advancement in the fields that you're talking about.
Right. So I agree with you on. I heard you say that, but what I'm also saying
Okay,
is,
well
what?
you don't deny that there are black people that exist in these positions,
Oh,
but
of course.
your contention is that it's not enough, despite the statistical realities that I just laid out for you, that it's not enough, and somehow this is a tribalism, racist promotion scheme or something
Sir,
along those lines.
sir. I never said anything about racist. There can be no racist promotion scheme in a white system. White people are the dominant and the superior group. It's no point. Racism is a word made up by, I think, the lower groups. Sir, this is your
Well,
shit. Sir, this is your shit. Not, I
if
mean, not
if if
not you
black people
particularly.
if black people succeed within what you just framed as the white system.
You can't succeed in the white system, sir. You have to have your own system. Listen, here goes my thing. Because a nigga can get a job at a Fortune 500 making $150,000 a year driving a white man's car, using a white man's phone, living in a white community, doesn't necessarily mean he's succeeding. A person, a man, in my viewpoint, that's succeeding is a man that controls his own destiny. Thus, that's why I keep on iterating that black men should form their own businesses and function amongst themselves. Sir, there's a billion black people on the planet. We don't need to function in a white system. That's all I keep saying. I agree with everything that you're saying, but what I am saying is that black people should expatriate, and we need to start our own shit. It may take 2 or 3 generations, but obviously the African ain't doing it. Obviously the Caribbean black ain't doing it. The African American, to me, should do it. I'm telling you, we should start our own companies and say fuck white people, fuck Asian people, and and I don't give a fuck who runs the company. That's all. It could be all black and they could all be incompetent. Because let's be honest, a lot of white businesses have been. Sir, what about just recently, I forgot the goddamn name of the company 10 years ago. I'm talking so fast. The investment company that went out, Bear Stearns, right? That was incompetence at the highest fucking level. That company was in existence for 120 years, and then all of a sudden, because of incompetence, they fell.
And what does that have to do with what we were talking about? I mean, businesses
Every,
succeed and fail all the time.
so again, if a company is all black or ran by all blacks, and if it fails, so what? Because white companies fail. So what does it matter? What is it? What is it?
Was Bear Stearns all white?
Sir, come on. You know, goddamn well, Bear Stearns wasn't. It didn't have. Okay, so Bear Stearns probably had 90% whites working for it. So the majority was white.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't understand where you think that where you got off track when I said if you hire or you construct your business as all black, that's a bad plan.
You're
You
saying
have
it's
to
a
do it.
bad
You have to do
plan.
it on the basis of succeeding. And what I also don't understand is what is the difference in all black system, let's say, compared to the system that we have now? What
Sir,
would you do differently other than hire all black or
I'm not
cater to
saying
all
that we
black?
would hire all black.
We
What
would
I am,
have chicken every Friday and
sir, what,
watermelon for
sir,
dessert.
sir, what I'm saying, Blake, and I'm being honest, I'm being serious, and I'm not trolling anymore. Whether the business fails or not, whether we have a different vision or not, it will be completely independent of anybody white overseeing our black asses. I don't give a goddamn if it fails 2 years from now. There are black men like me, sir, who are repulsed by the idea for working under white people. I hate the fact that back in the day I had white bosses. I hate the fact that if I have children, there's a possibility that their boss or overseer can be white. Because here goes the thing, in the reverse, I know white people think the same way about blacks. They are reviled, repulsed by the idea of having somebody black rule over them. And there's nothing wrong with that. I agree with white supremacy. I just told you. I agree with the fact of I agree with the shit. But
I
what
had
I'm
two I
Go
had
ahead.
two black bosses when I worked for the Census Bureau.
Sir, that's you.
One of them was absolutely outstanding. The other one was shit. And
Okay, but that's you
primarily,
though. But
and
primarily go ahead.
what was wrong with your white bosses other than them being white?
Sir, it's not a okay. Okay. Everything that you've said so far, Blake, I agree with. So I
Yeah.
want you to
Okay. So
I
I'm
want you
right.
to know that.
Yeah.
So what I'm telling you is that despite the fact that you're right, me as a black person, I innately do not want my overseers to be white. I just don't. And
Why?
my thing is, for the same reason why white people don't want their overseers to be black, because it's
How can you speak about a whole population of people
okay. Well,
accurately?
Well,
okay.
it
Well,
boils
okay.
back
Okay.
down to
I can prove it to you.
tribalism.
Hold on for
It
a second.
boils back down to tribalism. You
Okay.
would have rather have someone looking like you
Yeah.
over you than
Money.
someone differently.
Right. So, okay, here's my thing, Blake. If what I'm saying is incorrect, right? If what I'm saying is so incorrect, why don't white people in droves go to HBCUs? Why don't
Mm.
white people in droves work at black businesses? Why don't white people in droves go to black populated countries, i.e., a lot of West African countries, and say, let's go in here and live amongst the black population and let's work under them? It's the truth. How come a white man and his family doesn't travel to Nigeria for vacation? They have beaches in Nigeria. They have beaches in Ghana. Why do niggas always have to run to white people? Always have to be told what to do from white people?
Well, you
And it's
don't,
the truth. You
and
don't. And that's what I'm telling
and
you. That's what I'm saying. We don't.
nobody tells you what to do.
Exactly.
You have the same freedom to go anywhere you want.
Exactly. So
You can go to Nigeria. One of the things that people have a really big problem with
what's
is
that?
labels. I think we can agree on labels is a horrible problem. And you keep labeling people based on race. I've asked you specific questions about what was wrong with your white bosses, as you phrase,
There's
and you
nothing
haven't
wrong
said
with.
anything other than tribalism, other than the label
Yes.
of white.
Yes. And that's the only reason why,
So are you so simple and stupid that you can't identify with somebody other than the
sir,
immediate visual?
sir, sir,
What?
sir, listen, sir, Blake, hold on for a second. I agree with everything that you're saying. Yes, my base argument is tribalism. And I'm going to tell you this, sir. If everything that you're saying is correct, sir, how about this? Do me a favor. Name me 5 fucking African languages right now since it doesn't matter. Name me 5 African languages right now without Googling it.
Creole,
Uh,
Tutsi, I don't know,
ask your common nigga. Go up
Ghanaian.
Go up to any nigga in the street and ask them to name your 5 European languages. They'd be like, "Oh, French, German." Sir, all I'm saying is that it's nothing wrong with black people wanting to completely be independent.
Independent from what?
Oh, sir,
Oh shit.
sir, you mean to tell me that black people
Non-black
are
people,
independent right now,
independent of
Of course you are.
non-black
You're the
people.
same as anybody else in this country.
sir? If black people are independent right now, sir, let me ask you a question. First of all, why do black people speak English if we're so goddamn independent?
Because that's a predominant language in this country.
Oh, okay. Now, where did English come from?
Well, I don't understand the point that you're making here.
Where did English come from? Just asking you a question. Where did English come from?
It came over with the boats from the European people that settled this country.
Okay. If black people are so independent in this country, sir, how come black people don't own a automotive industry? How come black people don't own a cell phone industry? I mean, a telecommunications company. How come black people don't do these things if we're so independent?
Well, to speak generally,
Go ahead.
there's a pretty big barrier in all industry, and it's related to government and licensing and all sorts of different things. Now, what you're talking about is the current reality. Okay, so white people own the majority of these companies. You're right. You're right. They put up barriers using government and policy and licensing and insurance and all sorts of different things to suppress competition. That's something that I think that we can agree on. I have no
Yes.
problem with a black person doing anything individually on their own. Uh, I'm all for it. Go ahead and do whatever you want. What I'm telling you is if you keep making the case of tribalism and wanting black people to do their own thing away from what you framed as the white system or white man's this or white man's that. It's not white man anything. It's government and citizen.
Blake, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I think that you're a good dude. I think that you generally have a heart, and I think you generally don't see it. I think you generally are a good person. I think you generally don't look at color. But sir, I can tell you this, sir. I bet you if an alien race came to this planet and said we're gonna take all the black people, I bet you white people will fight tooth and nail for you not to take black people. You heard what I said?
That's a ridiculous statement.
They will fight tooth and nail for niggas not to leave. Because you know why? Because whites generally view black people as a labor force. It's not
Exactly.
it's not because you love black people, it's not because you like seeing niggas. It's because you view them as a labor force, sir.
And we consume a lot.
and we consume a lot.
Blake, and I think this is lost upon you. Like, we're actually black men, and so when we go out into the world, what we see are white establishments, and we think to ourselves, "Dang, I wonder if I could have an establishment like a Gucci or a Saks and Fifths, or or NBA or shit like that. We aspire to have those things just as well because that's what it looks like to us. When we go into the NBA, we know that there's only one black owner, and we're going to play for white people. It's not that's just how we see it because that's what it like. That's what we literally see. It's not because we're racist or anything, but we can go in there and we see a sea of white faces that are running everything, and then we got the black people that are, as he said, the workforce behind it.
Well, can we as a people transcend the animalistic tendency to align ourselves based on that initial emotional response of color? I mean, can we do
Yeah,
that? Is that a
So you
possibility?
wanna live in the Star Trek universe? That's where you want to live at.
Well, Star Trek, fictionally speaking, was pretty successful. I don't think
Yeah,
that
yeah.
that's a conversation that we're going to have right now about the future possibilities of Star Trek. But it, are there bigger things that you would look at as a maybe NBA owner or a boss or owner of any company for that matter that are above and beyond race?
yes, of course, but that would be once we have something that's comparable to what our counterparts have.
So we do agree that black people do own businesses, right?
Of
Yes.
course, black people own millions of businesses in America, but they're not on par with white establishments. And a lot of the reasons is that one of the reasons why I really believe is because black people are programmed to buy from whites. That's why I've always said if Africans had a global, I mean, Pan Africanism had a global social, economic, and political paradigm, it's billions of African people on the planet.
Well,
Think about if we had
I'll
our
tell
own.
you this.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you this: the people that own the liquor stores and the fake hair stores
Or Arabs.
and that are slinging crack on the corner are not white people.
We know that, sir. We know that. We never said it was white people.
Okay, well, just you said that you
Uh,
have a
uh,
tendency to buy from white people. What I'm telling you is the people in black predominant communities that own the hair store and that own the corner and the trap house and that own the liquor store, they're
we,
not
we
white
own
people.
the
Okay, well,
we
how about
own the
this one then?
trap house, but
Well, how
we
about
don't
this one?
own the liquor
But how
store
about
or the
this one?
hair
How about this
store.
one then? How about this one? For the same analogy you just well not analogy because you're saying it's correct, but who owns the car for them to drive to the damn liquor store? Who owns the clothes on their back for them to suit up while they go outside? The white man. White man, black
Well,
man don't own no goddamn clothes and the cars and shit. That's white people stuff.
well, you own your clothes after you purchase them, unless you're.
Oh, they go this trick
I mean,
knowledge.
I don't really understand what you're saying here.
White
People
man,
can own
hey,
your car if you haven't paid it off. Of course, the
sir,
government the government always owns your car because you always have to pay taxes and
can I ask you a question?
registration and licensing. But
Would you be opposed to Nigeria having a state-owned vehicle, like they purchase, like the actual government itself says, you know what, we don't have a company that can actually purchase it, but I mean not purchase it, but develop a car. Let's as a state, let's create our own state car. We're gonna have everybody purchase this car at a price. What would you say about that?
go for it. Do whatever you
Okay,
want. That's your country. That's your population. That's your vote. That's within your sphere of influence. Do whatever you want.
okay, okay.
I don't want that for America, but
Of course not.
that's basically what we have anyway.
Blake, I would just like to apologize for this uppity nigger that's on the panel. I don't know where he got this from. He knows everything you're saying is absolutely correct.
But he hates me because I'm the white
I
man and
never
I
said,
use
sir. I never said
technology
I
or
hated you. I never said that. I don't hate you at all.
okay. He said everything that I say is correct, but he's going to tell me how I'm wrong
I didn't say
for
you were
something that I
wrong.
haven't said.
Hold on for a second. MoneyBoy Trey, did I say that this man was wrong? I didn't say you were wrong. I basically said that I
So why
agree
do
with
you
white.
disagree with me? If everything I say is right,
I
then
can't
why do
believe
you
it.
disagree?
I can't
He
believe it.
watched Hidden Colors for Thanksgiving, and I apologize.
Hold
I
on for a second.
apologize.
MoneyBoy, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Sir, I am telling you that I agree with white supremacy. I am telling you that I agree with a culture of whites who are at the top who say we don't want to hire these niggas. We want to keep it white. I agree with you. What I am also telling you is that since I agree with you and since I know this, we as black people should start our own businesses and do for ourselves. I agree that the lion is a vicious creature in the jungle. That doesn't mean I'm gonna go up to it and pet the motherfucker. Oh yeah, well, it's a vicious motherfucker. I'm gonna go up to it and pet it because I think it's tame. No, build your own goddamn shit. I agree with you. The black man, the African, should build his own space program. The African should build his own shit, and we should have our own dollars and all. And we should create our own
Could
shit.
you imagine an African American space program? Just could you imagine that space shuttle with tinted windows and shit?
Yeah, run out of gas, midway to Mars. Yeah, nigga shit. No, Blake, I don't want you to think that I hate you because I don't. I don't. I think you're. I talk to white guys all the time on my platforms, and
That
actually,
sounds
you're the
really
most.
racist. That sounds
You're the
really
most, and you're
racist.
the most respectable one out of all of them. I mean, you should hear what I call 777.
Yeah, he calls triple
Well,
seven the white devil.
White
when you
devil, dumb
when you
giddy
talk the way
dago.
that you do, and you
Yeah.
you hit on things like you say, well, you agree with me, and I'm correct, but and when you say that, it trips a switch in a lot of folks' mind, and they get emotional,
Yeah, I
and
know.
it's hard for me not to do that because you agree with me to a point, and then you veer off into tribalism as if that's a sustainable and good path for people.
But sir, you got to be honest. Don't whites practice tribalism all damn day? White people, sir. Where does the word white flight come from? Because they don't want to be around niggas.
I already said that people as animals have a tendency to be tribal.
Okay.
Race is just one thing that we have a tendency to be tribal about. There's all sorts of other things. There's class, there's religion, um, gender. I mean, you could sex, sexual preference, whatever the fuck you want to. You could do it all day long. Sect of religion. You could go on and on and on.
Sir, I think what it is with you and me is that
Race doesn't mean anything, dude. It
I
doesn't.
know it doesn't mean anything, but
But you
but
choose to
what?
go that path and think that
Because
it's
sir,
good.
because black people are a unique cultural group in the Western Hemisphere. We've been oppressed, and you guys certainly can say we've been oppressed because right now I'm speaking to you in the language of your people. I'm not speaking to you in Wolof or Yoruba or Igbo. I'm speaking in fucking European language. And why do we know it? Because at one point our people were either colonized or they were taken, or we had to learn the damn language to survive in the Western Hemisphere. Sir, all I'm saying is that race may not be a factor amongst blacks, but we have to activate it because whites practice it every damn day. Black people don't give a fuck about race all like that. It's just a condition of being in a position where we are the inferior race to your race.
Did you say inferior?
Sir, black people are inferior to white people. We are inferior scientifically, technologically. We're inferior educationally, sir. It's
Whoa,
Deontay,
LeButo,
goddamn well you don't hold a
LeButo,
candlestick to a white boy who went to
man,
Harvard. Now, Deontay, calm
man,
down. Calm
What,
down. Deontay, calm
calm
down.
down,
Calm down.
man, dog.
Sir, what did I say
What,
that was wrong, Deontay? Go ahead.
man, dog? We say we inferior to white people, bro.
I
That's some
said
bullshit.
okay,
Oh,
so
you
hold
say
on.
educate? Oh, my bad, my bad. I get it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not saying
I'm
by
doing two
nature.
things. Yeah, I'm doing two things at once, man. My
So here's
bad.
the thing: the beauty of observing, because Blake, you seem to be pretty smart and very pretty analytical. I would suggest that you have some sort of job in science.
No, I don't.
Okay, well, you just
I
said
don't
you.
even have a fucking degree.
Okay, well, doesn't
Never
matter.
even went to college, as a matter of fact. So you got me completely clocked all wrong. But go ahead.
Okay, well, again, all I'm saying is, sir, is that I can agree with you, but I can also say, well, white people produce, they develop, and they have continental transportation of goods. I agree with that. I agree that the leading scientists on the planet are white. I agree that the biggest companies on the planet are white. But because I know that and because I see that, I'm saying, maybe black people can develop things like this and create things like this for ourselves. I've had this conversation with a lot of white people and they react the same way. And I believe that they react this way is because they don't want their niggas leaving the plantation. Now, I'm not saying you're like that, but I've had the same animosity from other whites when I say black people should really go to Africa and just get away from whites and Asians. Oh, no. Why would you want to leave America? Have MoneyBoy Trey? Haven't you heard these things before, or am I tripping? Keep it real, sir. Keep it real.
Yeah, yeah. There is a certain reaction or trying to coax you into not doing something when you want to venture out on your own. I will say.
Yeah, when a black person says, I think 90% of black listen, if 85, if no hell, if 50% of black people say, you know what, we want to leave this country, I bet you the American government will put some fucking law into place, like, oh, you can't leave because of this, that, and the other.
Yeah, because we built this shit, nigga. We the
I'm not saying
backbone
we
of this
built
shit,
it, but I'm
nigga.
saying that it's
We the
a
we
We
the
we no
we the
we
backbone of
built
this
it
shit.
because we were the workforce. We didn't
Yeah,
design anything.
yeah.
we,
That's
we the
nothing to be
backbone of
proud
this shit, cuz.
What about
Go ahead, sir.
what that slavery did still exists today? What did slavery actually build?
You got
besides
to
a
ask
damn
Deontay that
street.
question because I don't think slavery. I don't know what it built.
A street, a cornfield, maybe a tobacco field,
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
I
a
don't
whole
think.
bunch of
plantation.
shit.
Like seriously, what city did slavery build? Because slavery, if it was concentrated down south, we know they were into farming. So what did they build other than tending to the fields?
Yeah, Money Boy Trey, I've gotten thrown out of classrooms back in the day because of that. I said, what did slavery? What did it build? What did the niggas build?
Damn, you said that in class?
Man, they chased me out of class one day because they couldn't think. I said, what did the niggas build? They like, nigga, they built everything, nigga. I'm like, sir, did they build the railroad systems? Did they build skyscrapers? Did they build? What are you talking about?
And
Did they
niggas
build?
chased you out of class for that.
They chased me out of class. I had to get escorted out by the professor because the niggas wanted to attack me.
Damn, that's fucking crazy, bro. But it is Cleveland, so niggas ain't really smart in Cleveland. But yeah,
Goddamn right.
yeah.
What
But it,
what you were talking about a kind of phenomenon among the black population about them not wanting, drawing you back in when you're trying to do something independent. Well, what you're trying to get independent from is a bad culture, a bad idea, a way of removing yourself from a train of thought that has kept you down and uncertain and all sorts of different things. That doesn't just exist in the black population. That also exists everywhere else.
I know.
It exists in the trailer park when a guy just wakes up one day and he's like, "Man, I'm sick and tired of paying interest on my vehicle. Bills come due every month, and I don't know how I'm going to pay them. I got to beg so and so for Western Union. I'm going to go buy a ladder. I'm going to buy some power tools down at the pawn shop, and I'm going to start my own little construction gig." You don't think that people do the same thing to that guy? They say, "No, no, man, just depend on your food stamps and get your welfare checks and do all this kind of shit and get on Wick and get on Snap and HUD and all the same kind of bullshit." That exists in the trailer park too. People don't want
I'll
to see you
say
succeed.
no.
I
They
agree
go
with.
get bank loans.
yeah,
Nah, no. I mean, I've run into a lot of poor whites who say they can't get a fucking loan to save their life. I'll agree with Blake on that one too, man. I've run into a lot of poor whites who say they can't get shit. So I'll agree with him on that. But the difference between whites and blacks again, sir, is Blake, look at the way you speak, and you haven't even gone to college. Blake, if you were a black man with no college degree, sir, you would sound like a fucking animal. And that's the difference between whites and blacks. Blacks, for some reason, don't. And you obviously have educated yourself, right? Because you sound
Yes,
very educated.
I'm not educated in any traditional sense. The only thing that I did as far as development of myself was introspection, lots of thought, time alone, and observation.
Are you a
Not necessarily
MGTOW?
not necessarily of things in culture, but human behavior.
Are you a MGTOW?
Um, Within our current climate and reality, yes,
Me too.
men have no reason to engage in marriage or even relationships with women so
you're
long as
motherfucking right.
child support, alimony, child custody, all these kind of things exist the way that they do.
I agree with you. I'm definitely MGTOW. So that's one. I kind of figured you were that by speaking to you. Now Deontay's a simp. He probably has a different
Yet another
Oh
response.
thing we
my
agree on.
god, you just call me a fucking simp, nigga?
I'm playing with
Nigga,
you, man. Don't get
nigga,
no.
I ain't been
A
a
pro
simp.
black simp.
He's a
Pro
pro.
blacks, man. Look, bro, like I ain't simped in a while. You feel me? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit don't get you nowhere. So yeah, I stopped.
Well, Kevin, you look like you got a woman. Money and D. Can you remove yourself from the V trap to be enough big town? I
Oh
mean,
no,
can you make
I'm
that
out. I
independent
mean,
choice
That's
for
not my
yourself?
woman. That's just a
well,
girl I know.
let me say this. Money Boy Trey is definitely a simp. I mean, he got like 8 baby mamas. You feel me? So you know what I'm saying? That's
four.
simp.
Don't put
Uh,
extra kids on me. Four.
so he got 8 baby. I mean, he got 4 baby mamas. You feel me? That's 8. He got 8 kids. You know what I'm saying? Like the niggas just, you know what I'm saying? He a simp. You feel me? But me, I ain't on that shit. You know what I'm saying? I've been off the V trap. You know what I'm talking about? Because like you said, man. You know, you got all these negatives about, you know, getting with a chick and marrying a chick. And then on top of that, too, these bitches is crazy, cuz like, I mean, I don't know if you really like be out there like that dating and stuff, but yeah, these hoes is crazy, bro.
I think I know what a V trap is, but somebody enlighten me.
The
Is
pussy.
it pussy? Oh no, no, I'm not giving up the pussy. Am I trying to marry the pussy? No. Am I trying to be with the like 2, 3 days for me tops? I'm tired of you. We need space.
Hey, well, here's the thing. If you play that game, everybody loses the way that our government's outlined the situation. You're not going to win, and neither is the woman. She's going to think she won because after she gets the kid and she gets the child support and she gets the snap and the WIC and the HUD and the Section 8 and all that shit, she thinks she's won, but she's ruined her child, she's ruined her self image, and she's ruined the man that she claimed to have loved at one point.
You're motherfucking right, bro.
Everybody loses playing the game that government sets out for us.
Mm-hmm.
The primary thing that broke down our whole entire country and culture, and you see it. The black community is the canary in the coal mine. Don't think that everybody else ain't in the coal mine with you. We're just 5 feet higher up. That's it.
So you're admitting we're the workforce.
No, I'm admitting that you're at the front end of the horrible things that are affecting this country. If you don't think that white men are going through the same thing that you are in the child support court and the child custody court and the fucking lawyer fees and the taxes and the
Now,
Medicare and the Social Security and the Medicaid and all this stuff,
now
we're
Blake
right
being
there with you, dude.
now Blake being a fellow MGTOW brethren, I agree with you. I was shocked to read years ago about the high suicide rates of white men in child support cases and shit. I'm like, God damn! I'm like, if white people offing themselves, it must be fucked up.
They can't pay. The money's too much. Shit.
Yeah, they can't pay. They rather just off themselves. I'm like, gee, and
It's
like,
not even about the money. Like it's from the call. You call in, and it's nothing but women, and they treat you like a criminal. They talk to you
yeah,
like a criminal,
that
like
is
they're
true.
doing you a favor to even answer any fucking questions. You apply for a hearing after you lose a job or something, or your income changes. You got to wait 2.5 months to get a fucking hearing.
PG, where's your American flag at? We don't want to see that Jamaican stuff.
It gets worse.
Where's
And
the
she's
American
in
flag?
Canada. She has a Jamaican flag in her house,
Take
living
that
in
Jamaican
Canada.
flag
Nigga
down.
probably ain't never been to Jamaica.
She's Jamaican. She's a Jamaican Canadian.
Ask her if she speaks patois. She's Jamaican.
Why can't we hear you? Now it shows you being muted.
She's about to put up an American flag now. But yeah, Blake, you're definitely right, man. White men are in the same predicament. I've done research. I'm not oblivious of it. A lot of my shit I'm talking is just trolling earlier, but yeah, you are right. I definitely agree with you. But again, I
Well,
was really shocked. Go ahead.
there are so many things that we agree on, and so many things that you said that I'm correct, and so many ways that we can identify and associate with common purpose and common problems. But yet we diverge when you say that black men should do black things, and you're okay with white supremacy or what you framed as a system of white supremacy.
I don't even know
Like
what a
it doesn't
black
exist,
thing
dude.
is. What is a black thing?
Basically wanted to expatriate back to Africa and live amongst ourselves, just
See,
alone.
sir,
Almost like isolationist.
I think at that point in time, the nigga in you was trying to jump out, and now it's back in now because you said black things. You what the fuck is a black thing? Wearing gold
So
chains,
Money Boy Trey, you
wearing
wouldn't want
gold
so Money Boy
necklaces
Trey,
and
you want
shit.
to let me tell you something. You wouldn't want to live in Liberia amongst other fellow blacks?
No,
Why not? Who the
Cause
hell are
he's from
you?
Memphis, that's why.
cause I want to go to
They ain't
Cabo
got no
San
wings.
Lucas some damn
They
where. I
ain't got
don't.
no wings in
I'm good on
Liberia.
Liberia. I'll visit, but I want to live there.
They ain't got no wings in Liberia. Fuck out of here.
Not the Memphis style. PG, can you hear us?
Yes, I can
Yo.
hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
She's Jamaican.
Can you hear me?
Sound like a college professor.
She's in Canada. They are making fun of your Jamaican heritage. Are you gonna take that Canadian? Are you gonna let us Americans pile on you like that?
I am not with any of you Americans called nuts.
Yeah,
He
What's
good
said
day.
nuts?
American. He
Give
said
give
we're
us
nuts.
one. PG.
You guys are
Tell,
crazy. You guys don't get along.
Who doesn't get along?
Yeah.
It's Americans,
Americans, you Americans don't get along with each other.
Ma'am,
and
I
they
take that offensively. We're the superior country on this planet, and how
Exactly.
dare you talk to Americans like that?
and
Yeah.
I
You should
bet
be
they treat
honored.
us better than they treat your black ass up there in Canada.
Nah, you'd be surprised. Canada doesn't really have a lot of racial problems.
Excuse me? Listen,
So
we
how
have
the
our problems here, but nobody's being shot in the street. Nobody's looting and rioting. You can actually talk about your issues. You can actually demonstrate peacefully, and nobody's going to come and burn your house down.
See, that's why if
Uh,
y'all
uh,
niggas get in a war, y'all will get the shit beat out. Y'all want
D,
to
hold
talk
on
to
for a
niggas
second.
and shit.
I got a question for
Fuck
this.
all
I got
that.
a question for this woman. PG, you still there? This
Yes,
is
I am.
her.
And I'm
This is
not this one. Hello. You have a question for this one?
yeah.
Oh, no wonder
This
you guys have
this
problems. You guys
this
don't know how to
this
speak
is
to
shut up.
people.
This is shut up. PG right now. Who won World War II?
Listen, you're
Exactly.
going to hold on. This is how you actually relate to somebody who's coming into a
hey,
chat?
Kevin.
Oh my
Go
Canada
ahead.
goodness,
this
you're
this is
Go
so
ahead,
this
Canada
Black.
was
rude.
Go ahead.
this
Canada was
is the
participating.
toxic masculinity
Go
show.
ahead,
This is
Black. Go
what
ahead.
we
Go
do.
ahead.
Canada was participating in World War II before the United States got involved. Just so
Really?
you know.
I didn't know that. I thought. I mean, I
Yep.
know they were friendlies, but I didn't know they were. Oh, I didn't know that at all. Actually.
Same way with World War One.
Okay. Well,
See,
I'm sorry.
see,
I'm sorry,
see. The
PG.
white man. Look at the white man causing division. Now, we thought you were on our side,
I'm
but now
sorry,
you siding with
PG.
the woman.
I'm sorry, PG. That was the dumb American in me. I spoke too soon. I'm sorry, PG. Go ahead.
Motherfucker, you from
Oh my goodness
Nigeria.
gracious. Well, I was going to actually say good afternoon to everyone. You know, I didn't want to come in all hostile Canadian
Well, you're a
because
black
I
woman.
mean,
We
I'm coming in
expected
late
it.
to the stream. I wasn't. Oh!
Nah, believe it or not,
Oh my
I've met a
goodness!
lot of black
Oh
women from
my
Canada.
goodness!
They don't act like a black women. They don't act like black women from America. I will admit that.
So your biggest
Oh
criticism
my
of Americans is that
goodness!
we don't agree. Is that it?
No, it's not a criticism. It's an observation that you guys are just so angry and hostile and just at the drop of a hat, you're ready to beat somebody up or you're ready to like bash somebody over the head. It's crazy.
Man,
And
because we
that's
ain't
what.
got no health care.
That's why we have power. That's
Y'all
why the
niggas got
world
free.
fears
Y'all
us.
That's
niggas
not
got free health.
power.
Look. Check this out. Y'all niggas got free health care and y'all get to smoke weed anytime you want. Of course, y'all happy all the time.
First
Y'all
of
ain't got no
all,
money. And
excuse
you got to
me,
deal with crime and shit. Of course, y'all happy all the time. Nigga, it's
excuse
rough
me,
up here in America.
okay, we're not Negroes. We're human beings. We're people.
Oh God.
Oh, here we go. And you one of those,
So
oh, I don't see color type chicks, are you?
Why having a Jamaican flag flying in the
Yeah.
background?
Hey D,
What's up, man?
what is it that you think free healthcare would do, and do you think that free healthcare is actually free?
Free healthcare that would, help a lot of niggas out, you know what I'm saying? They wouldn't have to keep drinking motherfucking NyQuil every night, you know what I'm saying? And yeah. I don't want no free healthcare. I just want affordable healthcare, you feel me? Like health insurance is a motherfucker, bro.
Well, insurance and healthcare is two completely different things.
Man, dog, I just want motherfucking just to be able to, you know what I'm saying? When I get sick, I don't want to have to spend like $800 for being in the motherfucking doctor's office for 20 minutes. You feel me? Nigga, I had to do that shit one time, dog. Like I was playing basketball, nigga, and this dude elbowed me accidentally, and I got cut on the forehead. Right, I had to go get stitched up. Probably in the office, maybe a good 20, 25 minutes. These niggas hit me up with a $500 bill.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Hey, MoneyBoy Trey, calm down, D, man. He's a complaining Negro. Listen to this Negro just
This
complaining.
white man doesn't want to hear your problems.
Damn, man.
No, I'm with them to a certain point.
Just
The
complaining.
majority of, well, a significant proportion of our costs as far as healthcare goes is administrative costs, dealing with not only paying premiums, not only paying deductibles, not only paying copays, but also paying for people that are on staff at hospitals and at the insurance companies to bicker back and forth and resubmit claims and correct this and correct that, and accountants that have to deal with this kind of bullshit too. If you removed that, I think healthcare would be significantly more affordable, probably
Yeah,
to the tune
Yeah.
of 55% less.
D,
yeah. What's
had
up?
you been somewhere on the white man's clock instead of out there playing basketball with them hoodlums, that never would have happened. It's your fault, sir.
Yeah, I guess you're right, man. Because it
PG,
actually was a white dude that did it.
PG, would you ever live in the States? Keep it real.
Hell no.
No, I would never live there. I've been to New York before. I've been to the Carolinas, and I have no interest in living in the United States.
What turns you off about the United States?
Just the violence. There's no respect for human life.
I'll
It's
agree
just
with you on
all
that.
about it's all about being the top person, and it doesn't matter who you have to bludgeon to death or rob, steal, kill, blind, maim, run over to
D, have you
be
maimed
top
anybody
dog.
lately?
Man, you make it seem like we just
Have I
fucking
what,
just
sorry?
like PG, check this out. This is D talking right now. You make it seem like we just fucking just violent ass you make it seem like the whole America, all niggas are just old dogs. We just all going around just killing niggas just left and right. What the
Now,
fuck?
D, she does have a point. I'm not gonna
No,
lie.
no, 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 no,
Now,
no, no,
she does have a
no.
point. At 2 a.m. in the morning, D. Now, you've given me Skrilla, you've supported my channel, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
even want your black ass walk up behind me at 2 in the morning.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my
Well,
I'm cool
May
then.
I
god.
may I
Okay,
say
Hate this
something?
I'm
shit.
cool then. I trust you, D. I'm cool. I trust
Yeah.
you. You cover my
May
back.
I
What you
may I
see,
say
what you
something?
see, PG,
May I?
go
what
ahead.
you see, PG, to form your opinion is the news. And I would tell you that
Exactly.
what you
No,
see
that's
of
true.
violence, what you see of violence is highlighted in news because that's what sells. And the violence that you do see is concentrated in very, very small sections of the United States. Um, the majority of the country does not have a violence problem. The majority of this
Yeah.
country does not have a criminal problem.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I never said the N-word. I never said that. I said American. So the person that said, and I quote, "You think all N-words are all killing each other?" I never said the N-word. I said American. I was not specifically targeting
Okay, well, you
black
make it
people.
seem
I
like
said
Americans.
Americans.
You
That's
make
what I
it
said.
seem like Americans all we do when we have a problem with somebody, we just pull the gat out and just start shooting. Yeah, maybe in Florida, you know what I'm saying? Maybe in Memphis,
We
but
do it. We do across the world.
Chicago,
That's what we
Detroit.
do across the world. When we got a problem, that's what we do. That's why the world fears us. Canada don't want to try us.
the world
What's
don't
the
fear
move?
niggas like LeButo.
I'm talking about countries.
What the fuck
I'm
is
talking
that
about
supposed to
countries.
be? What?
I mean,
You know what? One thing that's different about Canada compared to the United States is the concentration of population. And when you go into a city, people aren't meant to live in cities. People aren't meant to live that close. People aren't meant to be boxed in. And that affects the rates of violence. Uh, you need space, you need separation. You aren't meant to see concrete and fucking skyscrapers and metal and railways and bullshit and buses and cars on end every day. That fucks with
Well,
your
no, Blake,
psychology.
no, Blake. Hang on a second. Now, when whites were moving, okay, now whites lived in cities and shit like that, and they don't offer each other record numbers like blacks do. So, what's your take on that?
Well, I would imagine that there's a tipping point as far as our hormonal levels and our emotional stability and health. Um, I would venture to say that the criminality rate of white folks within cities is higher than it is of white folks that live in rural areas. Would you agree with
Okay,
that?
I agree with that.
Okay.
But why is it so high amongst blacks in the same analogy you just gave, though, in
Because you're
terms of
5 feet, because the black community at large is 5 feet further down the coal mine shaft than the white community is. But
But a
we're
lot of
but
those
we're all
same
hit, but
communities,
we're
a
all
lot of those same,
but we're all
but
hitting down.
yeah, but a lot of those same communities were occupied by whites at one point. Those communities weren't originally black communities in any suburb, I mean, any inner city. Like even in Cleveland, like there's pockets of Cleveland where blacks weren't even allowed to go to back in the '50s, but they're predominantly black now, and I wouldn't go there at 6 o'clock in the afternoon or evening.
Well, once people generally speaking get to a point of despair or
LeButo
don't
gets
have
his
hope.
haircut. LeButo gets his haircut at Supercuts. I'm sure of it.
Oh,
Once people get to
CPG.
that point in their life, they tend to make repeatedly bad decisions,
Yeah.
emotionally driven decisions, and it again, it's not something that's specific or unique to a black population within any country. It's real of all human beings. And what Dee was talking about earlier was, or no, that was you was talking about the suicide rate of white men. Well,
Yeah.
I can't say specifically why this is the case, but white men and Asian men tend to, in moments of despair, end themselves rather than go out and act violently in their community.
Yeah, because niggas, boy, we have a lot, and we don't, and that's weird because like all the shit that we go through is like it's like okay, that's just Tuesday, but a white guy's
Melanin.
like, I lost my job, I'll be right back, you know.
It's the melanin.
It's not I lost my job. It's I lost my kids. I have to
Yeah.
pay child support that I can't afford for the rest of my life. I'm on the verge of losing my house. Um, Getting into a relationship with a woman is unaffordable. It's not good for me. But you need approval. Um, General society says men are bad. Toxic masculinity, for instance, that's an actual term,
Hmm.
often quoted term, and men are looked at as bad overwhelmingly. The one thing that white people don't have is gangs. Let's say gangs serve an actual purpose. It's a way for people to have a subset, a tribe. Um, it's not. It doesn't lead to healthy things, but in the immediate, it gives you a sense of belonging. It gives you a sense of community. And a white man, or a Asian person that doesn't have a gang, or the community is broken, the family bonds are broken, and you're facing all these things alone, they go on off themselves.
Yeah, for real, man. You know what I'm saying? Feminism is really killing the motherfucking dating game, marriage game, all that shit, man. These bitches want to take everything, bro. It's just like Martin said, bro. If you come in a relationship with a bag and it's an empty bag, your ass need to leave with that empty bag when we divorce. Fuck all that bullshit. I ain't filling that bag up. Like, man, I remember one time I got in a conversation with this chick, and she was just like, I cannot believe that you would just be okay with somebody that you loved, that you were in a relationship with. You just be okay with them, just leaving with nothing. And I'm just like, yeah, because that ain't my responsibility anymore, man. Fuck that bitch. Fuck alimony. All that alimony is some bullshit. You mean to tell me,
That's my phone. Ignore that, people.
man, nigga, how old are you? Still got a motherfucking
Shake,
ringtone?
shake that. Hey, shake that ass for me.
Yeah, PG, go ahead and make it happen.
PG, get him told. I know you're not gonna let him talk about women like that. He talking about y'all need to be back in the kitchen. How dare he?
Yeah, y'all need to be back in the kitchen. See, I mean, I bet PG is a PG in the kitchen. I bet PG know how to, you know what I'm saying, be a virtuous woman. Where you at?
I think PG has a delay because she's watching it back on
Nah, but
something.
Blake Barber, bruh, let me talk to you real quick. Let me ask you something. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
All right, so look. Let me ask you this: what age range of women do you typically try to deal with?
Well, I don't anymore, but um, I would say now, if I was to go after a woman now, I would say mid 30s.
Mid
And the
30s?
reason that I would say mid 30s, the reason that I would say mid 30s is because that's old enough for a woman to have had her children already and to be done with them, or she's not going to have children and I don't have to deal with that. But I don't go after women. I've removed myself from that game. I mean,
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
age wouldn't be a determining factor necessarily. I'd look at a whole lot more things before that.
Here's the thing. Like, see, like, I mean, that age range right there. See, most of the time, see, I'm 30, right? So it's like, the older I get, the more I start to realize that like women in their 30s, 35 plus and all that stuff, most of them are bottom of the barrel. You feel me? When you picking from that age range, it's mostly bottom of the barrel. They most of them chicks that been ran through, they done been married, been divorced, had countless of failed relationships, maybe have a kid or two. You know what I'm
burn
saying?
sage,
Yeah, burn
incense.
sage, incense, you know what I'm saying? Be talking about niggas ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I usually try to deal with chicks like I say like 25 to like 30. You know what I mean? I usually try to date in that age range because anything lower than that for me is kind of bad because it's like, mentally they're just not all the way there. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just kind of still childish. I mean, there are some chicks, older chicks that's still childish too, but I just couldn't see myself dating a chick like that's 19. You feel me? But anyway, like the mid 30s, like,
I could
uh,
for an
uh,
hour, and she's
Well,
$40.
I'm I'm 38, so we're coming from a different perspective as far as age brackets go, and what you would want and what I would want as far as life planning and that kind of thing goes. But
yeah,
the reason I say mid 30s is because you're right. There's a whole lot of women in that age group, say 35, for instance, that are bad news. But if you can find one that's good within that age range, they've learned their lesson or they've woke up to the reality of why things don't work out for women in that age group. There might be 95 out of 100 that are 35 that I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole.
hell yeah, man. Look, I
But
remember.
those five might have actually learned something up to this point. It's old
Yeah,
enough to have seen the error of ways, maybe not necessarily in their life, but others' lives.
yeah. See, like I remember when I was 18, right? And I watched
May
this
I ask a
video.
question?
Oh
Well,
yeah,
go
go ahead.
ahead.
You see how nice and polite black, like non-black American women are. I like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know your place.
Ask your
Are you
question.
There's
watching
a
this
bit of a
back on
delay.
something? Are you watching it back on something?
No, no, I'm not. No, I'm
Oh,
not. But there's a bit of a delay.
yeah, we noticed. Go ahead though.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to answer the question and then I'm going to be quiet and then wait for the response, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Getting back to the question that the gentleman asked me in regards to women being in the kitchen. Honestly, I don't know what's really happening with these women of, these millennial women or whatever the buzzword is for these women now, but I totally agree with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with, being able to cook and clean and look after the person that you're with. There's nothing wrong with that. I just think these women now, they have it in their head that they want to be the strong beast. Men want femininity. Men want softness. Men want women to actually be a woman. There isn't anything wrong with cooking and cleaning and being a helpmate to your partner. There isn't anything weak in that. I don't want to shovel snow and cut grass and carry the groceries and change a light bulb. I don't want to do that stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to be a support to the person that I'm with. I don't want to be a hindrance.
See, she's the reason why you shouldn't date
What
American
man is going
women.
to want to come home to a war
Yeah,
zone?
for real. Yeah, you're right. You know what I'm saying?
Can
It's really nice. it's really nice to hear, a black woman speak like this because a lot of these chicks, they be listening to motherfucking, people like Tracy Ellis Ross, her horse face ass. I mean, she talking about, oh, well, people try to downgrade me because, downgrade me because, I don't have well, I'm not a wife and I'm not a mother, but I've accomplished so much in my career. It's like, bitch, nobody give a fuck about your career. Plus, people gonna look at you funny. I mean, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing.
I want to make this case from a different perspective,
She's
if
rich.
I could, for just a minute. Um, when people talk about gender roles, or they talk about women in the kitchen, or they talk about men are the providers, and so on and so forth, I think we lose a portion of the value of these kinds of things. And it's this: our current reality is the two parent or the two income trap. In relationships that exist, um, duties are not clear and defined. Responsibilities are not clear and defined. If we both work and we come home to a disaster of a house, um, nobody has a clear, defined responsibility. Nothing's been taken care of, and everybody is just partially responsible. Pick up this, I'll do some of this, and you finish this, and can you do that tonight? And I'm going to do the value of gender roles, and they don't even have to be filled by a woman specifically or a man specifically. But the value of gender roles is clear production and clear responsibility. This is your responsibility. You're responsible for this. You do this. This is my responsibility. I do this. It's on me. If something's left ambiguous or unclear,
That's all
it
fine.
never gets done 100%. And that's how things fall apart.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But however, how many people really sit down and say, okay, we've been dating for 6 months, we're going to be exclusive, and a year from now we're going to get married. Let's talk about what we see our life like. What's the plan for our life? Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about finances. Nobody talks about roles.
And that's
Nobody
why
talks
and that's
about
why the
any of that.
divorce
You
rate
date
is
a
so
dude,
high.
you might get pregnant or you might not or whatever. I mean,
That's
Well,
why the
one of the
divorce
things,
rate is
crazy.
so high.
Nobody sits
you're
down
right,
and
Deontay.
we're in a relationship.
One of the things that I advocate for before anybody
Damn,
can be granted a
LeBron.
marriage license
You're in.
is the actual sitting down before people get married and to discuss these things. Not only just finances or duties, but how many children, what do I expect out of the health of my mate, weight ranges, even, for God's sakes, all sorts of different things, and to actually look at it and look at your partner's response before you get married to see if this is even going to work, and maybe even to put it into a contract to be revisited every 5 or 7 years. Marriage doesn't exist as a real and enforceable contract. And if people were made to look at these things before they got married and to benefit from the tax rebates and these kinds of things, rather than just choosing it out of emotion and convenience, look at it as an actual obligation and a responsibility and a contract that can be enforced. I think our society would improve immensely within a generation with actually having to do very little at all.
Okay, but even get set. Men and women don't even respect each other.
I
That level
disagree.
of respect has gone out the window. I mean, hear how we talk to each other.
I mean, I
So even
disagree.
before we even talk about gender roles and who's going to do this and who's going to do that, how about some decent common just respect? Hello, how are you? Not as opposed to you B and you H and he's an N and he's an O good and da 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 da. It's crazy. We don't even know how to talk to
PG,
each other.
women don't have
And
to
then we're
respect
going to
men
bring
because they
kids
have
into the
they have
scenario.
they have a back door called the welfare state. There's always a soft option.
Yeah.
Or a simp.
Yeah, exactly. See, here's the thing, PG.
Then
Like,
you're
see,
you.
women.
Oh,
All right, see, women, men respect women, but women don't respect men. You feel me? Like, I mean, that's just a fact, especially in today's time. You see it all the time. Like, chicks, that when you ask a chick, what she wants in a guy, she's gonna describe a trick ass, simp ass nigga. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? What the normal millennial woman wants in today's time? They want a guy to get them pregnant, let them go on girls' night out, act be a hoe, maybe have other sexual partners, pay the bills, and shut the fuck up.
Ooh.
Okay, but nobody can let you get pregnant. Like, how does somebody let you get pregnant?
No, I'm
It's
saying
two
that,
people. It's two
that yeah,
people. It's
Yeah,
yeah,
either
men want children, men want
it's
families,
either
but it's not a guarantee. Men don't get to keep their children. Men don't get to see their children. Men
yeah.
have to pay for everything, and we suffer all the consequences and the negative behaviors associated with that decision.
Now you know, PG. Last time you attempted to have this
okay. I
conversation,
understand
the
that.
Most High intervened and kicked you out the stream, right? Tread lightly, because you know this is 95% women's fault.
Money, money. I'm not going to tread lightly. I'm going to be strong in my convictions.
Most High,
Okay,
strike her
before we
down at
even get to
will.
the marriage and the children part, before we get to the money and the children part, the gentleman just said, let you get pregnant. How does somebody let you get pregnant? How do you even get to that? It's called personal responsibility. I don't believe that anybody in 2020 should be pregnant unless they want to be pregnant. And you want to be pregnant in a setting where you're in a committed marriage, you're in a relationship with somebody, you're
You know
married.
what, PG? You need to
I am
have this
certainly never going to be
conversation with these
anybody's
Black
baby
American
mother.
men.
No.
No man wants to be pregnant because it's physically impossible. So that falls back on the women 95%. 5% is the man being irresponsible and not using protection, but that woman has to want to be pregnant, not the man.
Again, it comes down to personal responsibility. If you meet Ray Ray and Dem in the club and you're bumping and grinding on Lucretia, you don't know her, you don't know her last name, you don't know anything about her, you're bending her over in the back of some car and doing the deed, that comes down to personal responsibility. Where's the condom?
I
I
don't
mean,
like
it's
your
obvious she's
connect.
not on
I
the
don't
pill
like
because you guys
your.
even had
I don't like your condescending Canadian tone.
what?
PG, you're asking
I'm portraying
Ray,
a
Ray,
scenario. There's
Ray.
no
You said a
PG, you're
game
asking
like Chris
men.
Jericho, and then you came back with Ray Ray and Shaquisha.
PG, you're asking men to be responsible for something that's within their control, but not asking the same
No,
thing of the consequences for the
I'm
behavior
saying
don't accumulate on women. The consequences for human nature and sex and
I
human relationships fall on men.
it falls on both. It falls on both. It falls on both people. I'm using that scenario to say, like, I mean, in that moment, who's really responsible? None of them. They're both not responsible. It falls on both. He doesn't have a condom, she's on a pill, obviously. Right? They're taking a chance. And then the next thing you hear, oh, he's a deadbeat, when you don't even know the dude's last name, you don't know where he lives, you don't know anything about him.
Which is
It
why
comes
you
down to
shouldn't
personal
have.
responsibility.
Which
It's both.
which is why
It's
you
both
shouldn't have
people.
this
How are you
kid.
just gonna run up in some girl that you don't know? And how is this girl gonna let some guy run up in her and they don't know each
Because
other?
men are primitive and they say women mature faster than men, so they should know
Bullshit.
better. No, I'm just using that argument to say that they bear more responsibility. They mature faster, they know better, they have to carry the child. So yes, it's both, but we have to put more responsibility on the women. 95% of the responsibility. What say you, PG?
I say that comes down to personal responsibility and it comes down to both people. Yes, we carry the child. Yes, we bear the burden of the 9 months of pregnancy and all of that and the risk of dying in childbirth and all of that. Yes, I agree with all of that. But at the end of the day,
I think the most high got it again.
Women have all the choice. They have all the decision making abilities, and they accumulate all the monetary and power benefit from our current society and our current reality. I have no there's no argument from me that on the other side of all this, it also hurts women, but that is not talked about in common culture and conversation. We don't talk about how miserable women are on the other side of child support and custody and lawyers and fights and false allegations and all these kinds of things. It's just looked at as it's the men's fault and they're going to bear the brunt of all the consequences. We don't even look at what's been done to our children. We don't even incorporate women's responsibility and
True.
We don't incorporate the decision and the choice of women to raise the kids and the society that we have today. We don't hold women responsible for having 91% of primary or sole custody. If women are raising the kids and we don't like the society that we have, well, maybe it's a consequence of the last 60 years of no-fault divorce and child support. And I mean, for God's sake, you can't say our society sucks and then not look at any of the history or any of the events that have happened policy-wise, law-wise, and in our culture and say, well, women had nothing to do with this. It's all men's fault. It's driven primarily almost solely
so what
by
are we going to do about it now?
Tell y'all about it.
What we can do about it now.
Okay, so what are we going to do about it now?
What we can do about it now, what needs to happen is niggas gotta be, well, not even niggas, just men in general. Men just have to be men and put these women in their place and stop being a simp. You know what I'm saying? That's how you do that. You know, like the reason why society's so fucked up. Like, I mean, look at student loans and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, all that's by women. You feel me? Like, I think like 75, 80% or whatever. You got chicks out here that just be spending like crazy, you know what I'm saying? Just be doing all types of bullshit. Niggas got to put their foot down and be like, yo, I'm not going for that. See, that's why society's so messed up right now when women be going so crazy. It's because men don't want to be men no more. They want to be the bitches. They want to go to work wearing skirts and heels and shit and wearing dresses and makeup and all this acceptance and all that bullshit. That's why me as men, we gotta start checking ourselves more. You know what I'm saying? To start saying some shit instead of just letting shit go by. Just go, oh, that's okay. No, it's not. If you see two men running around here holding hands, you need to say something about that shit. Call them out for that shit. If you see if your girl
Wait a
is
minute,
acting
wait
a
a minute,
fool,
wait, time out. So I'm supposed to walk up to two grown ass men holding hands and say exactly what?
Man, what the fuck is you doing?
Well, I don't care.
Man, what you mean you don't?
I wouldn't go up to a dude in a one. I just wouldn't go up to anybody and say, "What are you doing?" I wouldn't go up to a black guy and a white woman and say, "What you doing?"
Not all right. Well, maybe not like just if they just sitting, just chilling. But if they kissing and doing all this bullshit, yeah, you need to walk up on like, hey, bro, you need to stop that shit.
Why
Got my
aren't they
kids in here,
allowed to
nigga.
kiss in public? You're allowed to kiss in public.
Man, because it's natural, nigga. That's why. Because I'm doing it with a chick.
It's natural to them.
It's not natural, nigga. That's
I
demonic.
cannot believe
That's
I
demonic,
am
nigga.
defending homosexuals'
Yeah,
rights
no,
right now.
you
But
are
no,
not
I have
toxic.
to. You sound crazy. No, you sound crazy.
Nah,
You say I should
nah,
walk
bro.
up to them because they
All
holding
right, all
hands
right, all right, all
and
right, all
say
right.
something.
All right, look, all right.
I'm with you, Money, and I want to
All right, look.
just touch on one.
Maybe we got a little bit too far on that one,
I
but
want to
Yeah,
I want
thank
to touch on one thing that affects all of our people is one of the things that has been linked to autism and even the prevalence of homosexuality is the conditions in the
vaccines.
womb and the mental state of a mother while she's with child, and it affects the behavior and the development of the child in their brain and in their hormonal levels and their emotional state even years down the line. Now, the prevalence of autism has to do with women being uncertain about their future, whether it be with their partner or their resources or their life plan. And the more and more we have higher divorce rates, and these things are split by, like I said, child custody court and the welfare state and child support and alimony and so on and so forth. The worse we have as children developing within the womb. The rates of autism are incredible, and it affects people's biology. We have fatter children because they're higher. They have higher rates of cortisol. They're more insecure emotionally and within their own self-image. I mean, these things can be traced back to sources, but yet for some reason we just ignore the scientific implications of the choices that we make culturally.
Can I jump in here?
Hey, come on now. You black, you know you gotta jump in like double dutch.
Yeah, just getting back to that statement in regards to going up to two men, kissing and whatnot, and men being men. Homosexuality it doesn't really have anything to do with people who are like single mothers, and that, I mean, I don't understand that argument. I don't
Man, look,
understand that argument. That has nothing to
homos
do with
usually
men being
look.
men. Just because you're a homosexual doesn't mean that you're a man.
Say what?
Yeah, because single men typically, she was saying that there's no link between
I said just
single
because you're
parent moms and
homosexual.
homosexuality.
I can't hear you. Both of y'all talking over each other. What? Say it again.
Go PG.
What I was saying was, homosexuality doesn't have anything to do with single motherhood. Just because men
Yeah,
are
it does.
homosexual doesn't mean that they're not a man. They're still men.
Yeah,
They're just
yeah. No, you're not. No, you're not. As soon as you
oh,
take a dick up your ass, you're not a man no more. You's a
But
bitch.
D, there really is no link
okay.
because if as a most single parent moms have boyfriends, so you see them in heterosexual relationships.
Yeah, shit, and they be like their mama, so they're like, you know what, I'm gonna give me a boyfriend too.
Oh, so why wouldn't they want
Look,
to
I
be
know
like
this
the
shit.
man fucking? Why wouldn't they want to be like the man fucking their mama?
Yeah, because they don't have no connection with the man fucking their mama. They got a connection with their mama. They follow up behind their mama. Man, Kevin and Sales, get in there on this shit because I know you got a lot to say on this. But anyway, back me up, nigga. But anyway,
No,
yeah,
no, no,
homosexuality,
no one can
homosexual.
back you up on your homophobic
Yeah,
views,
nah,
sir.
look. Homosexuality comes from single motherhood, right? All right, so look, I got a cousin, right? You know, he recently came out the closet, but it's really because of his mama. See, his mama, like when they used to come over our house back when we was younger, like his older cousin, we be in my room, we be playing video games, we be wrestling, talk about girls, just doing all types of little boy shit. You know what I'm saying? But his little ass, he was never in the back there with us, playing with us. He would always be in the room with all the women and shit, acting like fucking with the women and shit. You know what I'm saying? And she kept his dad away from him. So because of that, he got influenced by her, and now he's gay.
Well, I'm not gay, and I grew up single in a single parent home. So did my brother. And
Yeah, but
explain white people
nigga,
that
that
are
was
gay that grew up in two parent homes. Like,
um. Okay, explain white people that are gay that grow up in two-parent homes. Yeah, they just fucked up in the head mentally.
so why aren't black people just fucked up in the head mentally?
I mean, look, man, look, black
You
people.
sound racist and homophobic right now, sir.
I mean, I ain't homophobic, but I just don't agree with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You
I ain't
said
I'm
racist.
walk up to
homophobic.
gay people. You said walk up to gay people and say, "What the fuck you doing?" That is homophobic, sir.
How's that homophobic, bro? Look, this how I know we in the last days, bro.
Because you want to
Because
know
look,
what the
no,
fuck they
look,
doing.
no, you look, sir. You look, sir. Check this out. All right, so look, when that's how I know we in the last days. When Jesus says, when you see wickedness, you call them out. You
Wait.
don't walk by it.
Which
Just
Jesus are we talking
we
about? Are
talking
we
about
talking
Jesus
about white?
Christ.
Are we talking about
Hey,
white
can
Jesus or black Jesus?
When you see
let's
wickedness,
avoid incorporating religion into this.
all right, look,
Can
Come
we?
look,
on, we can pick
look,
it. We
look,
can
no,
pick it
no, no,
apart, Black.
no, 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 no,
It's
no,
it's
no,
he
man.
brought it. He brought it to the table. It's our duty to tear this shit up. So before you go on, D, I got you. We're in the last days. Jesus said it, but are we talking about white Jesus or black Jesus?
We talking about the motherfucker. We talking about the real Jesus. All right,
Which one is the real one?
all right.
That's why I'm
Black
asking.
Jesus, nigga. Black Jesus. All
Okay.
right. Look. When you see wickedness,
Jesus was
you say,
white, sir.
Oh my God, quit your coon ass for say that. But anyway, see, people need to realize that you cannot continue to let wickedness go by and not say nothing about it. That's why the fuck we in the situation we in now. That's why all these fags is running around holding hands, kissing. That's why all these trans are running around tricking niggas after they fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Let them know they a man. That's why you got bestiality. That's why you got pedophilia and all this other bullshit. Because men are not being men and saying that shit is wrong.
Blake, I'll let you take this one.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily want to address the religious aspect of this, but I will
Please,
say that
please address Black Jesus.
well, Black Jesus doesn't exist. Jesus' word exists, and it doesn't matter what fucking color he was. But
He was a blonde haired, blue eyed, beautiful white man.
yeah,
Whoa,
I
whoa,
don't.
whoa, whoa, LeButo, he's beautiful?
I mean, is it that beautiful, sir?
Hey,
Homosexuality
calm this motherfucker down.
occurs to a certain level naturally. We see it in all sorts of animals, and people are animals. Human beings are animals. I would say that the imbalance and the rate that we see homosexuality at today is a result of not only the hormonal conditions within the womb, but also the mirror of relationships that kids see and the experiences that they have. And I'll expand by saying, if you're raised by a single mother and she always administers the punishment, and she is in an emotional state for any number of different reasons, you probably tend to stray away from identifying with a woman as being a good relationship partner, let's just say. You also see the high prevalence of abuse within single parent families, not only from the parent, but from outside influences, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse. And the one that's shocking is the rate of sexual abuse for children raised by single parents is 33 times higher than when a biological father is present in the home. You take any kid and you put them in those circumstances, they're going to have a tendency to act what we would call unnatural in being homosexual. Whether it be a woman becomes a child, a woman become a lesbian, or a man becoming homosexual, they see a relationship between their creators, their parents, that did not work. They have a relationship with one parent that is skewed and imbalanced, and maybe a non-existent relationship with the other one. It's not it's not unthinkable to realize that homosexuality has become a consequence and a symptom of our culture and our policy and our law. The more single parent homes that you have, the more fucked up your kids are going to get on any
Exactly.
number of different levels.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And like people don't even realize that single motherhood is definitely killing the black community like a motherfucker. Like I seen like the list, man. It said people that grew up in single parent households are more likely to go to jail. They're more likely to just be bad in society. You know what I'm saying? But we live in a time now. I'll give you an example. Like Rihanna asked her ass about having kids and shit, and she was just like, well, I can have kids, but I don't necessarily need a father there. All the kid needs to be raised is love and all this other just phony ass bullshit. And but chicks look at that shit. Look at these bras, look up to them and stuff, and they think that that's okay. They hear all these motherfucking songs, Destiny's Child talking about independent women and can you pay my bills and all this other bullshit. You got all this propaganda out here in society and in motherfucking social media and whatnot, having people thinking that men ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Look at somebody like LeVar Ball. That's a real father right there. Now, if he was a single black mother, she'd be put on a fucking pedestal because it's a black man that actually loves his sons, that's stern on his sons, that pushed his sons to greatness. Because this is a black man with a loud mouth, they don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to put him on a pedestal. But if it was, but we always see fucking Wanda Durant all over the place. She ain't do shit. We see motherfucking Allen Iverson's mama, she ain't do shit. We see motherfucking all these mamas that don't do shit. But when the black man does something and is actually a good black father, he don't get put on no pedestal. And I'm sick of that shit.
The
DS, you sound really angry.
LeVar Ball's father is trash, the same way as the all the other people that you just listed.
Whoa,
What?
whoa. You
What?
say LeVar Ball is trash?
He said
LeVar,
his dad.
Oh, his dad.
Sir, how's his dad trash,
How's
sir?
his dad trash?
he doesn't think about anything. He just reacts emotionally. He has twisted his sons to the point that
Oh my god.
they're
Oh,
going to
he
be
is
ultimately
calling LeVar Ball
Yeah,
trash.
he is calling LeVar
to
Ball
the point that
trash.
they're going to be ultimately unsuccessful in life.
Are you
Sir, they're
fucking
NBA.
kidding me? They're
Sir, whoa,
NBA
whoa, sir,
players.
they're NBA. They're millionaires. What are you talking
I
about?
I, I
Yeah.
I don't measure the success of a man or a woman for that matter by their bank account,
Oh, okay.
and I don't think you should either.
It,
But
Kevin
all I'm
himself,
saying
is
is
this
this.
some of this white technology
Yeah,
there?
for real.
Because I
Well,
Like
think
this.
Blake
no.
has
This
10
time,
million in the bank.
this time, I don't think it's technology. This time, I generally think that he's a guy who places the value of human progression over capitalism, which I don't. And I think that LeVar Ball is a great man. I think that he definitely is an alpha man who takes care of his family. He has two successful sons in the NBA. One might go, the third one might go. And I think that
The
his
third
sons are
one's
going to
in
be
the D
successful
League,
forever.
so the third son's in the D League, so he does have three NBA sons.
Yeah, well, yeah. So
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, the society doesn't like that shit. They just look at him just saying a whole bunch of bullshit like, oh, I can beat Jordan 1-on-1 and all this other stuff. And, they think that he's a loudmouth. You got niggas like Charles Barkley, who didn't have no daddy in his life, just downing LeVar Ball any chance he get. You know what I'm saying? But
Because
it's
LeVar
really,
Ball's an idiot.
oh
no,
my God,
he's
he's a
not.
millionaire.
How's he an idiot when he has businesses? He has sons in the NBA. How's he an idiot? Everything he says usually is right when he's regarding his sons.
I'm gonna have to side with the white man on this one. LeVar Ball gave nobody their shoes. Nobody received a pair. He
Sir, you
scammed.
don't know
Man,
that.
He
fuck them
Sir,
shoes.
sir, I
Google
ordered,
it. Google it.
I ordered some. Hold on for a second, sir. You're wrong. I ordered those
Cam,
shoes
cam
and I
him
got
up. Cam him
okay,
up.
okay. I lied. But nobody got the inbox. But wait a minute, you mean to tell me nobody got those shoes?
Nobody received a pair of those shoes, and we just let it slide because we he ganked us. He knew that black people were gonna be like, oh, this is a positive black man. He's a role model. Blah blah blah. He's this kid. And he scammed the community for millions. Shannon Sharp has been on TV several times on his TV show on Fox saying he never got his shoes. There's been several other high profile athletes tweeted the same thing. And they weren't cheap.
I have a real problem with us measuring whether he's a successful father or person or human being, man, whatever it is, by strictly bank account. Um,
Sir, you're talking to simple minded Negroes. That's why. That's
Whoa,
all
whoa,
they
whoa,
know is
whoa!
money.
Fuck all that. Fuck all that.
All
would
they
The
would
know is
reason
would
why I
money.
Levar
said
would
what
Levar
reason?
Ball be a good father or a successful person if his sons were, say, clerks at the Walmart distribution center?
Fuck
Yes,
no.
yes,
No,
Hey,
yes,
kept
no.
Deontay down. Deontay, stop. No,
yes,
hell no. His
yes.
father wouldn't be successful.
Yes, he
All
would, man.
Deontay
Not
sees
in
is
accordance to
Lambos and
not in
gold chains.
accordance to today's society. No.
Why?
Because in today's society, if you're a black man, you almost have to be the equivalent of like a Floyd right now. No, hell no. If his sons worked at Amazon distribution center, nobody would ever heard of him or his family. Never.
Man, he would still be a
I bet their
success, bro. His
I
kids,
bet
his
their
kids is
families would.
working. His kids are working. They have honest jobs. They getting an honest check. Yes,
Nah.
they would be looked at as success in my eyes.
Well,
You're
that's
right
you.
on
That's
that,
You
you.
D.
wouldn't know of them though. You would never have heard about LeVar Ball to be able to say he's such a great role modeling man.
LeVar Ball has no influence on me, and the more centralized and connected to somebody's family and community, that's the level of success that I would measure somebody by.
Man, look, all I'm saying is this, man. If he was a single black mother doing this bullshit, they would be putting her. She probably have a job at motherfucking ESPN right now.
I don't disagree with you, but the standard that you're applying there is a sick one, regardless of who it is, whether it be LeVar Ball or Rihanna or whoever the fuck it is. It's not a sustainable way to live. He's out there in the media bitching and moaning and complaining and talking all sorts of shit about I need another million and the Lakers should thank me and so on and so forth. What do you actually
His
think that does
primitive
for his
black
family name? What do you think that actually does for the cohesiveness of? Um, yeah, it's bullshit. It's not a higher level human existence or thinking or philosophy or anything. It's just emotionality. It's bullshit.
Big baller
It's
brand, baby.
greed. It's
Man, look.
ridiculous.
I mean, I don't know, man. I just like LeVar Ball and how he goes about things. He don't try to like kiss ass. He says how he feels. You know what I'm saying? And he really
That's
just doesn't.
because you are a loudmouth black man yourself,
Oh
sir.
my
LeVar
God,
Ball, LeVar Ball is a tyrannical father.
he's tyrannical. What the fuck? What you say? He a tyrant?
He's
Yes,
forced he's forced his sons into a career path that they probably didn't choose and had no influence over.
Well, what's the problem with him having a plan for his sons?
Because it's not his fucking life.
It doesn't matter, right? He's trying to
Yes,
he's
it
trying to
does
lead them to
matter.
he's trying to
Choice
lead them
matters.
trying
So
to
I
lead
guess
them to
John Jackson
greatness.
is the bad father too.
May I say something?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I missed the majority of what was said because my internet went out. But the last thing I heard was when Blake called Mr. Ball trash, and
Everything
I
went silent.
really have to say something about that. You can disagree with the man. Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear. Did she cut out again?
Damn, Canada Wi-Fi is trash.
It's better when you don't use the Wi-Fi. But yeah, where were we?
We was just talking about how Blake
Oh,
hates
LeVar Ball
strong
is
black.
trash.
Yeah, we was just talking about how Blake hates strong black fathers.
See, what I think it is, D, is that your primitive black brain just can't comprehend the knowledge and wisdom that this white man is giving to you right
Oh,
now.
you sound like a fucking coon.
Do you see what
Oh
my
my
do,
god.
do you see what my shirt says, sir?
What? What does it say?
Read it.
I can't see it, bro.
It says critical
Oh, critical observation of
observation.
niggas.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, but look, check this out, man. I get what you're
And that's
saying.
what we're doing right now to LeVar Ball. We're being critical.
I get what you're saying, bro. But see, here's the thing. He had a plan for his sons. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with having a plan for your kids. You know, he knew he. That's why he get procreated with that white woman, that big tall white woman. She's like 6 feet, I think. He had a plan from them from the beginning.
I didn't have my daughter to plan her life for her. I'll give her knowledge. I'll interact with her. I'll talk to her. I'll expose her to things. We'll have conversations. I'll impart different sections of knowledge to her. I'll let her be interested in the things that she's interested in. And I'll have discourse with her throughout the course of her life. I'm not going to plan my daughter's life. I'm not going to set forth a path that she needs to follow because I said so.
I understand what you're saying because I introduced my kids to sports, but I didn't force them to play because I had this magical plan for them. If they gravitated towards it and stayed in it, they did so because they
Man,
love that
fuck
sport.
all that shit, man.
No,
If you ain't paying no bills, nigga, you doing what I
bro,
tell you to
but
do.
no, bro, I have three sons though, and two of them have played sports. One played high school and junior high. The other one is middle school. Been doing it, and they do it because they love it, not because it was my plan for them to play football and basketball.
Yeah, I feel you,
Yeah,
man.
money. If your son decided that he liked to play chess, would you support him getting into the chess league?
I would kick his ass every day of the week in chess. That's what I would do.
Fair enough.
Okay, can I answer that question?
Go ahead.
Says the guy with no
Mother, and
kid.
I played chess for 30 plus years. Motherfuck no.
Man,
As a black
okay,
as a
well,
hold
let's
on, hold on,
download the chess app and let's go
hold
with
on
it.
for a sec. As a black man or as a black people, we are the people in this country that make the least, we have the least, etc.
I bet you play the least amount of chess too.
Sir, I've been playing chess for 34 years
I'm
of
not
my
talking about you. I mean
oh.
black people in
Oh well,
general.
yeah. We don't niggas not yeah. Well, believe it or not, some of the best chess players are black people though. But nevertheless though, your
What?
daughter, sir, respectfully, will be taken care of if she takes care of herself. Women, and you already know this being a person of MGTOW, you already know a woman could just exist and she could end up being married, etc. Those black boys that he's raising don't have the luxury of being born a white woman or a woman in general. So yes, I feel like he had to take action to say you're going to play basketball because the NBA and basketball is $1 billion industry, and the likelihood of you becoming a goddamn astrophysicist like Neil deGrasse Tyson is low. So you're going to be tall, you're going to play basketball, and that's that. I agree with them for that.
How many millionaires and billionaires are absolutely miserable in their life? How many overdose
I've
on
never
drugs?
met I've
How
never met
many
a
how many
millionaire or
commit
a
I'm
billionaire.
suicide?
sure it's quite less than how many broke, miserable people there are. Let's
Right.
put it
Yeah,
that
for
way.
real.
All money does is alleviate superficial problems. Your internal problems always exist. These are the things that drag you down. You can
Give
be
me
Let me
happy.
ask you this. Let me
give me
ask you
$5
this.
million right now.
Would you rather cry in a Honda Civic or a fucking Bentley?
Lamborghini.
If you've got $35,000 a year, let's say that's what you make, right?
Yeah.
Can you exist and be sustainable on $35,000 a year?
A
Yeah,
single
depending on where
man,
you
yeah.
live at.
Right.
A single man.
So what you earn
You would be
monetarily,
poor with problems.
you can budget and make choices, right? You can make
Yeah,
bad choices, you can make good choices.
but sir, if you make $35,000 a year, especially as a black man, you're not gonna be living in the best neighborhood. You're not gonna have the best car. You gotta work. You
Well,
know, it's
black
too
people
much.
predominantly live in cities and money doesn't go very far in cities.
That's true.
You're gonna be poor with 35,000 a year. You're gonna have problems, but I would still rather be rich
I would
and
rather be
have
rich any
problems.
day of the fucking week.
Yeah, for real.
You're still gonna have the things that drag people down are not money problems. They're psychological problems.
Shit, not me.
Money's a big
Yeah,
part
not
of it.
me either.
Not me. When I get money,
Yeah.
I be happy as fuck. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean,
Sir,
shit,
sir,
you can go get you like, cause I
Money
mean,
boy Trey.
let's think about it. Like when you
I'm
got money
listening.
like that, you can finally buy a therapist now.
Money boy Trey. I had a friend of mine who asked me, "What would I do for $1 million?" Do you know what I told my friend?
Oh
What
my
was that?
god.
I said I would sacrifice an African village.
Oh man.
That just
An
shows you
entire
See,
village?
how demented I am about money.
see,
Yeah,
look. See, this is the thing with LeButo. LeButo would sell his soul to the devil for a
I
million
would.
bucks.
I already told you
I
I would
do
wear a
not
dress for.
believe in the devil, so
Listen,
I'm with him.
I
I would
already
sell my
told you.
soul.
I already told you I would wear a dress for $1 million.
You wear a dress anyway, motherfucker.
Hold on.
Because if you
I-
wear a dress for $1 million, you'll wear a dress anyway. If wearing a dress was acceptable in
No,
Cleveland, where
nigga,
you
that
from, you'd
Nah, I
probably
would
no,
wear a
wear a
that
dress.
is
dress anyway.
totally different. If I had to put it on for a role for $1 million, fuck that.
So
I'm not
I want to
gay.
ask you guys this honestly, okay? And answer me honestly. Don't be
Okay.
sarcastic. Don't be funny. Don't be
All right.
aloof. If you could have $1 million, or you could have a intact family with the number of children that you wanted and a good relationship with your partner, which would you rather have?
$1
The
million.
money,
$1 million.
money.
Well, I
When
guess
Yeah.
you're
when
gonna
when
fail.
will you transfer it to my account? $1 million.
Who cares
Nah, but
about
I
the
ain't being
family?
funny though. Like I'd rather have $1 million. Fuck all that family shit. That shit overrated, nigga. I buy a family.
And this is from a family man, and I would say take the money. I never wanted a family; it just happened.
Motherfucker,
You
it
don't
didn't
want the
just.
family because you're on the other side of a failure of a family. You can't even conceive of the idea or the reality that that is sustainable.
This could this
That
this
is
this
happiness.
this could be true. So I would all I'm going off of is what I think would be best for me, which would be the money.
Yeah, I'm going for the money every time, man. I mean, yeah, all that shit
Bro,
is cool.
it could be 50,000. I would take the 50,000 over an intact family.
Say, LeButo is just a whore.
Yep, it could be 25,000.
LeButo said he ain't got no
You know,
kids and shit. Now he like fuck that 50,000 can take me far.
one of the things that's lost
May I ask a question?
in some of these conversations.
Go ahead, PG.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry about that. There's something going on with my internet. But are any of you gentlemen in a successful relationship? And I ask
Hell no.
that respectfully.
no.
No.
What is a successful relationship? I'm in an open polygamous relationship,
That nigga just
and
sitting
that is
around. That's what he
and
doing.
that is
Oh, maybe.
success.
Well, then
That is successful to me. We don't have any problems or issues, no arguments, none of that, and that's success to me.
Hello?
One of the things that's lost, I think, on the other side of all this is okay. So we're talking about intact families. That not only means a good relationship with your children and your partner, but with your brothers and sisters and grandparents and aunts and uncles and all that kind of thing. So
Oh,
if
Okay.
let's say you did earn $35,000 a year, right?
That's pitiful.
And let's say you didn't know how to do plumbing, but your uncle does. Let's say you knew carpentry and your brother doesn't. You trade things. You help one another out. The consumerism that we exist in now is not only just in products but services. So if a woman has a plumbing problem, whether she's single or married, it doesn't really matter. We have a tendency to call out. We have to hire the service out, right?
yeah.
It used to be back in the 40s and 50s and 60s that these kinds of knowledges were not only held by families but communities and neighbors and all sorts of things. And we didn't have a specialized economy. We could help one another out. We could trade things. I'll roof your house. You help my plumbing. You do work on my car. I'll give you a bunch of vegetables out of my garden.
So they're not making any money. Blake,
No,
hey,
you
Yeah.
can have a job.
give me
You can
the
have a job, but your money isn't allocated to services
Blake,
and
give
consumerism.
me the million, and I'll go to a trade school.
Blake,
You
Because
still
listen.
those people
you're
still
still not going
have
to
to
have
work
anything that
along.
sustains you, dude.
I have the trade, and I have the $1 million, and then I can do what you're saying that these people did. Except for I'll still have $1 million behind me,
Blake.
plus what I've made renting myself out.
MoneyBoy Trey, can I cut in real quick? And Deontay, hold on for a second, because you guys know what I'm talking about. Blake is a good dude. I can hear it in his voice. And I really feel bad for trolling because he sounds like a really good dude, genuine dude. But Blake, listen, I'm an upstanding black man. When I tell you, sir, that I wouldn't get my black ass brother or uncles to do any goddamn thing for me, sir, the black community is just not like that. It's not. First of all, them niggas would be late. Then it'd be they'll fuck it up somehow. I'd rather have some white boys come up to my house. He could be a goddamn neo-Nazi as long as he get the job done. Niggas are incompetent. It's just the truth. I don't care what nobody say. Get your incompetent black asses out of my house, man. Tear something up. Niggas are just, Money
Or
Boy Train, am I
steal
lying?
something.
Am I lying when I say niggas are destructive?
And they steal. Yes, they are
They're
destructive. We we
destructive.
we
They don't know how
tear
to
down
do.
we tear down more than we build, which is why
Yeah, like
Black Wall Street has never been rebuilt.
listen, your uncle he'll come over there, he'll do a half-ass job on the plumbing. Then want a full payment, then you gotta fight the nigga. Then it cause a family rift. Like your mom be like, yeah, because that's your mom's brother. Yeah, Uncle such and such said you did this. Like then you fighting with your mom now. Mom, I don't want that nigga at my house. Then your little brother, he gonna want to do it for free. No,
And
niggas don't
what's
work like white
funny,
people do.
what's funny is this has actually happened in my
Hell yeah.
family where I was working for my mom's sister's husband. So my aunt's husband was pretty much pimping me out, slave laboring me because I was a teen. And then had the nerve to be upset when I called both of them bitches. It was like there's no loyalty. Well, I don't get it. So yeah, I
I
definitely
mean,
agree,
yeah,
especially
and like I
family
said,
shit.
and like I said, I hope Drake. I mean, not Drake, but I hope he doesn't think that I'm trolling, man. But your ideals are lofty. They are, but it
No,
don't work
they're
like that in the
white
black
people.
community.
They're white people's ideas.
Yeah, those are white people's ideas. That don't work in the
Do,
black community.
do you not think that in the 20s and 30s and 40s, that black communities had everymen where they
Yes,
would
they
go
did
help?
because they were because they took things more serious back then. Black people were different
Right,
back in those days. It was called the
right.
Renaissance era.
There
Yeah.
was a good wealth. There was a good wealth of knowledge, and there was a lot of
Yes.
jack of all trades and
Yes.
necessity, and we
Yes.
had to help each other out in cooperation and
Yes.
reciprocity. Right. So that was a reality back then, and that was reality not just for the black community, but also for the white community and people in
Yes.
general. We've
They didn't
become
have
more
cell
dependent
phone bills back
we've
then, though.
become more dependent upon government, and our families have been broken and lost. Our
Yes.
bonds have been broken, and now you exist in a reality that is absolutely horrendous as far as human relationships go. And you tell
Yes.
me that you would rather choose money over a return to something that is sustainable and peaceful and prosperous
Money
Yes.
has
and
always been
content.
sustainable too.
No, money is not sustainable.
In
Money
every
money
I
doesn't
culture,
will
mean it.
agree with
Money
Blake
doesn't
on
mean
that one.
anything.
in
Money doesn't
every
mean anything,
culture,
but
in every culture, money has meant who was on top.
The only reason that we think that money is something is because government takes it. You have to produce money.
yeah.
Hmm.
Government doesn't do anything that they don't produce anything that they can't take from somebody else that they can't get somebody else to do. People do things, people create things, people make stuff, people have ideas, people have a plan. Government doesn't do anything. They take from people and they give to others. They've made us dependent and fight one another through the policy, through the law, through the force of government. We don't need government. We need each other. You
But
don't
we
need
do need
money.
money.
The only reason you think you need money is to try to get ahead as far as the government's concerned.
May I ask a question?
Oh God.
If your Wi-Fi doesn't cut off, I think Drake's having a live concert down the street, ain't he?
Who's the person that just said, "Oh God"?
Me?
No. Was that you, Trey?
No, that was me, Kevin and Sales, because your Canadian Wi-Fi is soft, just like your country.
No, I
Okay.
think Drake is having a virtual concert right now. He hogging up the Wi-Fi space.
Okay. So may I ask my question?
Yes.
Thank you. Blake, okay. You seem to be very passionate about this issue. What are your plans in regards to moving forward to have this unity that you speak so passionate about?
Don't let her ask you that shaming ass question, Blake.
No, I'll answer. The first thing that I think that we need to do is have an enforceable marriage contract, so long as it's outlined by government. Like I said, a counseling process beforehand, and to actually sign something that's enforceable. I think we should have a default 50-50 shared custody, pending court proceedings when needed. Afterwards, I think that we need to get rid of child support. That would be the first thing that I would do. The next thing that I would do was I would think that we could get large corporations to get out of people forcing people to invest in 401ks and to enroll in insurance programs that we don't benefit from. I think that there's a way and a workaround to supplant the insurance companies and the system that we're forced to participate in that we don't benefit from. And we can do that without government.
Okay, and
DG,
how are you going
a
to galvanize?
Canadian spy? You seem like you're gathering American political intel.
No, my name is not Mrs. Vlad.
Huh?
Vlad TV. It was a joke.
Okay, so how are you going to galvanize? How are you going to galvanize the masses for you to accomplish this?
How am I going to galvanize what?
The masses.
He's
People,
white.
how are you
All he
going
has
to
to do is
galvanize
get
people?
on
How are you going to get
YouTube.
momentum behind this movement?
To speak to people. There's something that I've advocated for on multiple different arenas, multiple different forums and places where I think that YouTube is a fantastic platform for people to have discussions just like this. I talked to Tommy Sotomayor one time, and we had a very long discussion about this specific thing. And what I said was, I think that YouTubers with large platforms across all backgrounds, politically and philosophically, should have a 24-hour stream where you concentrate on one problem and one issue. You could even talk about healthcare, for instance, health insurance, and come up with ideas with experts and bring them on in rotation and have conference calls just like this with demonstrations and whiteboards and bring on any number of different industry experts, so to speak, that have particular knowledge, pertinent knowledge about an industry like healthcare and health insurance and actuaries and banking and bill pay function and all sorts of things, like I say, to supplant the government system and the way that our corporations and our employers make us pay premiums, they make us pay deductibles and copays. You have to participate, you're forced to participate in a system to get any benefit out of, which nobody ever does. There's a way for us to be self-insured. There's a way for us to reduce costs for all healthcare expenses by cutting out the insurance industry. We don't need insurance. Insurance makes billions upon billions, maybe even trillions of dollars every single year off of people that we never receive return investment on. The only way you actually gain anything from health and the only way you actually gain anything from health insurance is if you become catastrophically sick, which means you're probably going to die anyways.
Okay. So how then do you get the masses, and when I say masses, I mean the people, to fire start this and get this going? Because if I'm not mistaken, every state has their own laws in America, right?
Sort of. It used to be when this country was founded that the states could basically be their own countries and have their own laws, but that's kind of gone away. States' rights have become a thing that has been very diluted, and the majority of policy is dictated by the federal government now. There is still fights to be had in the courts about such things, and I think that on a state level, you could do these things experimentally to demonstrate the success of them to a broader national population, so to speak. Every state could do their own thing, and
Okay,
the
so
results of the experiment and the implementation of the programs and supplanting the government programs could be the measuring stick of how we move forward.
okay, so what's the long-term plan here? How many years do you see this, taking before it goes into effect?
What specifically? The
Your plan.
healthcare program? I would say that probably
Your
3
plan.
years would be, if it was implemented and things were done on a local level. I would say that 3 years would be a sufficient length of time for them to be realizable.
Okay. So we're looking at 2024 then?
Yeah, but I don't know why this is 2020, but is that in, are you saying that because that's an election year? Because I'm not talking about going through
No,
government
no,
at all.
no, but you're saying that what you want to propose and to implement is going to take about 3 or 4 years, right?
No, what I'm talking about implementing and proposing could be done within a couple months. What I was saying about 3 years was that's a significant amount of time to look at the results of the implementation of the programs to say, yes, this is successful, or no, it's not. For instance, imagine a credit union, okay? And this credit union talks to local and state government and make sure that it's okay for people to defer their insurance premiums to a savings account. And you look at 5 years of history of a person and you say, what's the average amount of money that you made over that 5 years? Let's just say it's $30,000. Okay, we'll insure you for 10 times your average over the last 5 years. We'll insure you for $300,000 of healthcare expense and we'll pay it out. Now you take your premium every time and you put that into your savings account. Not only that, but you also take half of the premium that your employer would pay and you put that in. They keep their half of the premium that they would pay. You keep your half of the premium that they would pay. Everybody comes out with more money. Now you're invested in your health care. You don't have to pay insurance premiums. You don't have to pay co-pays. It's going directly into your savings account. Now you take the same credit union with this accumulation of money and they pay out your expenses up to $300,000 immediately. So long as you're alive, you always owe money and you defer this money to a savings account. You would see health insurance or healthcare providers start to lower their costs because they're not dealing with an insurance company that has to fight them for months on end to get claims paid out. They wouldn't have the overhead. They wouldn't carry the cost of labor and facilities and energy and computers and so on and so forth.
So it sounds like you're
And
saying money is important. That's why I say give me the million.
money is only important because we're forced to engage in it. I mean, the socialists have a lot of good points. I don't agree with socialism because it's ran through government, but the socialisms identify a lot of problems correctly. Your money can go a whole lot farther than it does. The reason it doesn't is because government takes a cut on every single level at every single transaction, and they force you to do things that you don't really want to do, that aren't benefiting you.
Now that I 100% agree with. PG, if you are on Wi-Fi, get off of the Wi-Fi and come back.
Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yeah, my apologies. Sorry about that.
It's the
What am I
Most
supposed
High. It's the Most High. He knows that you're full of bloop 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 bloop.
Again, my apologies, gentlemen. So what am I supposed to do? Get off the Wi-Fi and what?
Come back. Just cut the Wi-Fi off and use your phone signal or whatever you're using.
Oh,
Are you
okay. All right,
using
I'm
the
gonna
phone?
try
Yeah, if
that.
you're using the phone, just use your receptionist Canadian phone carrier stuff.
You guys are gonna stop fooling around with our Canadian systems, eh? We're nice over here.
And that's
See,
why we
no
don't
one
like you.
ever.
See how I'm not even getting mad? I'm trying to be nice and I'm angry, but I'm
Yo,
polite about it.
like nobody in the NBA wants to go up there and play. Like they play, but they still have houses in America and they come home every weekend.
PG, Canadians are placated and quelled. You're soft. D's right about
Hey,
that.
what's up? I'm good.
I'm a girl. I'm supposed to be soft.
No, you're not. You're supposed.
I'm not soft?
You're. You may be soft, but women aren't supposed to be soft. Women are supposed to be formidable, the same as men, in different ways.
Well, I don't want to be like a man in any way.
You're a human being, aren't you?
I'm a human being, yes, but I don't want to be a man in any way. I'm a woman. I want to be a woman in every way, sense of shape or form as a woman. I don't want to be a man.
So do you? Associate formidable with men?
From your interpretation of what you're talking about, yes.
I've made no interpretation of formidable. I just quoted the word. But do you associate formidable with men?
You just said that women are supposed to be formidable as men. Did you not say that, or did I hear you incorrectly?
I said human beings are supposed to be formidable, the same as men.
Human beings. Ah, the same as men. All right. There you go. Well, the answer to your question, no.
My grandmothers were both formidable. They were still women.
That's great. I'm sure they were fantastic women.
I guess I don't really understand
Sir?
why you wouldn't want to be formidable as a human being.
Because she's a black woman and they're strong and independent and they're warriors and can't no man tell them nothing, and that's just how it is.
Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Hold on. Have I presented myself to be the stereotypical angry black woman?
I mean, it pops out from time to time, just like it does
No,
with most people.
No, but I'm asking the panel.
No,
Yes, you did when you
he's
said
just needling you.
LaQuisha, when you said LaQuisha and all of those things. Yes, you did.
When I mean
that was me coming
formidable,
across as being.
when I say formidable, I guess I'll talk about it in a relationship. If I happen to get off kilter and my girlfriend or my wife is formidable,
Hello?
she'll challenge me. She'll challenge me and she'll tell me that, hey, you're getting out of bounds here. You're a little bit too revved up. You're making a bad decision. That's what we're supposed to do. Men are supposed to do that for women too. We're never always right.
Yeah. Speak for yourself, bro. I'm always right. You feel me? Especially when it comes to, you know.
Maybe something was lost on my end, but I was asking Money a question in regards to me using Lucretia and Ray Ray and them. So that makes me coming off as being an angry black woman?
Yep.
Really?
And just the fact that you're a black woman makes you come off as you're an angry black woman. Stereotype. I didn't make it up. It's going to come out eventually. You can only hold it in for so long.
Oh my god. Oh boy.
PG sounds like she likes to argue just for the sake of the argument. I'm not sure PG actually has any points.
It's black women. See, and if we keep this up, the anger is going to come out. She's gonna be like, "All right, I'm gonna get all you fuckers told."
Oh my gosh.
You guys
PG
are
sounds
funny.
overwhelmingly
Oh, wow.
PG sounds overwhelmingly negative in the softest manner that she can possibly put out there.
That Canadian condescending humor. You Americans again.
Oh God. You know what? Listen, I really needed this laugh because we're on lockdown until the 20th of December. So this is perfect. Thank you,
Wow,
gentlemen.
really?
Oh
What
my
does
God.
y'all's lockdown consist of?
We can only go to work in the grocery store, and that's it.
Damn.
Fools laugh in the face of challenge because they have nothing to combat it with.
Oh, so okay. So not only am I angry and black and a woman, but I'm also a fool.
I believe that you are a fool. I don't think that you actually stand for
Wait,
anything. I
no.
think
Oh my
you
God.
don't
No,
actually.
sorry, Blake. Hold on. Wait, I was getting. Sorry. Hold on. I didn't finish. I wasn't finished laughing yet. So Okay, go ahead.
Like
What
I
were you
said,
saying?
fools laugh in the face of challenge. Do you actually have anything to bring up that's of value or points of your own, or do you just like to nitpick at everybody else's?
Oh my
Well,
goodness, I
again,
didn't realize that asking a
again.
question. Oh, hold on, Money. I didn't realize that asking a question to further the conversation was nitpicking and not adding value. Oh my goodness gracious! Well, thank you, sir, for pointing that to me. Oh my gosh, how have I lived this long on Earth and not realize that I was just, oh my God, a mere nuisance? Thank you, Blake. Thank you, kind sir.
I didn't use the word nuisance.
Well, see, black women know
Oh
they
my
black
God.
women know they are agents of chaos. She knows she came up here just to
No,
cause
no, 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 no.
discord.
Weapons of mass destruction, Money. Get it right. Weapons of mass destruction.
Agents of chaos and weapons of mass destruction.
Right, 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 right.
So PG, are you
Oh,
are
God.
you a are you an equality feminist?
Am I a what?
An equality feminist.
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. Well, would you advocate for equality, generally speaking, among the population? Equality of opportunity, particularly in the eyes of the state.
But people already have equality of opportunity, do they not?
No.
Okay, explain it to me then.
The family courts is a great example.
Okay. Well, I can't really speak on that because I don't have any experience and my knowledge of that is limited. So I'll just let you go ahead and take the ball on that one.
Would you advocate for default shared 50-50 custody and the dissolution of child support?
Yes, I would.
Great. You should do that. Matter of fact, all women should do that. But they
Well,
won't.
thank you for telling me what I should do with my life. Thank you.
Well, that's what us men are here for, to lead you women, because we know that y'all need guidance
You're
and that y'all will be nothing
Well,
without
absolutely and
us.
completely right.
if you want a better and more sustainable society, I think that that's something that we should definitely touch on repeatedly and often and advocate for.
Right.
It seems to be
Okay.
it seems to be the wedge within our society and the primary source of all the social ills that we have. It correlates directly, as a matter of fact.
Even
Okay.
in
So
Canada.
again, is
Even
this
in
another
Canada.
one of these avenues that you want to champion?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What do you want to
Do
champion?
you have child support issues?
Do I have what?
Do you have child support issues?
Define
Oh,
child support issues.
Are you paying
What do you
child
mean by
support?
that?
Do you have children? No, I'm asking. Okay,
Yes.
don't get upset. I'm just asking you a question. You seem to be getting very, like in your feelings about it.
No.
Okay.
No.
just like a black woman, I
I,
always want to know about
Oh,
your finances.
Money, stop!
yes, I do pay
Oh
child
my
support.
God.
Continue with your line
Okay, that's great.
of dialogue there. What?
Hello?
Yeah, continue with your line of dialogue. You asked me, do I pay child support? I said yes.
Right. Okay, so you pay child support, you've got kids and all of that stuff. But I don't know, you just seem to have a very strong desire to champion for things, and you're very passionate about things, and you come across as being angry.
Oh, here it comes. Who hurt you? She's gonna say that next.
No,
Yes,
no, no. Oh my, are you a mind reader, Money?
yes,
I am.
Okay.
a lot of the things that I experience in relationship to our government and the results and the symptoms that I see in our society, yes, they anger me.
Okay. Do you have a YouTube channel?
No.
Oh, okay.
I keep telling him to get him one. I tell him he'd be a big hit. He's white and all. It's like overnight celebrity. You got to use that white privilege for something.
For instance,
Oh my
if you
God.
want to know one thing that's demonstrable about child support that angers me, I have no rights to see my daughter as far as the court's concerned. My ex was given custody at an initial hearing, primary custody. And in order for me to get any rights, I have to retain a lawyer. I have to plead with the court to get a proceeding. That costs money. As a matter of fact, I paid $2,100 to a retainer to a lawyer that never accomplished shit and spent up $1,950 of that dollars. And I got nothing. And that took 10 months. My child support, I pay $92 a week. I used to pay $102 a week. And I'm not guaranteed to see my child at all. Now, the monies that I pay are more than enough to sustain my daughter. And the monies that I pay was supposed to have been just my share of the costs associated with raising a child. Now, there's no way in hell that it costs $204 a week to raise my child. My share used to be $102. Now it's $92. My child still doesn't cost $184 a week to raise, but that was my share. Now, that doesn't even take into account any time that I get when I support my daughter 100% in my house with clothes, with food, with toys, with activities, with expenses associated with these things. I have a big problem with that situation, that system. It's completely unfair, and the cost for me goes up the more money I make. It doesn't.
Okay.
The money doesn't go to my child. The money doesn't go to my child. The money goes to her mother, which she spends as she sees fit. The money is not required to be saved for any kind of future. No bonds, no IRAs, no CDs, no savings accounts. They go on trips 5-6 a year. They drive brand new vehicles. I don't see that my money is needed or necessary or appropriate at levels to sustain my daughter. And it's not being spent for my daughter. It's being spent at the whim and the will of her mother.
Sounds like he has
Okay.
reason to be upset.
Not only that,
Oh yeah.
but if I get behind on child support and I ask for a hearing, say I lose my job or say my income goes down dramatically, it takes 2.5 months for me to get a hearing. And when I get a hearing, this happened to me, my income went down 22%. You know how much my child support changed? 8%.
Zero? Oh, okay.
No, it changed 8%.
Damn.
You have to pay for the hearing. And matter of fact, when I went to the hearing, the state's attorney that represents the Office of Child Support Enforcement came and talked to me before the court came into session. And what she told me was, she was real nice about this. She said, I want to let you know that I'm waiving the attorney's fees. And I said, attorney's fees? I'm not allowed to have an attorney here. She said, no. I'm an attorney for the Office of Child Support Enforcement. I
Yep.
said, oh, really? She said, yes, I have a private practice and I'm here in consultation. They retain me on a regular basis. But I wanted to let you know that I'm going to waive the $250 attorney fee.
Yes,
And I
men
thought,
are the only ones that pay for attorney fees.
well, that's real nice. They're representing my ex, and in the supposed needs of my child. But they're going to charge me for an attorney that doesn't represent me, and I can't have an attorney at the proceedings. And if I did have an attorney at the proceedings, it doesn't matter what my attorney says because the government doesn't fucking care. It doesn't matter how much my medical expenses are. It doesn't matter how much my income goes down. They're going to take from me what they want. They're going to take their cut and they're going to pass it on to a woman who isn't responsible or accountable for the way she spends the money. And it doesn't even associate with the costs and the true needs of my child. To say nothing of the fact that I don't have any legal right to actually see my daughter at all. And the only reason I get to see her is because my ex allows me to on occasion.
Oh.
I guess she left. Maybe it got too real for
Oh. Kevin and Sales, what say you about this villainous child support system?
I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't have any children. I have friends and fraternity brothers who are going through the same, what appears to be the same thing. I don't know. I could give my opinion, but
you got to have an opinion. You know why? Because you're a man and because you're part of the society. This is something that undermines our whole entire culture, our country, and civilization in general. Because if men and women in the shadow and the specter of the state are oppositional rather than cooperative, there is no hope for us.
well, I think the payments that I've seen my friends pay and fraternity brothers pay is outrageous. These are generally good guys who really want to actually take care of the kids, and I don't know for the life of me why would the woman even want to go to the child support court. Like I don't get that shit at all. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. If the guy's in the child's life, but I'm just completely alien to that. Like I don't know.
Because they value money just like you do, Kevin. Because that's the most important thing.
Oh, I value money too. It's not the most important thing, but it's kind of
Well,
like one
that's
and
what you
one
guys
A.
that's what you guys were all talking about. You'd rather take the money than an intact family, and I can tell you, if you value money in the eyes and the shadow of the state and the government, we
But
won't
what?
have intact families. We won't have a civil society. We won't
But
have sustainability.
but family isn't for everyone.
Then why would we be social animals? Why would we procreate? Why would we have the need for sex? Why would we have the need for relationships? Family is for everybody. You can say that the way that you exist now because you've seen families fall the fuck apart. Not in a natural state, but in the environment of government. You can be cynical. You can have apathy. You can say families aren't for everybody. Families are for everybody because community is for everybody. Relationships are for everybody. The
So what
government
about
makes us fight one another for resources that they make us pay. We
what
don't need
about?
government.
I can agree with us not needing the government, but my disagreement would be the family because everybody doesn't want it. Everybody shouldn't procreate. Just because we can and it's natural instinct doesn't mean that everybody should do it.
I
Some
didn't say
people are
everybody should do it. I said it's a natural tendency. People have a desire to want to
so
be social animals.
so that's why I would take the money because I'm not cut out for regular traditional families. I didn't want that. I would be happier by myself. Me and my money. Just a simple man. I didn't say I would be out here flousing and stunning and doing stupid stuff, but I would prefer to have the money. I'm happy poor. You can't tell me I'm not happy. I wouldn't be happy with money.
Why do you have a girlfriend then, or somebody you have sex with, or a polygamous relationship?
For sex,
And what does sex do for you?
it fulfills a need.
What's the
I don't
need?
have to bust a nut. It's not to
Well,
have kids anymore. I've done that 4 times.
we'll put it into words. What is the act of sex? What does it represent?
Love.
Acceptance,
Oh,
value,
okay.
right? A connection to somebody. If a woman allows you to have sex with her, it means a whole lot of things, right?
Yes.
And if a man chooses a woman to have sex with him, It means a lot of things. It's not just busting a nut.
If you go at it on that level, I'm just saying off carnal instinct. You ask me why I sleep with the women I do. It's to bust a nut. Other than that, I
Yeah.
don't need them.
You could bust a nut jerking off.
I could, but it's not as pleasurable. There's just something about a pair of titties in your hand while you about to come that just the hand can't do.
Because it's with somebody that values enough to let you put your penis inside of them.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I prefer jerking off.
Prostitutes don't value me. They don't. Like, if I slept with a prostitute, or a stripper, she doesn't value me. She values my money.
No, it's just enough. That's just as empty as jerking off.
No, it's not.
It's an illusion.
It's those titties are still there.
Well, that must be the woman's worth then. Money.
MoneyBoy Trey, I like jacking off.
Please, over pussy.
At this point in my life, absolutely.
Please explain.
I have. It's easy to clean up. I don't have to worry about conversation afterwards. I don't have to worry about emotion afterwards. It's real simple, man, for me. I love it.
What woman talks after sex? Just really.
A lot
And
of the women I've had sex with.
what do you personally have to clean up?
Well, I mean,
Do what the fuck? You pull your dick out, you roll over, you go to sleep. No cleanup required. She's the one
yeah.
that needs the rag.
Well, I gotta go get it.
Nah.
Yeah, I can't really speak on the child support thing. I really don't know, man. I think it is a fucked up system, but
Well, you can't afford to be apathetic, and that sounds like what you're leaning towards. You have to have an opinion because these things do matter.
oh, trust me, sir. Best believe I do have an opinion about it. I think it's a fucked up system. I think that's horrible, man. What happens to guys? They get railroaded in that shit. All that
Mm-hmm.
goddamn money dudes are spending out, and dudes who want to take care of the kids. That's what's crazy about it.
Well, for some reason, and I know exactly why, but culturally speaking, anytime men start to talk about these kind of things, we're put down not only by women but other men and certainly government agents. I mean, if we can't talk about this in the face of equality and sustainability and social policy, I think we're doomed. We're destined to doom and fail.
I think so
I mean,
too.
so I don't think that an outsider's perspective, and I think it's fucked up, but I'm not really going to do anything, or I'm not really going to talk about it, or I'm not going to confront anybody, or I'm not going to get involved. I don't really think that that's a tenable position.
So we should do like D and say, "Hey, that's fucked up." But what the fuck you doing when we see something we don't agree with?
Well, one of the things that I think men could do is start to take the idea of MGTOW and also put it into the economy. We could start to deal and trade, and we could live in a cash environment. We could support one another in that way.
Can I ask you a question? Were you married to your daughter's mother?
No.
Okay. So you don't think that was the first problem?
No, there's all sorts of mistakes that I made in the course of my life, not just the relationships that I chose, but in other
Intact
things as
family,
well.
my ass.
Say that one more time, MoneyBoy Trey.
I said, intact family, my ass, Blake.
Yeah, I grew up with a broken family. I grew up with a broken family and a single mom that didn't take responsibility for anything. She checked out. She was quote unquote depressed all the time. She slept all the time. She gambled all the time. She took no interest in my activities or my academics. She didn't even show up on fucking parents' night at my football and wrestling meets. She had an alcoholic boyfriend that lived with us for about 5 years. There's all sorts of things that I could explain to you beyond even that have led me to a pretty horrible path in life for a long course of time. When I finally woke up to not only society ills but my poor choices and the things that I hadn't seen, that I hadn't been exposed to, that I hadn't confronted, it was a pretty rude awakening.
PG again. PG,
My
your
my
Wi-Fi is terrible.
my father was not a part of my life, really ever. Still isn't, and not once did he ever tell me this is what I did wrong. My mom never told me this is what I did wrong. These are the mistakes I made. This is what's good. This is what's bad. Those conversations were never had.
Yeah,
Um,
adults tend not to do that. Our parents and tend not to do it. Our grandparents will do it more than our parents will because the grandparents will have seen what they did to their kids and be nicer to the grandkids.
right, because they're one generation removed. The level of responsibility is sort of diminished, and they're hands off, so to speak. There's the grandchild is going to value the grandparent for being honest and truthful, and the grandparent's probably never going to mend the relationship with their child to say, I did this wrong, I treated you wrong this way, I didn't tell you about this, I didn't admit that. One of the things that I hear a lot of black YouTubers talk about is about the idea of mama and not being able to criticize her.
Oh, I
And
certainly criticize black women and mothers.
no, I'm speaking
But I know
generally.
what
I'm
you
not
mean.
I'm not I'm
He's
not
saying they can't
I know.
criticize their moms personally. Like people look at you sideways when you say something about your own personal mom.
Shit.
Yeah, people have no problem criticizing fathers or men generally speaking, but and this exists even within white communities too. To say you start to talk about, well, your mom or my mom was this and my mom was that, and they'll say things like, well, you're alive, aren't you? Or they'll say things like, well, you didn't starve to death, did you? And I'm like, well, that's not really a good high bar for a parent-child relationship, I wouldn't say. Um, but it's completely off limits, particularly for men. If a man starts to criticize anything about his mother or his wife or anything of the sort, you're beaten down and beaten back. You can't do it. Matter of fact, you'll get other men say, "Well, you're not a real man," or "You just need to shut up and take it." Because women aren't responsible to men. They aren't accountable to men. There is no reciprocal relationship anymore.
What say you, woman devil?
Hey, this is off the subject a little bit, but on the subject, Deion Sanders' son, Shafar, he's like 19 or 18 or 19. He committed to some college. I think it's Jackson State.
Yeah, he
They were interviewing him, and I swear to God, he said, "I get everything from my mom." Deion Sanders looked at him like he wanted to punch him in his fucking face. I said, "Nigga, you are." I was like, I couldn't believe it. He was like taking up for his mom. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you got everything, even your talents? No, boy, you got it from your dad.
and his dad was his offensive coordinator in high school.
But it's something about the society that just like, why do you automatically default to that?
I don't know, man. I
That's
guess
some
because the
crazy
dads
shit.
act like LeVar Ball, at least the moms act like they got sense when the sons go pro.
That's what he said though. I couldn't believe it. I said, what? Mm-mm.
I get
I
it all from my mom.
He said, I get it off my
I
mom.
like Deion.
Go ahead.
I like Deion Sanders, even though I don't know very much about him. But Deion Sanders is very honest and candid about and open about the way that he was when he was young and the stupid things that he did when he was in college and even during some
What
of
did
his
he do
pro
in
years.
college besides win?
Well, he was talking about booze and drugs and fucking around with crime, and he's talked about a lot of different things when he was in school. Fights that they used to get into, stupid shit that they did. Um, but I see Deion Sanders as a different kind of dude because he is open and candid and honest about a lot of those things. It's not I was a winner or I had all this money, even though he lived it and that was his persona. That's in the moment. That's what he wanted people to see. He has a good reflection point and he shares it. He seems a little bit more in tune and um, um, introspective about his life and his experience, the good and the bad.
He he attributes his turnaround to finding Jesus.
Yeah. Well,
So it worked for him. So white
whatever
Jesus isn't all bad.
whatever gets you there.
Yeah, I can agree. It was white Jesus, though. It definitely wasn't black Jesus that got him there. He'd have been scared of that guy.
What?
If you had if black Jesus approached you talking about I am Jesus, you know you would run, bro. You don't know this nigga, you
Oh,
like you
absolutely.
crazy,
Because
bro.
because it's not the beautiful white man who's Jesus that I know
You
of.
you be like, bro, you crazy. You not Jesus. Who is this crazy nigga? You think he's a Hebrew Israelite or something? But yeah, that was his that he I don't know. I think Dion might have made his he might have embellished on his story ever because there was never a point where you looked at Dion and was just like he's strung out on drugs and shit.
Yeah,
We
that's
knew he
kind of
was
odd when you sit back and think about it.
we knew he was a womanizer. He may have gambled and bought jewelry and shit, but I don't think he was ever just the man. The man like was too good at baseball and football to be out there just like boozed up. I don't think he ever went to a game drunk or high. He's never came out with that admission.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
there's probably a line that he's not willing to cross, but I would venture to say that there was probably steroids. There was definitely
Steroids.
cocaine. There was definitely cocaine because he talked about it. He was talking about how they used to go to the clubs all the time on Thursday and Friday nights before games and shit, and they'd get comped by like friends of the program where they go back to the VIP and they got champagne and they got vodka and they got all this stuff. They got all these tricks and prostitutes and stuff. I mean, he
Oh
said
yeah.
quite a bit of stuff, and there is a line that I'm sure he's not willing to cross. He probably wouldn't openly admit to all the steroid use that was probably going on back in the '80s.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying he was using them, but you can be sure that there was steroid use.
Yeah, Michael Jordan said there was a lot of drug use too, but you know, you got your casual drug use and you got that you get put out the league because you can't stop drug use. Or you got that I'm coming to the games high drug use. I don't think he ever got that far. He indulged, as he would call it, into the world.
Yeah,
But I think
yeah,
he may have embellished it a little bit more because it's a more telling. It's more compelling when you just say you were doing the worst of the worst and Jesus came and saved you.
yeah. And for every Deion Sanders that there is in college football, there's 3,000 that didn't make it, that did fall out, that did get three baby mamas, that were getting high, right before the games, that were coming in hungover to practice, that were.
Michael Irvin,
Yeah, I mean, well, whatever.
Chris Carter.
There's a lot of success stories, but there's even more failures. I mean, there's people that you don't hear about. Like, dude, there was a guy, Brandon Wager, that played for the that played for the Hawkeyes, Iowa football. He was a freshman. He happened to be a white tailback. Dude was fast. He was a
There is no
freshman.
such thing as a white tailback, sir.
Well, there was another guy named Darrell Johnson Koulianos that led the Big Ten in receptions and yards and touchdowns his junior year. He didn't come back for his senior year for these specific reasons. You never even heard of the dude. Number 15, played for the Iowa Hawkeyes back in 2012. He was going to make it to the NFL, but he didn't.
What was his
And
name
the reason
again?
why? Darrell Johnson Koulianos.
He had to be black. His name's Darrell.
Yeah, he was black. It was a hyphenated last name. He played in the CFL for a couple years, but he had already fallen apart.
Because I mean, like you got like Josh Gordon's. He was a person that gave his career up. That's why I was saying Dion makes it seem like he was getting suspended from the league and failing multiple drug tests and stuff, and that's just not the case.
No, they look the other way. You think they're going to
No,
test somebody that's
oh
a
hell,
superstar that they know is going to fail? Fuck no.
yes. Michael Irvin got suspended and shit all the time, like
Yep.
Leon Letner. That's why they called them the Cocaine Cowboys. They were
No,
getting.
I think Michael Irvin got suspended one time and it stuck with him through his career.
But I'm saying they were drug testing back then. It was cake shit like compared to what it is now. But they were getting drug tested for shit back then.
Do you know
Steroids.
how those do you know how those tests are conducted? They'll go into a locker room, say, and they'll test four people, okay? And they'll do that every week. Now they might do the same guy and they don't just limit it to the roster. They might do staff. But then they take all this collection of drug tests that they take in, and they'll only actually test 10% of those samples.
Well, I know.
Really?
They
Well, I
don't
know.
they don't test everybody all the time.
Now, is
Because
this
because it
updated policy?
What's that?
I said, is this updated policy? Because I think that they pretty much do the entire active roster now.
They may now. There's a version of this that exists even in the NCAA and what's the wrestling federation? I'm real familiar with this on the wrestling
WWE,
federation. No,
WWE.
no, I'm talking about amateur wrestling. I'm not talking about fake pro wrestling. But they don't test everybody all the time, and even the samples that they get, they don't actually run through the testing process through the lab. It's the same way with like if you work for like government agencies and stuff like that, you're subject, but that doesn't mean you're going to get tested. And even if you get tested, that doesn't mean they're going to run it through the lab, and it doesn't mean that they're going to run it through the lab for the things that you might fail on.
I know 2 starters for the Houston Texans just got suspended for PEDs.
Mm-hmm. And that list changes every year. They always find new PEDs and they cycle in and out, and there's all sorts of ways around this stuff.
So I
Hey
believe they're
guys, it was good
testing
talking
it.
to you. I gotta take care of something, man. It was good talking to you, Blake. Nice meeting you.
Yeah,
Same
take care, man.
here.
Yeah, MoneyBoy Trey, always a pleasure. I'll be back up and running on Monday. But are you gonna be live tonight or anything like that?
And if you want to, let me know.
All right, absolutely. PG, if you can hear me, nice talking to you. Peace.
Money, what is Kevin in sales? What does he talk about? He has his own channel?
Yeah, he's a red pill content creator. His link is, let me see, I'll drop it in the chat again. But yeah, he's a red pill content creator, and he's also a troll. He goes about telling the truth in a sarcastic / funny way.
Yeah.
That's why I had
There
to
was
let you know
Yeah,
earlier. I
hi
was like, no,
Kevin.
he's
Sorry.
playing with you.
PG.
Damn, where is it? What did I do with this link? The PG is still having that leg. How long have we been on? I gotta find Kevin. We've been on for damn near 4 hours. Over 4 hours. Shit.
Well, you can cut it off, man. It's cool. I enjoy this kind of stuff, and I want to do it more. Maybe I just do need to get my own damn YouTube channel. We can all have a big powwow every week or something like that.
Right, and I told you anytime you're ready to just hop up and rant, send me a text message to let me know. Copy link. Okay, let me drop this in the chat. I'm about to drop his channel in the chat so you can subscribe to it. Well, yeah, he got banned the other day for he had a streams asking were black people like genetically predisposed to slavery. And he wasn't talking about just the actual physical slavery. It was kind of like some of the stuff that we touched on in the stream where we were saying we're conditioned to go get a job as opposed to, as you were saying, starting a trade and working for yourself and passing it down. And it's just, he was talking about different ways of mental slavery and stuff like that. And they took it down as hate speech.
Huh. I think that, because we're mortal, I think people are risk averse, and that means that you'd rather have the sure thing than, take a leap of faith and try something that you might fail at. I mean, that's not something that's, particular to black people. That's everybody. And even more so women. Women are even more risk averse than men are. Not just because we're mortal, but because of physical stature and, the kinds of things that women are subject to in the course of their life as far as giving birth. I mean, that risk has been limited, but it doesn't change our psychology, our hormonal balances, and the way that we react to risks. That's one of the reasons why it's so horrible to watch media. PG was talking about how violent the United States is. Well, all she ever sees is what the media wants her to. People want to pay attention to the most relevant risks and dangers, in our environment, and the media projects that, and that's how they make their money. If all you ever see from another population or another country or is the highlight of the horrible, well, of course you're going to think that.
Exactly. And that is why a lot of the stuff that you heard at the beginning of the panel was coming out, because that's all they've been told about white people, is that they've done this and bad thing and that bad thing and that bad thing and that bad thing. So that's where a lot of that ideology comes from that was going on earlier.
Yeah, when Kevin and Sales was talking about, like, the big bad CEOs and how white, the C-suites are and stuff like that, you can talk about that in terms of slavery too. There are very, very few slave owners in the United States.
Less than 5%.
It was less than 5% of the people that participated on the Confederate side during the Civil War. That's a tiny portion. And just because they participated and owned slaves didn't mean they were on the front lines. They were probably officers. They were probably directing all the people to go out there and die. And what were these people that didn't own slaves going out there and dying for? Well, they were dying for the state and the right for these people to own slaves, not for them to benefit or gain anything, but under the guise of state rights. And why did
Just
the
the
North die?
allegiance and oath that they took for the army.
Right.
You don't ask why you're fighting when you're given the orders to go fight. You just go fight.
It's a pretty sick way that we look at things, isn't it?
But
That's
I mean that's the truth though. In the military, when they tell you you're about to ship out, they don't tell you why you're about to ship out. They don't say, well, Osama bin Laden just did this, or they don't tell us the particulars. They just tell us to pack our shit.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think we really need to break down as far as a culture and a society, and particularly on the what you would call the right or the Republican or the conservative side, is we think that just because we're part of the military that it's a good thing, and it's not. You're signing a contract to do what the government tells you to, whether it's constitutional, whether it's moral. You're subject to murdering people in their own backyard, and they never even harmed you. And you're going on the information provided to you by the CIA and an unaccountable government that you can't do anything about. You are an underpaid mercenary, and you're likely going to ruin your psychology and your emotional state for the rest of your life.
Just like both of those armies in the Civil War, the Confederates and the other side, I can't think of their names now, but they both were following orders. They weren't told why this war was going on. They weren't privy to that information.
Right. Just go out and do it and lose your leg and lose your arm and maybe lose your life, but do it because the government says so. You don't have anything to gain or to benefit, but God damn it, you're going to do what we say, and you're going to die if we want you to.
And I think that is a perfect ending. That just sums up the government in a nutshell. No matter if you're in the military, you're a private citizen, whatever. Go out and do what the fuck we say, or else. You guys, this was the Toxic Masculinity Show. I'm your host, MoneyBoy Trey. Blake, thank you for joining. PG, thank y'all for joining. I am out.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Yep. Thank you guys. Take care.